of the Chicano movement, not passing that down for a lot of different reasons. Then you see what's coupled with the folks that actually print the books, that trying to do away with ethnic studies and that history. As an educator, that scares me because that means everything we gained during the movement, we're losing. So
Well, they're hoping
I
we
think
forget
that's
and not
where our
pass it
hope
on,
is.
right?
Is passing that history down. And to the gentleman who said that sometimes it might be a waste of time, it's never a waste of time when you're meeting around land grants. We still have a lot of work to do, but
I hear
it's
that.
hopeful.
I hear that today. My father's generation, not naming any names, I've heard it coming out of their mouths that it's a hopeless case. It's a hopeless situation. This has been going on forever. And we cannot make any headway right when we're on the verge of getting compensated. You know, the government pulls off another stunt, another maneuver to where we're just within our reach of getting compensated, and then it's taken away from us. Like I mentioned my speech in 1941, you know, that the American government were supposed to pay the land grant heirs, us. Well, I wasn't alive back then, but you know, our ancestors then, and instead of giving it to the Mexican-American citizen land grant heirs, they passed it on to the government in Mexico. You think the government in Mexico are going to pass it on to Mexican-Americans? You know, and it was a strategic move. Back then in World War II, they were trying to keep the Nazis from purchasing the oil. In Mexico, they needed the oil, and hey, by the way, you know, if you want some protection, we can fight with you against America. You know, and so I think it was a strategic move to pay Mexico for oil and minerals, and then, you know, and try to side with them. And so United States, to block that from happening, they went ahead and paid them the money they were supposed to pay our ancestors. Very cunning, very sly, very shrewd. And how many times has that happened? You know, broken promises, time and time again. So my father's generation, I've heard them say, it's a hopeless case. Last night I was thinking about St. Jude, the patron saint of hopeless cases. You know, so maybe we can ask for an intercession of prayers, you know, to pray for us. Because we're riding against the currents, like salmons, you know?
Before you talk, Pablo, Shirley, thank you for bringing that up, though. Thank you. That was very well put. The way you put it is the way we need to understand it. Thank you.
And part of the simple fact is that the actual hopeless case is that our grandparents chose to trade off the easy life that we had on the Mercedes for a Social Security check. Okay, because they got promised a retirement check when they turned 70.
Because it's easier.
Back then.
It's easier for that.
But watch,
right.
it's not just over there. We're being attacked on all angles.
Right. And
Every angle, and it's called preoccupation. You go out here, and we'll go downstairs, and you'll see a bunch of kids wearing Bronco shirts, Patriot shirts, everything, but not a single kid wearing a land grant shirt. Okay,
Listen,
and that's our fault. Because
to,
we go buy the clothes for the children.
You're right,
And we own the print shops, and we ain't printing that for our children. We're printing garbage, and we need to be the influence in our children's life, not allow anybody else into our communities. And you know, you can put up a fence and a gate that's wire and metal, or you can put up an intellectual fence and a gate and not let anybody enter that. But it's up to the communities. And the community land grant, that's why the word community is in front of land grant, is because it's actually up to each and every individual community to stand up and put that front up. You know, I come from Shirley's land grant, and on my side in New Mexico, though we have all of this, and universities and everything that back us up, we can't accomplish what Shirley and them have accomplished. We own land, we own 113,000 acres of the 228,000 acres that are in New Mexico of the Sangre de Cristo land grant, and we can't do what Shirley and these folks do in their community with our children. Though our little school, our whole district just got an F, except for Costilla Elementary, they got an A by the New Mexico Education Department. So that goes to show a lot, because the parents there are way more dedicated to their children than if you go to Cuesta or Cerro and other communities within our district. We beat out Red River where the money's at. They sued Cuesta and they built their own school, and we beat them in education in our land grant. So I think it depends on how much we put in. and we let go of all these things that the white people have introduced into our community, into our mentality, that are so important, that really have no importance, no value to us, and they never will.
And the poverty mentality that, you know, our Hispanic Americans have today, I taught at the high school level for 7 years before I taught the university level, and I remember many students that were, they didn't care if they graduated from high school or forced to go to high school, they didn't care. And yeah, my parents are on welfare, you know, and they're doing well. That's the kind of life I want to live, you know, a life of mediocrity, welfare.
My parents graduated, all of their kids, one of them got a GED, she's got a master's degree. One of them became a doctorate, 3 of them had master's degrees. One of them, I became a Forest Service employee. My brother became an airborne ranger, and the other one's a carpenter. And we were taught to be hard workers. We were migrant workers when we were kids. So we were taught to work hard for what we have. But we were also taught the respect of the land, because it's from the land that we hate.
You know, I think that some of the things that I hear today, I think we're a sleeping giant. I think our people have been very nice. I think we've tried to assimilate into this country, and I think that your speech has inspired me with Martin Luther King. The Martin Luther King Commission recently had some challenges here in New Mexico. So I grew up on South Broadway here. Those people know what South Broadway is, and I grew up in a kind of half black and half Hispanic community. And I'm glad to see us getting together today, because it's not about, right now, at this level, I don't think it's about each individual land grant. I think we can all sit here for hours and hours ad nauseum talking about specifics about what goes on in our land grant downward. I think what we have to focus here today is how do we make institutional, constitutional change, and we move forward to unify the powers, the resources, the capabilities, and by bringing all the great folks together. And so it's by us, what we do from a strategy level, and how we plan our next steps are going to be key, because I really am thankful for the Texas folks. I know I've been talking to John Falcone in Corpus Christi, haven't had an opportunity to go to that event, but I really think that we have to really focus on the larger legal issues, and we would love to be able to participate in however information we can share for your legal case. I have a ton of archives. I'd love to sit with you guys while you're here. I open my home to everybody to come in and talk later today or tomorrow. I suggested that maybe we have a breakout session, because I think talking about specifics at a high level, at the governmental level, and not about each of our land grants will be great for each of us, because I think some of the questions are facing the Texas folks. In New Mexico, we have Chapter 49, and you probably looked at that, but it's not that great having a political subdivision status. It's helpful, but it's not as great as it may seem.
Well, it's kind of like a sidestep, because what we're doing is we're dealing with one issue that's a federal issue, but the state is trying to manipulate and control certain aspects of it. And that comes from that whole idea that we were just talking about. Federal constitution is solid. That's not moving around too much. But the state constitutions, they're all different, and they all head in different directions, particular on this issue. So what the state of New Mexico, this is just off the top right away, is there's patented land grants, and then there's unpatented land grants, and then there's patented land grants that didn't receive all their property. And let's look at San Miguel del Vado out in by Las Vegas. They had, I think it was 300,000 acres of property that Mexico had given them. They landed up with 5,000 acres on a patent. So there's 295,000 acres that are now sitting in Forest Service and other people's hands, okay? So that 285,000 acres, the state of New Mexico is responsible for getting to San Miguel del Vado, because the federal government didn't give them a patent for it, but the state of New Mexico went ahead in their simple little constitution and went ahead and said the Treaty of Guadalupe is also supreme law of the land here, and it's to be held inviolate, which means they cannot violate it. The state cannot violate it. So really who's responsible for those 295,000 acres is the state. The federal government failed to give it to them, but the state still has possession and had possession of the patent to that property. So their responsibility is also to uphold the Constitution, their own Constitution, and to guarantee those people the right to their land. Even the unpatented land grants that never received any type of patent, they still have an argument with the state of New Mexico for that property.
But I think
And
that,
that's where we can get certain people that sit on boards here in New Mexico to make those separations and deal primarily and get the patented land grants solid with the BLM, with the Forest Service, and then move on to the unadjudicated with the support, the monetary support that'll come with being the billions of dollars, folks, when those land grants that are patented and being abused right now settle with the feds. The monetary support that we will be able to give to the unadjudicated land grants to fight against the state is stupendous. Stupendous, not just tremendous, stupendous, way beyond tremendous.
but Paul, we have to look at the,
I like that.
as we fight, as we look at what we're gonna do from a strategy perspective, you can't fight everyone with every issue, right?
Exactly.
So the best strategy is typically to fight the fight that you think you can win, invest in the small fights, and then move on to the bigger battles. And so, you know, as a group, and I think that's the complexity of what we bring here today, is how do we take all of the issues, and you know, Joe's had a great talk at the last session here, we had some agreements and disagreements, not because we disagree with each other, because we don't understand the perspective that they've been for 3 years. I've been involved in landgrass for 10 years, and then Moises and some of the folks have been involved for 30 years. Our elders board are beat up, they went through the depression, they went through getting beat up, they're going through a simulation into our communities. What they see is little hope, because their children, I can tell you my grandkids are spoiled, they're millenniums, I don't even know what millenniums are anymore, but I can tell you that my generation, we've worked our butt off to support our families, right? And nowadays, kids want this lackadaisical life, but they don't wanna work, a lot of kids go out and work. All I'm saying is we have to fight the fights we can win, and as a group here, we have to decide what those are. That's why it's important that I passed a land patent. A land patent's a legal document, whereas unpatented, that's a whole different fight. I don't know if we wanna fight those right now, but I think it's on the list. But when you prioritize 1,000 things, even in your spending at home, you decide, do I want Comcast or do I wanna feed my kids? At some point in time, you prioritize what you do, and you gotta go with what you do. So I think that I just want to understand that complexity and make sure that we understand that as we move forward, we need to pick about 2 or 3 battles we can work on and then focus on those. And I think that's where we can maybe try and collaborate together.
We need to move on, I think we have a minute or two, but we need to
Gentleman
move
has
on.
is a question first.
Okay.
I have a question. I read somewhere that in Texas, either the Army burned all the documentation of the land grants. And another thing,
My brother could tell you more about that, because like I said earlier, he went to many of the courthouses, the local courthouses throughout the valley, even up in Austin, and many of them were burnt down. The original records, documents were burnt down, and was it coincidental or was it purposely
well,
done?
you know, but another thing that I have is we have to test the waters. We can't wait another 50 years. Let me give you an example. In 1905, when Theodore Roosevelt was president, he stole about 35 million acres in New Mexico without the approval of Congress. That should be an open and shut case. By the time they got to La Petaca, they had violated international law. So I think that's one of the cases where we should start where it's simple. And I think all the issues from Texas to the north there will tie.
Well, I think that's where I was mentioning that is if the folks from Texas are going to a constitutional lawyer, and I think if they have in their handbook or their toolbox, say, you know, these other cases, and if he looks at it and says, wow, this is a gold mine, we could win this one, no problem. And I think we go to those, because their fight may not be the best fight to go first, something else. So I think they need to understand the variety of scenarios that are out there, the legal scenarios, the legal options we have, and then pick the best one that we can win. The first fight we do, we have to win. If we lose the very first fight we're in, it's not a good fight, right? Why even go to war? Why even go to a battle? Why go to a meeting if you don't think you're gonna win, right? And people don't go. And that's where the apathy comes in. We have to make sure we stand tall and we arm our people with the legal documents.
You're right about one thing. We need to fight a united front. The problem is we haven't been in that front where it's been united. New Mexico is New Mexico, Texas is Texas, California, everybody's got separate issues. Hold on a second, I'll give you a chance. The problem with us is, we saw this, and I said, how are you gonna fight in 8 different directions at one time? There's no way. You need to unite, head in one direction, focus. So what we did in Texas, our organization, is said, you know what? We know New Mexico. Yeah, they're separate issues. Yeah, they have unique issues. But it's the common thread of the Treaty of Hidalgo Guadalupe. The problem with the treaty is absolutely what you've been talking about. It's been trampled by each state with their own constitutions. The Constitution of Texas, 1866, they changed it again to melt it down to allow the Anglos to take more control. New Mexico probably followed suit in their own way, 1897 or something like that. The bottom line is, we said, well, now that we know all this, what do we do about this? And the problem that you brought up is, we need to win the first one. The first one was already lost in Texas. The second one was lost. There was 2 lawsuits filed, one in the Supreme Court, one in the Federal Appeals Court, both about Texas land grants, and both lost for different reasons. I'll explain that, I'm not gonna go into all that.
Okay, Joe, we thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
We need to move on, and you're absolutely right. We need to select and pick our battles carefully. In a couple of weeks, we're gonna fight a pretty big battle. Like I said, with this constitutional lawyer, we're gonna get everything ready, so pray for us. Okay, so, right, we're picking a battle, right here with the constitutional lawyer.
I'll
That's
explain a
the
little
first
more when I
one.
get up there.
And when he's up here, he's gonna explain to you in detail. But we're getting ready to introduce our next guest, so thank you very much. and
Thank you.
Great speaker. I want to introduce a good friend of mine. I asked him to do 2 speeches, and he's one of the most knowledgeable people that we have, and his name is Dr. Joseph P. Sanchez. He is the founder of the Spanish Colonial Research Center here at UNM, former editor of the Colonial Latin American Historical Review at the University of New Mexico. In 2014, he retired from the National Park Service after 35 years and served his last assignment as superintendent of the Petroglyph National Monument, which he managed for over 10 years. Dr. Sanchez has also held professorships in California, Arizona, and New Mexico, and he has authored 18 books on Spanish colonial and Mexican history. Aside from presenting scholarly papers in Spain, Mexico, Italy, Sweden, and Canada, he has researched in over 30 archives in Spain, Mexico, England, France, Italy, and the US depositories. Internationally recognized by Mexico and Spain, he is also the recipient of the prestigious Knighthood Order of Isabel de Católica issued by the King of Spain. I'd like to introduce Dr. Joseph Sanchez.
I have a book that I want to hand out to you all. Just a little bit about it.
Share it with you too.
I guess all the better to hear me, right? I hope that works. Está fresquecito afuera, ¿no? This morning we got up to kind of blizzard conditions at 5:30 or 6:30 in the morning, and all of a sudden it's clear and beautiful again. So maybe we can hold out again for another few hours till we get home. I know that your struggle here has to do with legal precedences. I know that the land grant issues don't go away. All of us in this room, including myself, are part of a land grant family, part of land grant traditions. I was lucky enough to put together a book on the history of the land grant of Atrisco, entitled Between Two Rivers, because it's between the Rio Grande and the Rio Puerco. And I was able to follow the issues along it. But I understand that the issues don't go away. I know they're legal. I know they're dear to our hearts. I know we're threatened all the time. And they don't go away. And what I heard this morning is hopefully you have a way to at least make some of them go away, or give somebody in control 30 seconds of dread as to why our lands are always in peril. But there is always something else behind this, and that is heritage. We don't know enough about our heritage. We always live in the present. We don't always know where we come from. We don't know why we speak the way we do. I heard someone the other day saying, se levantó el aire. Aire. You know what I'm saying. It got windy. No se levantó el viento, as we would say in modern times. I was in Mora at a wedding a couple of years ago, and this guy comes up to my wife and he says, Loretta, ¿me conoces? Sego Miguel. Sego Miguel, not Soy Miguel. This is part of our heritage. It's part of our tradition. I was reading a document about 2 months ago, and I read through it, and I missed it the first time because I'm so used to talking this way. But the guy says, Vide el Padre. Not Vi el Padre. Vide. Has it in writing. And those of us who come from land-grant traditions know that we have something in our hearts, something in our souls, something in our minds that keep us together. And what is it that keeps us together? It probably stems back to centuries ago, and we lost it. We learned it on our grandmother's lap. We learned about the cuentos, the chistes. We learned all about, a little bit about our culture. My grandmother used to refer to Juan de Oñate as Juanito. I thought, how did she know that? She didn't read a history book. It's nothing in it. It's part of the family lore. And I remember the first time I saw Walt Disney's Johnny Appleseed, and my grandmother told me that we brought the apples up. And I thought, oh, Juanito, Johnny Appleseed was a Mexican. He was a Hispano. So there you are. We miss a lot of our culture because we can't make these connections. So when Frank asked me to speak today, he had a couple of things in mind. He wanted to talk about heritage, he wanted to talk about tradition, and he wanted to know what our role is in this and why we aren't teaching our children what they need to know and why sometimes we don't know what we need to know. What is it that we let somebody else tell us what our history is and we don't tell it ourselves? You have it in you have it in your lore, it's embedded in your land grant. But we have to get away from the land grant issue a little bit and step back and take a look at another part of who we are as a people. Back in the 1970s, when the National Park Service asked me to come in as a historian, I kind of backed off in 1970, but I did come in 1979, when I was convinced that our national story is told from one people's point of view, not from our point of view. That the National Park Service had, since around 1900, 1906, created parks like El Moro National Monument, with all the names of explorers, of people que pasaron por aquí, y nosotros también hemos pasado por aquí. We are still pasando por aquí. And we don't understand that 2016 is upon us, 2017 is ahead, and the year 2030, 2050 is well ahead. And do our children know who we are? I heard you talk about millennials. That's a scary generation. Do millennials, are they speaking Spanish? Are they continuing trends and customs like we had? Luto. When was the last time you guys celebrated Luto? I know we did it when my father died. It was a whole year of no TV, no singing, no smiling, nada. And then all of a sudden Luto became 6 months. Then it became 3 months. And then it became, ¿qué pasó con la palabra? That's us. Luto is a period of mourning where you mourn a person. Oh yeah, you're right. We forgot what it means. So every step of the time that we talk about millennials, we need to educate that group because they're the ones who can put up the fight next. If we see who we are in this room, we see what generation we are, but are we leaving something behind and are we educating the future? So I put together this booklet in around 1982, 1983, 1990, 1992. I kept doing a number of essays for the National Park Service interpreters because every time they interpreted the DeSoto Monument in Florida, they came to rape, pillage, conquer, destroy cultures. It's like a whole show. Chapter 1 of your U.S. history book, one paragraph on the conquistadores, and that's what we know, And that's who we think we are. Coronado came through, T-West, the Valley of Albuquerque, destroyed it, right? You're talking about the legal precedences that you're talking about right now. One of the most important precedences that you can think of is the one word, sovereignty. What does the word sovereignty mean? And I know that we have a one sovereign person right here.
You know it.
And the one sovereign person has that right to declare himself a sovereign of his own destiny, a sovereign of his own environment. But if you take a look at the broader term of sovereignty, did anyone not get a copy of this? Okay, before I move on, let me say this about that, before I move on to sovereignty, it's a very important issue. I put together this book for interpreters, but it also works for us. It tells us about who we are and how we should interpret our national story. It talks about colonization and colonists. In chapter 1 of your U.S. history book, you think colonialism ended in, I don't know, 1776, 1610, chapter 1? And colonialism is beautiful because it's British, but Spanish colonialism is ugly because it's the evil empire. And you get that all the time. You get that from the Northeast Heights. You get that on TV every night in the news, basically, when they bring us out in orange suits. It's easy to call someone a name and make it stick. But when you take a look at colonialism on a world basis, English colonialism isn't that pretty. Neither is French colonialism. Colonialism is just one of those terms that is meant to exploit not only the land, but exploit people. So the exploitation in the colonial sense has that negative connotation, but it also has positive connotations. Positive connotations like the introduction of governance, the introduction of law, the introduction of language, the introduction of tenure and property, the introduction of not only language but religion and several other items. It also includes the folklore, the chistes, the cuentos, and everything else. There's a lot of colonialism that's positive, and there's a lot of colonialism that is a step toward the future development of the world in many ways. But it also has its drawbacks. This drawbacks has to do with exploitation of raw resources, oil today, rubber during World War II, gold and silver and lead and tin and copper back in the day. If you take a look at who's going to do the work, it's also exploitation of people. And we think it's an easy solution, but it isn't. Because those people who came in to exploit actually used the people to do the work. When they couldn't do it, and when they destroyed them, like on the east coast of the United States, when they pushed the Indians out and destroyed Indian culture, the English, they brought in the black man to do the work. That's exploitation of resources that we don't consider in our history books, that we don't consider when we look out to what we're doing even here in this room. So take a look at these essays on colonialism and why we see each other the way we do. There's a chapter in there on the leyenda negra as to why people think of us the way we do, why they see us the way we do, why Trump can get away with saying what he does, and we let him. Let's see, maybe we won't. Not to get politicized here. But on the other side of the coin, there is another chapter at the end which talks about monuments. And these monuments say who we are in a sense, but they don't go far enough. Recently, around 2000, the United States Congress designated the Camino Real de Tierra Adentro, the Royal Road of the Interior, as part of our national story. That opened the door. The Camino Real de Tierra Adentro, the Royal Road of the Interior that ran from Mexico City to San Juan de los Caballeros in 1598, to 1610 Santa Fe, when Santa Fe became the capital. The Camino Real de Tierra Adentro is more important than you think. And somehow we tend to see that the Camino Real de Tierra Adentro, it's not a línea on the map. But it isn't. It is you. It is your land grant. It is how we got here. It is how we sustained ourselves. It is who we are. The Camino Real de Tierra Adentro is a transmitter. It's not just a road that brought people and things up. It's a transmitter of language, of religion, of governance. It's a transmitter of cuentos. It's a transmitter of anything that you think is Hispanic came up along the way. The idea of governance is something else. So now bring this back to sovereignty. So when we talk about sovereignty, let's take a look at this. What is sovereignty? What does it mean? It means the authority to rule. It could even be assumed, as we look at it in the ancient world. You know, some guy said, I'm the son of God, and I got an army to prove it. Who's gonna oppose that? Say, okay, you can be the Pharaoh. You can be whatever you want. But once you recognize that, you have given that person the power to rule, the authority to rule. That means that in the authority to rule, he has domain over the resources. He has domain over the land. He has domain over the laws and rules of behavior. So, if you take a look at sovereignty, it's a much bigger word than this, and I know that you have discussed it, you've thought about it many, many times. It's a huge, huge concept. But sovereignty is what brings you to this room. Who is your sovereign today,
Me.
besides you? It is, but you've learned, you've memorized it. This is why he rebels against this. And I understand it, because it is the three branches of government: the executive, the legislative, and the judicial.
Marshall.
And
The marshal services.
well, the marshal services are tied into that. The marshal services serve to enforce that. The marshals are the police of the courts. So there you have it. So if you take a look at that, it's a sovereign, to us, is invisible. To us, the sovereign is a concept. To us, the sovereign tells you that you can drive a car, but you gotta go apply for a license, and the sovereign issues the license. The license says you go buy a piece of land or transfer it, whatever you wanna do, but you have to go through all kinds of hoops to get that done. The sovereign sets up law. The sovereign sometimes could even define morality in some cases. So, if we look at our sovereign world today, it's not as tangible as we think it is, and that's one of the problems we have in trying to define what are sovereign rights compared to what are citizen rights. Do we have a representative government when the people in Santa Fe or the people in Washington don't listen to us? Do we have a representative government when the judiciary decides on something else? I was working in Saltillo, Mexico, and it suddenly dawned on me. This was years ago. There's a problem with how we interpret land grants, and you were hitting it on the nose today. The problem with interpreting land grants is that we're interpreting from an Anglo-American perspective that came to us in 1848, and not the way that the Spanish crown had interpreted, or even Mexico had interpreted sovereignty or those rights before. I looked at the cases in Saltillo. You can go there. And I know that we should do studies, outside studies of New Mexico, how land grants work in the Spanish Empire in Chihuahua, Sonora, Saltillo, Coahuila, Nuevo Leon, and just the northern Mexican states, and see how the land grants work in that area, and what the legal precedences were prior to 1848, and see how they run it. Not the island theory of judicial announcements. The island theory is that all of a sudden we're being here into New Mexico, and everything around it is interpreted by who the new sovereign is. These problems don't go away, and sovereignty in our Spanish colonial period is very important here. Knowledge of it for the millennials, knowledge of it for us in this room, knowledge for our families, knowledge for who comes behind us is very, very important. So when you take a look at sovereignty and you find that in 1492, sovereignty was the king, a human being. One person who sent this guy Columbus out and tells him, look, here's something that you gotta pay attention to. Here's a contract, sign it. Anything you find belongs to me, you discover it, you name it in my name, you take affidavits of everyone on your ship, and they all sign off, yes, we saw him plant the flag, stick the sword in the ground, we saw the priest say a mass, we saw the magic words, I claim this for my God, my king, my country, and the sovereignty is established. What about the Indian sovereignty? And what happens to it? It is subsumed in this, because wherever there's contact made, they say, okay, you guys, here's my jefe over here, my king, you be loyal to him, we'll give you legal status. And they do. The laws of the Indies are filled with legal status for Indians. Indians can and they are given land grants, as you know, here in New Mexico. Indians can sue, they can take you to court. Indians have to be paid for the labor they do, because minimal wage. But it happens that the Indian who is within the sovereign range of vassals have a legal status. Now, the legal status extends to the king, who says, I own all this land now, and I know there's vacant land. The law of the Indies says you cannot own Indian land. You cannot live in an Indian village. You can claim lands outside of that sphere. So when they declared tierras baldías or propios as common lands, then that's where the land grants fit into the picture. But to get a land grant, I think someone asked me a while back, what about the plan de Petit of 1789? Well, the plan de Petit of 1789 is a summary, is a collection, a small collection of the laws of the Indies, kind of a shorthand. So if you're gonna ask for a land grant, then here are 10 or 15 rules that you gotta follow. There's like 10 or 15 laws that set the precedent for this. But the sovereignty of the land belongs to the king. You cannot get a piece of land without the king's permission. But the king says, you know, I'm 6,000 miles away, 12 hours by plane from here to Madrid. So we don't have cell phones. So I have a viceroy in Mexico. Viceroy appoints governors. We will delegate that authority down to the governors. One of the important things to remember as part of our heritage that we always overlook, and that is that in chapter 1 of your U.S. history books, you have been told that the basic unit of democracy is the town council. And you memorized this in the 8th grade, you had a true and false test on it, you had multiple choice, you wrote essays in college on it, and you say that the first council, representative council, was established at the House of Burgesses in Virginia. The second one was the New England Town Meeting, basic unit of democracy. Did they tell you that the Cabildo comes from the same tradition, appointed and elected officials? Comes from the Greek and Roman traditions, comes up through Europe, hits England, hits Spain. The first Cabildo was established, I think, at Capara, near San Juan, Puerto Rico, one of the small islands off of it, where Cabildo was established. Another was established right around, well, Capara must have been around 1496, 97, somewhere in there. New England, 1620, okay, keep that in mind. You have council in Mexico City in 1525, one in Cuba, 1518. Columbus's son ran the Cabildo in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, in around 1505, 1509. Much, or 100 years before New England. These are representative appointed officials who help run the government as a Cabildo, as a town meeting. How come we don't know that? How come we don't stress that? How come we let them get away with it? The other thing that we let them get away with in our history books is, how many of you remember the Dutch colony, and the patroon system? Do you know how many patroons there were? 3 to 5. And they didn't last long. Why do we spend our time having our millennials memorize on the patroon system when we have 300 land grants here that predated the patroon system? You have land grants here in the Albuquerque area, like Pajarito, 1640. You have the beginnings of 12 wheat farms between 1640 and 1670, here in this particular valley from Angostura down south. You have all kinds of land, Las Huertas, one of the earlier land grants as well. And yet, is that in your chapter 1 of your U.S. history book? Are we in there? There's about 2,000 land grants probably in Texas. I heard someone say something about Texas a while ago. There's several in Sonora, Arizona. And I just made a long list, 2.5 pages, line by line, of ranchos in California. Same thing. The Cabildo is a very important part. We saw it if you read the history of Atrisco, and you know the history of your own place, why do you have those little towns? Why do you have little towns of Coyote? Why do you have little towns down here at Canuel? Why did you have the town of Atrisco? Because the land grant law says that after you have a certain number of families in that land grant, you must create a cabildo. You must have an alcalde mayor, a mayor, and you must run the land grant within it. That's it. That's in it's even in the plan de Petit. Whenever you have 30 families, 30. That means actually the only people who could hold office were the males. If you were 25 years old and single, you could run. But if you were 18 and married, you could be a representative. And that's cool. The only thing uncool about it is that the whole legislation changes to allow for women to own land grants. that women can sue, women have a legal status in the colonial period. We forget all about that. They're also land grant people. They also transfer lands. They also buy lands. They're also involved in the running of a land grant. So in the Hispanic tradition, we have a mix of things that we have long since forgotten. And we need to remember what the Spanish land grant is about. Someone says, oh, trouble with you New Mexicans is you think you're Spanish. I don't think any of us in here think we're Spanish. I think that as my father, and I think I became a historian at age 7, when my father, who had gone out to give a talk, a political talk, began a talk this way: we live under the shadow of the Alamo, the long shadow of the Alamo. That kind of resonated with me for a long time. I didn't know what the Alamo was. I thought, oh, the long shadow of the trees. Then I found out it was after I saw Tex Parker and fell in love with him. I thought, man, he's killing Mexicans, the dirty Mexicans killed him. I said, wait a minute, that's me. That's because we didn't know our history, right? We identified the wrong way. And this is why we had to learn our history. But when we see the long shadow of the Alamo, we begin to see a little bit about why we are where we are. And if you read the chapter on the Vienda Negra, you get to see a little bit better that this is not a short-range story. That's a long-range story. It's a story that happened a long time ago and continues into the modern period, continues into our news stories on TV at night. Oh, yes, yes. So, when we take a look at the land grant issue, and we take a look at who we are as a people, we have to go back and understand some of these concepts. What is sovereignty? What is the contract? Columbus had a contract. And you know, when the contract went, yeah, you could have royalties to anything you exploit. You can be the governor, the captain general of the area. You can control the military. And then the king, Columbus, gets back, and he brings in Indian slaves. And the first thing out of Isabel's mouth is, by what right do you take my vassals as slaves? Because he said, look, I brought you some slaves. No. So she began to formulate a legal status for the Indians. But at the same time that happened, they started to review Columbus's contract. All the lawyers came out of the woodwork, and they're all looking at Columbus's contract, and they start to diminish it. No. You can only have 6% if you know, maybe 3% royalties. Maybe your area is going to be limited to the place that you're living at. And they started to take his contract apart. They also then did it for his descendants, because what part of the contract was he would have the right to pass it down. The Duque de Veragua today, 2016, is the direct descendant of Christopher Columbus. He lives in Spain. He's been here in New Mexico. The Duque de Veragua has the right to carry the title Admiral of the Ocean Seas. That's passed down, but it wasn't decided at that time in Columbus's life. The court case went on until 1772, when it was finally adjudicated, and the Columbus family finally had the final say-so on their rights. So if you think your land grant issues are big, I don't know, I hate for you to go another 2 or 3 centuries trying to figure out what's going on with it. But the idea with sovereignty, lawyers, and everything else is how to root her out. Rooting it out has to do with how did the land grants work in 1800, right before the Spain's Revolution. What were the issues in the land grant? Common lands. What were the issues on private lands within the land grant? And those you can only sort out if you look at land grant issues in Chihuahua, Sonora, Coahuila, Nuevo León. And then come back and take a look at how we have handled land grants here in this country. Our Department of Land Grant Studies, hopefully, will one day get funded to have a student go into Mexico and take a look at some of those records and take a look at what was the procedures operating under Spanish law, and then after 1821 under Mexican law to adjudicate transfers of land, etc. Now, I did publish a book not too long ago, which brings us to the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, which, when you think about our Spanish heritage, we have to take a look at this. Our Spanish heritage is embedded in the land grants. A while ago when I said, oh, you're Spanish, and you say, well, I don't think myself is Spanish. But here's the deal. The deal is the land grants are enclaves, cultural enclaves. They preserve the past, the history. the language that we speak, 17th century Spanish that we speak, the cuentos, the dichos, and all that came up with Camino Real. They stayed within the land grant. That's why my grandmother was able to tell me these dichos and cuentos. That's why we knew a little bit about the history. They stayed within the land grant, and the land grant period was encapsulated in the Spanish colonial period. The traditions, the customs are from the Spanish colonial period. We should project that. We should not be ashamed of it. We should not neither claim that we're Spanish, but say we are part of the herencia española. We're part of the presencia española within the sphere of our culture. The next thing that happens, which will be in the next half hour that I will get a chance to talk to you about, will be the Mexican period. But sovereignty changes. Sovereignty is very, very important for us to understand during the Spanish period, how the lands are given out, what the rules are, the rules of engagement, what the laws of the Indies are, and how those laws were practiced within the concept of the Spanish review of litigations. So then we get a better picture of how we should interpret the land grant issue. Tierra y agua go together, not separated. They're separated after 1848. But I think when you talk about tierra y agua, I think that becomes a real burning issue. And I know those of you who are from Carduel know what that issue is about, because you are allowed only to look at that little stream that comes by your land grant, but you're not allowed to touch it necessarily. The same thing with the Rio Grande and the Rio Puerco. The same thing with the Gallinas. The same thing with all the rivers up north and the Pecos. So, in terms of being Spanish, we belong to a Spanish culture of the 17th and 18th century that grew and emerged in the next centuries into a Mexican period culture. But the preservation of Spanish tradition, culture, language, religion, sentiments are all tied into land grant, and the land grant preserves them today pretty much as they would have been preserved in the year 1710. We still preserve them. It's up to us to go back and study who we are culturally, not who we are as a direct heir of a land grant. That's one thing. Who we are as a people. And why are we not teaching our children? Why are we not having the state legislature be sure that this is taught in our classrooms? Why our millennials aren't learning it? So, getting back to the Camino Real de Tierra Adentro. The Camino Real de Tierra Adentro is a very important manifestation of the U.S. government that says you are part of our national story. We commemorated, Congress voted on it, said it is a national historic trail. It is part of the development of the area. It is part of the movement of people and things. It's part of immigration. It's part of trade. It's part of the movement of culture, of language, of religion. And it is right here, along the Camino Real de Tierra Adentro, that our land grants are situated. It is part of the law. It is part of the governance. It is part of who we are today in 2016. But are we going to let that slip away?
No.
If we have a say-so or not, but what is our say-so going to be? Not just litigation in the courts over land grants, but it has to do with education. Education is one of the ways that we keep that litigation alive. We keep that litigation not only alive, but renewed with new ideas and new approaches to how to interpret that litigation. But we also teach our kids the Spanish language. I don't care if it's modern, what the heck. As long as we are continuing within our culture an Hispanic image of ourselves. So, in the land grant issue, I took a look at quite a few of the laws of the Indies in regard to land grants, etc. And perhaps that would be another lecture at another time. There's also something else that we have let slip right through us, and that is this. What happens to our people after 1848? Between 1848 and virtually 1963. And I say 1963 because in 1963 something different happened. Those of you who were raised here in Albuquerque know that we were under a lot of pressure in the 1950s. We know that the police patrolled our streets. Those of you who lived in Martinez Town know that if you were outside on your front porch drinking a beer, the police would drive up into your driveway and pull you out and arrest you for drinking in public. And the next thing you do, because I know people would call my mother and they would say, Versa, help us to get to the mayor's office because Juan has been arrested and we don't know where he is and they won't tell us where he is. Those were the days. Those things really happened here in Albuquerque. They probably happened elsewhere. They're probably still happening. But the thing is this, when Miranda was arrested in Arizona, you can't necessarily cleanse him of what he did, but he challenged it. He challenged Fourth and Sixth Amendments in saying you have a right to make a phone call, you have a right to a lawyer, and you have a right to keep your mouth shut. That spread the Bill of Rights down into other areas that were not necessarily recognized. Another thing that happened is because the way the culture was developed, and I just have a quote here, I think all of you know this, that when the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo was promulgated and signed off by the United States, they pulled out the one important piece of legislation in the Mexican copy of the treaty, and I'll read it to you. All grants of land made by the Mexican government or by the competent authorities in territories previously pertaining to Mexico and remaining for the future within the limits of the United States shall be respected as valid to the same extent that same grant would be valid to the said territory, if the said territories had remained within the limits of Mexico. That is, the land grants in Mexico would remain valid. Transferred to the United States, they're saying in Article 10, that was excised by the U.S. Congress, that if they should be treated the same as if they had remained in Mexico. That was pulled out. You know that story. And maybe we can't do anything about it now, but we can certainly harp on it. We could certainly say that the intent of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, which was signed off by February 2nd, 1848, had made this particular promise, but the United States Congress did not want to deal with that. So you have to go back and look a little bit about the history and look into the congressional arguments as to why the Article 10 was pulled out of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. And what does it mean? It means that the sovereign now decides what the policy is going to be. Now, very few of us know this, but in 1854, this is long after Mexico gave this portion of the land to the United States, Mexico decides to go back and take a look at some of the land grants it had worked with and said it's got to declare them null and void. And and of course, you can see all the angles looking at each other and say, well, wait a minute, that's past tense, Jack. All the lands that were given within the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo are to be treated separately from the Mexican annulment of grants in 1854. So it's kind of an interesting thing about what happens in terms of sovereigns moving forward and backwards. So Mexico did it for another reason. It's revolutionary Mexico. It is a time in Mexico when they have now formed a new sovereignty and are working backwards. I'll talk about this later, but it's important to note that Mexico was taking a look at the separation of lands and land ownership and land tenure and redefining it, and had turned the land grants into the ejido programs that you see today in Mexico. So I will stop there because I know we have another half hour, 45 minutes to go on the pairing of Mexico.
George, you got it? It's yours.
You want to continue? You guys don't need a break?
You take questions?
I'll take a question. One.
How about two?
Two, okay.
I wanted to ask you, your presentation could give way to at least 10 really big questions, not small ones.
And 15 other lectures.
Right, but I wanna ask for one in particular that is always concerned me, and that is, as you know, after the Puerto Revolt, the records for land grants that had been made prior to that time were destroyed. And land grants were reissued in the Reconquista starting with Atrisco justamente, and also with Santa Teresa de Santa Cruz de la Cañada North. These were the first two that were issued after that, separate from the Pueblo grants, which were done during the whole Reconquista itself. Do you you know which land grants were made before the Pueblo revolt, and were any of them reconstituted after that? That's something I'm not familiar with. You mentioned Pajarito earlier.
1640.
Yeah, Pajarito would have been one. There are grants that are given, but no, I don't think we can necessarily identify them. I don't think we've done that study yet. And that's a good question. But here's the deal. When those people came back, they apparently had some agreement, some authority to live on the land they were living on. Like Juan Perea lived here near the escarpment south of I-40. And of course, Dominguez Mendoza also. Tomé was a ranchito in the 1660s, which if you have, here's the deal with the laws of the Indies, that you can establish and have by permission of the governor, the right to a piece of land to establish a ranchito, not necessarily a land grant. I think Atrisco starts out pretty much as a series of little ranchitos and farms, and they're wiped out. But when some of the people come back, they say, you know what, we lived there, we want that land back. So there may not be an official record, but there is a type of practice for sure that people were living in this valley from maybe 1640 to 1680. And they had homesteads, they had farms, they had ranches. Estancias were set up in Calisteo, and I don't think that was ever recognized as a land grant.
These lines in 1705, 1706, St. Denis Albuquerque.
Okay, oh, that's right.
That's when it's San
That's right, that's right, they were establishing the defense plan. But not necessarily part of the estancia that say Juan Griego had there. I don't think his family came back and reclaimed that land. It could have been easily have been reformed as a land grant if someone had come back now and asked the governor for a piece of land. So your question is a good one. I think we need to study it and sit back. What are the traditions and motivations for declaring some of these lands, especially in this valley of Albuquerque, that were being homesteaded as now, after 1692, becoming official land grants with a certain amount of acreage assigned to the land grant itself? That's a good question. We're researchers, we don't move without a question. And once we have a question, we start looking it all over again. But I think that might point a direction to your answer a little bit as to why some of these, I can't imagine that all the way up to San Juan de los Caballeros, which is still there in the 1860s, why some of these places are not land grants that were there, say, in the 1590s. So I hope that points a direction to your question.
And that's what I was gonna point out, is that when we started doing the Arroyo Hondo land grant research, we actually found proof that Arroyo Hondo was a mining community previous to 1680 and had been granted as a land grant. And then, during the revolt and all of that was lost. Then it came around to 1815, I think, or 1812, when it was re-granted.
Yeah.
And resettled.
And that's a good point, because what happens in the land grant situation is that if it's a mining district, it is considered a real. And a real, the word real, with realengo and all that, has the concept of privilege. It is granted a special privilege, just like the Camino Real is. How the Via Santa Fe and the Via de Albuquerque and La Cañada de Santa Cruz and all our villas, they have special reales, they have special privileges.
It's a royal status almost, right?
It's a royal status of privilege. It means that the crown has recognized that that's yours, or that it exists. And so the idea of real is very, very important. I worked with the definition of real, with the Fuero Jusco and all, the siete partidas and all that, looking into the concept of real. I find that it's a very real and ancient practice. One of the things about, say for example, to get off the subject a little bit, we talk about missions. Missions are part of the Patronato of Real. It is, in 1506, the Pope gave the King of Spain the right to be the head of the Church of Spain and the Empire. Now, the king's thinking, oh, I'm a good Catholic, I'll just spread the faith like we're supposed to. But he's also very smart, because he says, look, there's a Real, a place that we can set up as a mining area, but it's being occupied or being surrounded by Indian villages that hate us. So let's send the missionaries in. Why should we send an army? So the missionaries are sent in to pacify an area. And usually next to a mission, there is a fortification or a garrison put up. The garrison becomes the real, the mine becomes the real. The mission is protected as part of Patronato Real itself. So all of this real business is very, very important to establishing. So when we get back to Professor Griego's question, some of these places have an automatic nomination as a real because it's an estancia, it is a place for ranching, because it is a wheat farm, nothing else, because it is a settlement, because it is even a lugar, which is the lowest status of land tenure.
Okay, so if you were to look at the records previous to 1680, and you would see the term Anton Chico, fully knowing that the term Anton Chico doesn't come into being until 1822, you're referring to a different area. You're referring to the Sangre de Cristo land grant. That was the area known as Anton Chico previous to 1680, and it was a mining district.
You're talking about this Anton Chico?
I'm talking about this Anton Chico, and I'm talking about the Sangre de Cristo land grant in Colorado and Dallas County. It's and you won't find it in very many books, but like what you're talking about lugar, place name, that's where you find it.
And that's another cue for Dr. Diego as well, because these place names also have a special meaning and a certain status in terms of land tenure nominations, all the way down the road, from a villa or a capital or to a provincia, all the way down to a lugar. I know about lugares because I lived in one, it's called La Palma. Yes.
You mentioned the King of Spain and sovereignty and as it passed down. Have you studied the law of discovery, the age of discovery, and how the European nations got together and how they felt they could go forward and conquer? And there's no coincidence that French went towards Canada, Spain went towards the Americas, and England went towards India, right? And so there's also some laws that protect us possibly at the European level under the law of discovery. And have you done any research on that law of discovery and the laws that they operated under in cooperation with the other European nations at that time?
In the laws of the Indies, there is that stated in it about exploration, and every explorer was required by law to keep a diary. Every explorer was required to take a reading of the sun and find at least the latitude of the area. Every explorer had, at a certain point, had to designate where he was going. He just couldn't just go off. And he had a contract written to say, this is like Coronado had a contract, Columbus had a contract, Oñate had a contract. The almighty contract is behind this whole thing of possession. And the contracts tell you, these are the requirements that you have to fulfill in order to make the claim to the land. But the claim is not just the guy getting off the boat and throwing dirt in four directions saying, I claim this, I am my king. It has to do with, there is that paper claim, but it also has to do with occupation. So occupation is one of those things. But the contract is your basic document for the sovereign's extension of territory into a different area. Once the paper claim is made, and some of them are very ridiculous, some are specific, like Oñate performs an act of sovereignty down at El Paso, for example. California, an act of sovereignty was performed by Gaspar de Portola in 1769 in the San Diego area, and even in San Francisco they went up and performed an act of sovereignty. But there's another contract that's there besides the Spanish capitulaciones, as they're called, the contracts for explorers and governors and everybody else. And the land grants are a contract which specify legally what on the map, what the boundaries are of a specific area. Those are the ones that tell you. But we forget that England did the same thing. Remember the New England, the Massachusetts Charter? Remember that? Remember? Do you remember the Virginia Charter? Remember all that you memorized? Those are huge land grants given by the English sovereign to his people, saying you're going to occupy this. The French had what's called seigneurials, like senora, senoros. And the senoros did the same thing.
Boston
They-
Commons,
Pardon me?
the Boston Commons, come up a lot more time.
Yeah, well, you have those specific now, those get become more specific after the charter. The English charters are sad because they say that they run from sea to sea. They didn't even know where the other ocean was. They didn't even know that we're gonna be blocked out by the Appalachian Mountains. Those are huge claims. We get the bad name because we came and we forced people into signing the contract or whatever, or bowing to it. But people don't understand what happened founding.
Issue with the land grants and millennials and stuff. You know, you see millennials going at a rapid rate, 44% of voters will be millennials now. But they don't know, you know, the true history of land grants, and you see the commercialization. When you see a commercial, I don't even know if it's Geico or whatever it is on TV now, and they have some guy named, a setter on a horse, named Jebediah. He's working the land in his front yard, you know, and so they always portray the settlers as Jebediah or something like that, with that name. They don't ever say Pedro or Jose or anybody like that. The portray is very misleading, misguided. You know, I grew up in Aldelas, New Mexico, and the only education I got about land grants, this is high school and college and whatnot, was from a family member or reading a newspaper about Tijerina and what was going on there. So you never really get a comprehensive education of land grants, and that's why generation by generation it's leaving. So, you know, I'm not sure what's being taught now today in public schools or high schools or college about land grants, and I think that's something that we need to, because, you know, in 23 years, Hispanos are gonna be the majority of this country. But we're gonna have a majority of people that don't know anything about our history. So if we have, you know, we're gonna end up like South Africa, 90% of the population, but only 10% of the wealth in the land, you know? So we need to institutionalize that immediately. We had a big dinner last week in Santa Fe. We got 425 people there at our dinner. And so the youth need to be, thank you, the youth need to be taught. But on the back of our program, I have our Hispano Roundtable logo, and it says established in 1598. Because Hispanos founded the state of New Mexico. And within the Hispano Roundtable logo is a picture of my house in Aldelas, New Mexico, where Octaviano Larazolo, the governor of New Mexico that authored our Constitution, that's my house in Aldelas, New Mexico now. I want that to be memorialized because he was the chief author of the New Mexico Constitution. And so a lot of people don't know those kind of things. And what we're experiencing today is no different than what we experienced in the 30s and 40s and 50s. My family has been victimized by the Albuquerque Police Department. We had to take them to court and sue them. Me and a lot of my friends get discriminated against at Curtin Air Force Base by the federal government. Even, you know, these guys they're not even from here. They come here and immediately they're kicking the New Mexicans out of their jobs. They're military, but they don't even want to be here. They're assigned here. But they come with the authority of the military, the Air Force, and so they're treating us badly. And if you testified, I testified to my friends that were discriminated against, and then they came after me. And then somebody just assassinated with rockets from the they go after them. So it's a very racist, Curtin Air Force Base is a very racist operation, going against Hispanics in Mexico. So these are the things that we need to really teach, and that's why I'm getting back to my original question was, what is taught regarding land grants and those kind of things in our schools? I don't know, I haven't been in college for 30 years.
And unless we say so, it's not gonna happen.
That's absolutely right.
Unless we say so. And it's not one person, it's not me, I've been doing this for 30 or 40 years now. And I was thinking the other day, maybe we moved that far. Maybe someone listened, maybe someone in the classroom actually did an area of studies one time, but that's not enough. We need to have a movement. We have to, how many land grants are there in Albuquerque? Does the number?
One.
The one. Does the number 15 sound a little better? Why do we have streets like Candelaria and Los Griegos and Montaño, you know, Parline? Why do we have the Ranchos de Albuquerque? Why do we have those poblanos? All of this we have a rich, the whole area was carpeted. And here's the thing that you're right about this, that we are letting these other institutions tell us what to think, what to do, and how to view ourselves. And yet Albuquerque is within a 17 by 17 and maybe a 20 by 20 locked-in area. It's always gonna be that way. We have the two pebbles on the ends, we have the mountain, and we have the escarpment. And if we get out to the Rio Puerto, that'll be otra cosa. But we're gonna be blocked by the Navajo reservation anyway. Albuquerque's always gonna be small, our Hispanic population's always gonna be here, and yet Albuquerque doesn't know who we are. It doesn't. And so it's up to us to start some sort of movement in the legislature, anywhere, and keep it going, not stop. Senora.
I've been in the public school systems almost 2 decades. I've been teaching. I teach public schools. I'm a teacher back. That is our biggest enemy, is public education. And in the state of Colorado, there is a statute that says that our language, our culture, our traditions will be taught. Department of Education negates that. We are struggling to keep our Chicano studies programs at UNC in Greeley, University of Colorado Boulder, Adams State in Alamosa. Those programs are now being cut, and anytime there's a cut, and you all know what's happening in education at the college level, those funds are being taught. So our departments are the easiest departments to cut funds from, and they're doing that. So if we're gonna sit here another 3 decades and expect the public school systems or the universities to teach that, don't hold your breath.
That's right.
I am a product of the Chicano movement. What needs to happen, and we see this, we talked about this at the last conference that we came to in September or October when we were here. I'll tell you, I am sick and tired of hearing this and nothing happens. But I'm also very optimistic. There are so many of us that look like me and you today, that have this type of education. And if it isn't done outside of the public school system, it's not gonna happen. My biggest fear is I have 4 daughters that are late 20s, early 30s. I'm comfortable as a mother that my kids have gotten what they need to get to succeed in life without ever forgetting who they are or where they come from, and you better damn well give back. I now have my first grandson who's about to enter that system. And I look at him and I say, have I as a grandmother done my due diligence so that when he's on those campuses, he knows who he is? Well, we send him to the summer programs, the ACEPA program at UC, the other Latino Chicano programs, not Hispanic, not your traditional mainstream, what they want us to do, who you are and where you come from, and you have a heart for that. I'm still working on that. But this isn't gonna happen unless those of us that are true land grant activists start doing something about it. I see the kids in my community. I left in 1981 and came back 4 years ago, always coming back every summer and once a month for my land grant. And I look at that group of kids that I work with now in San Luis, known as Move Mountains, and they identify themselves. I tell them, what are you? I'm American. Hitos, you're Chicanos, you're Mexicanos. No, no, no. My mom and dad said I'm not Mexicanos. I'm American. Well, what the hell does that mean? That's not an ethnicity. No, 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 no. They don't know their history. That's the saddest fact for me as a mother, a grandmother, and more importantly as an educator, that they don't know who they are.
And there's
It's
something
never
else.
gonna happen in the public school system.
There's something else, especially in the San Luis Valley, the San Luis Cristo, all those languages that are up there. Many of those people, the younger generations, do not speak Spanish at all.
Absolutely.
And that's the root of it. And I totally agree with you, and I say God bless you for being a teacher, because I know that you did your job. I came out of the Chicano movement in California in the 60s, and I thought, geez, if we have moved that much, I'm surprised. I decided, one of the reasons why the Spanish Colonial Research Center was started in the National Park Service was, and I have to say this, as much as I worked with the Park Service for 35 years, it's one of the greatest places to work in, but in the beginning, it was pretty much a redneck institution. They didn't want the center. Every year, they threatened to shut me down. Every year, they cut the budget every year. Finally, after 35 years, they finally decided, well, Joe's going, so might as well break the center. Well, they still haven't broken it, but they certainly would like to. One of the last things we did was help the Secretary of the Interior establish the American Latino theme study in the National Park Service to perpetuate, not to get away from exploration, but to perpetuate the study of settlements and the study of Hispanic poets, singers, anything that you can commemorate as a national building, as a national structure, and commemorate it throughout the nation. We are, here in New Mexico, especially in this Albuquerque area, not doing what we should be doing. I know that education, and it sickens me, and I know Ralph has harped on this. We have all these Hispanic guys working in APS. They're there as administrators. Don't they speak up? Or are they speaking for some kind of blind, dominant culture that allows them to say, this is what will be taught in the schools? I think what's taught in the schools should reflect the society it represents. And basically, that should be one of the tenets of our education program, that what is taught to the society it represents.
And it actually is a tenet. It's in the Constitution that Hispanic children or children of Hispanic descent in the state of New Mexico should be guaranteed the highest level of education available in the state of New Mexico. Where's that level of education at currently? Los Alamos. And we keep having these problems and we don't go back to Los Alamos and say, okay, you're the best English teacher, you're the best math teacher, we're taking you out of here, and we're gonna put you in charge of running programs for the Hispanic students throughout the state, because that's where our dollar should be being spent because of the Constitution. See, so what happens in New Mexico, and especially with the Chicanada, is that we set out to do jobs. We set out to do a job, we set out to reach a goal. When we reach that goal, even to the slightest level, there's a group within ourselves that right away starts conniving and saying, we're gonna steal this. We're gonna take it and do whatever we want to with it. Okay? So if we do work, we should do it perfectly. For instance, Arroyo Hondo, when we did the patent sandwiches for them, we had that week, we worked on it for 4 days to put that big piece of paper together. At the end, on Sunday night, even though for the whole 4 days, I sat there and harped about the importance of that work being done perfect, the husband of the lady that was the notary public, who was one of the signers on the document, tells his wife that she doesn't have to go with us the next day. Right? Because his intent was to steal the document. He thought I was gonna be so silly as to leave it there, and he was gonna take off with my work and create his history, right? Well, that didn't happen for him. And now they're mad, but they're the ones that hijacked themselves when they didn't do the work perfectly. You do it perfect. Doesn't matter who's doing it, you still do it perfect.
I'm not quite sure. I think Ralph probably has a lot of ideas as to how to move some of this thing forward, but I will say this, that we have an infrastructure already set up with the Latino theme study that's accepted by the National Park Service and the Department of the Interior. We also have another element, because we have not only declared the Camino Real de Tierra Adentro National Historic Trail, the Camino Real de los Tejas as the National Historic Trail. I worked on that specifically to try to destroy the Alamo image. We have the Old Spanish Trail, National Hispanic Trail. We have the ANSA National Hispanic Trail. Look at this, national, national, national. That means that we are part of our national story. That means that as part of our national story, we should get into telling that story anywhere we have a chance, whether it's in education, in the paper, anywhere. And when we have our newscasters that are now pronouncing Pacheco as Pachico, when we have the Rio Galena rather than the Rio Gallina, and the Bosque, but at least they recognize the Bosque's there. But here's the thing, is that, well, the thing, that could be a local pronunciation too, and so the thing is this, is that we don't have enough respect for people even learn what our names are. They'll practice a Russian name and pronounce it perfectly when they get to it, but when it comes to Hispanic names, nada. They'll mispronounce it. I'm sick and tired of hearing Perez instead of Perez. When one day, when Yate's family name was Juan Perez de Oñate, he had like 5 other names, but Perez was one of them. So I think it's time that maybe either someone in this group, the land grant group altogether, start to advocate that we want this as part of our story.
You've all been talking together, and the ones I feel the most sorry for is Alvaro and Shirley, because you have no idea what we're going through in Texas.
problem I have is we have an organization that's viewed by our own people. You're too rude, you're too loud, you're too disrespectful. I have gentlemen that I have met, professors, authors, lecturers, and we are the organization you're talking about. Let's get loud, let's talk, let's let everybody know. Hey, our own people say, wait, you're too loud, shh, quiet. I get called into meetings in Corpus Christi and other places. We gotta unite. We start talking, and guess what? We're gonna create our own organization over here. We're not joining yours. See, as a people, we are the problem. Now, why is that? Because I'm a brown man that's almost white. And if you're dark, like an Aztec Indian, you're a Mexican. We can't even identify ourselves. Chicano, Latino, Mexicano, Tejano. What are we? Spaniard, Indian, Mexican. Nobody has something to cling to that have a common thread. So we tell everybody we've got that common thread. And that everything you've talked about, we have talked about in South Texas. And I'm here to tell you, they all cheer, and when they walk out that door, let's go to Walmart. Let's do something else. Chica, you don't even listen to those people. They're not going to do nothing. Well, that's why you're still here 168 years later. And because as a people, not because Shirley or Pablo or Frank is a people, we got our acts together. You were talking before about, Shirley was talking about, she's tired of the agenda not being for her people, her family. Because the angle is right, the agenda. The people that write the agenda control what's talked about. Control what you hold on.
And then they use Robert's Rules of Order
They
to
keep you
stifle
in, because
conversation.
they keep you in line. Why? Because this is America. And see, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna tell you what you don't want to hear. People become successful, but they're Mexicanos. And guess what? All of a sudden, they're not as dark as they think they used to be. Now they're making money, and Mexicanos, that's not the piojos over there. Let's leave those people alone. So you see, as a people, we are the problem. When we can figure out that what happens to that man happens to me, now you're talking. Why? Because he's got a suit and he's a professor, an author, a lecturer, but I'm a nobody. But you know what? That's my hermano. La sangre es la misma. I may be Spaniard, but Mexican blood flows through here too. Why? Because we were blended into Indians, Mexicans, and Spaniards, and we are a mix that's unique to the whole United States. There's nobody like us. But we can't even unite. Wait, why? Oh, it's too loud. I had a lady walk up, and I was in Brownsville, Texas, and I was lecturing over there, and she said, you know what, I agree with everything you said. You're too rude. You told that man off, and you know what? He was a politician. And there's people who were at that meeting. And he said, you know what, I'm here to help you. He was an Anglo. He was I'll tell you his name. His name is Bach. He's a very powerful politician in Texas. He came at the bequest of one of the Hispanic people that had brought him in. I won't mention his name. And that man lectured us, I'm here to help you. And this is a politician talking, an Anglo. You're going to help me. Oh yeah? How long have you been a politician? 20 years? What have you done? What have you done exactly to help me? Here it comes. The reason we don't help you is because of your attitude, the way you talk. You're too aggressive. Who do you think you are? You've got to be patient when you talk to us. You have to come in here and don't demand anything. Oh, really? I said, how much patience do you want? It's been 168 years. You've been a legislator for 20 years. How long do you want us to wait as people? You know what? I was told by the guy that ran the meeting, sit down. That's a true story.
Well, I relate to you. I went to the land
I
rights
said
council
I feel
meeting.
for you guys, don't
Well, I
I?
went to the land rights council
So,
meeting
my
last
point
week
to
and the
you-
cop was there.
I know I feel for you the most, but this man is a good example. What an amazing mind he has. How much information he's got. And he can give you the history where he came from. But there's one problem with this man. I'm going to tell you the truth. He's going to die. just like we all are. When that information dies, it's gone. Who's gonna talk the same speech he had? Who's gonna write the next book he would have wrote?
Who's gonna carry his heart as much as he does for us?
I have something.
Yeah, brother, step
I
up.
have something to add to that, and you mentioned that I have some ideas, and I do. But I have something that even tops what you talked about. When Governor Richardson was governor of New Mexico, we fought hard to create a Department of External Affairs. And I wrote a lot of that proclamation because I wanted that department to fight for the very things we're talking about today. Wanted to fight for education, funnels, land grants, all these things that we're talking about in this room. I wanted the Department of External Affairs to have a cabinet secretary position that could provide funding and knowledge and all this other stuff to the community, to the state. I had a meeting with Bill Richardson. He said, Ralph, you're not gonna get it to my desk, but if you do, I'll sign it. I said, no, I'm gonna get it to your desk. It passes the House, 49 to 13. It passes the Senate, 35 to 7. It gets to his desk, the SOB vetoes it. That's Governor Richardson. Okay, our Hispanic governor. So those kind of things are happening even by the people that we vote for.
That's exactly what's happening everywhere.
Let me, this is a great discussion, but we're gonna have to move on. But the next talk I give is, who the heck do you think you are? Anyhow, that's the title, so you have to hang in there till I come
Well, I
back.
hope you're here when I talk, because I'll
But
tell you who you are.
I will have to tell you this, I have to tell you this, because I do come from the same place you come from. I do come from not a rich background or anything like that. Someone asked me, how does someone from La Palma get a PhD? I said, I don't know. The same thing as how does someone from Canuel get a PhD?
Right.
We get a little bit lucky,
And
but
there's nothing wrong with it.
our ancestors have always been there. But
Absolutely.
I come from a place where we're taught, you come with nothing, you leave with nothing. And we always have this thing in the back of our minds, que soy la misma nada. And basically, that's the humility in us, but you're right, we do have to speak up, we do have to get loud. Let me start the next lecture real quick, and we'll come back, so we're gonna deal with Texas. When Frank asked me to give a talk on the Mexican period, he had a question. He said, why does Mexico always look like it's a failure? Why does it look like Mexico failed? And I said, oh, did it? I said, let's take a look at Mexico. There's two histories that we have to deal with. One is not just sovereignty, but part of sovereignty that deals with land and land grants, but there's the other part of sovereignty that leads to the establishment of government. One of the things that we don't quite grasp because we never studied, we don't know it. I'm one of the very few who have studied the Mexican documents, Mexican period documents, not looking at the old Santa Fe Trail where the Anglos come in 1821 from Missouri and establish the Santa Fe trade, where Ben's Old Forts is established up in southern Colorado, and it's a history of Anglo-Americans trading with Mexicans, and back and forth they go. This is a history of a legacy. It's a legacy that is here today, and the reason why we were able to survive it is because of the Mexican period. Let me start out with saying this, that if sovereignty under Spain is an organized type of sovereignty, and Spain had established with the king, the viceroy, down to the council, and down to the governor, and down to the cabildo, and then down to the town meetings that are held in the land grants. That is one straight line of command that's coming down. The one straight line of command that comes down goes up the same way. You do something at the bottom, you have to go all the way to the top to make sure that the permission is granted. Now, this is how our ancestors lived. You had the alcalde de Albuquerque, or the alcalde de Los Padillas. You had the alcalde de Taos, the alcalde de San Ildefonso. They had the ayuntamientos, they had their own little councils. Then you had the big ayuntamiento in Santa Fe. And while the ayuntamiento de Santa Fe answered to the governor, and the governor answered to the viceroy, that's the way it went. That was politics during the Spanish colonial period. Here is the success story of Mexico. Mexico rebels against the system. It actually goes out of its way, but it doesn't quite have the picture. It knows what the United States did. And the revolution is about three things: union, independence, and religion. Remember, el ejército, the army, el ejército de las tres garantías, and Iturbide marches in on on a black horse or white horse, whatever it was in Mexico City, waving a flag with the 3 guarantees. And right away, the rebels figured, oh, now's our chance. We can move toward federalizing a government. And so they start the groundwork on that. But then Iturbide throws a wrench into it. He declares himself to be a monarch. And by 1822, the liberals get a hold of it and they kick him out. And so now they're able to establish the Mexican Constitution of 1824. That's a very important document. It's a very important document because it affects New Mexico. Now, the rebellion against the independence against Spain ended in 1821. When Iturbide and the rebels all get together to form the government, they declare that we're going to create a Mexican nation. And so nation building is what they were about. When they create that, they send riders all over Spain. They had a messenger, a courier, come up under guard on the Camino Real, all the way up. He passed Pajarito, he passed Atrisco, he passed Tomé, he passed Socorro, came up, passed through Albuquerque, went up to Santa Fe, and met the governor of New Mexico, Facundo Melgares, and he tells him, read this. And he reads it, and it says, you are to pledge allegiance to the new Mexican nation. Right at the palace of the governors, right there, right on the steps. We forget that that happened right there. Then he gives them a flag and says, this is the new flag you are to erect. So they hoist the flag up. It's the Mexican flag. One of the maybe 20 variations of the Mexican flag. But it is a Mexican flag. You are ordered, the courier tells them, to celebrate Mexican independence right now. So the 16 de septiembre was celebrated in 1821, December. That's when the courier got here. It took him 2 months to write up the Camino Real to do it, because he was stopping at other places. But 16 de septiembre is Mexican Independence Day, celebrated in Santa Fe, not only on the 25th of December, but they had a second celebration on the Dia de los Reyes of 1822, January 6th. 2 celebrations commemorating Mexican independence and allegiance to Mexico. Next thing Mexico sends up, another courier with another law, which is called the Constitutional Law of 1823. And that law says you will now reestablish the Cabildo de Santa Fe as the Ayuntamiento de Santa Fe, and you will have 11 members. And the Cabildo de Santa Fe under Spain had been there since 1610 actually, in 1598, all the way through Mexican independence, and now the Mexicans say, you're going to reorganize this, and here are some rules. But let me say this about the Cabildo and the Ayuntamiento. The Ayuntamiento is the Mexican Territorial Council, also called the Junta Departamental, also called the Asamblea, as they form it and as they move through the different variations of it. It is established and it meets in the Palace of the Governors. We don't even know that several of the rooms, one of the large rooms, was dedicated to the meeting of the 11 members of the Ayuntamiento. And this is interesting. Under Spain, it is the Casa Real, it is the center of business. Under Mexico, the Palace of the Governor is also the Casa Real, it is also the center of business, as the Ayuntamiento. And when the United States takes over, where do you think that the United States Territorial Legislature meets? In the Palace of the Governors. And how do I know that? Because I have been reading a notation on a guy who was complaining that every time they walked into the meeting, he says, we have furniture is made out of pine, the desks are pine, the chairs are pine, which means they have it. They said the problem is that the walls are whitewashed, and every time we rub up against it, we end up with all kinds of chalk on ourselves. So under the American period, they put up curtains on the walls so they could bump into the walls and not get sucios over the whitewash. But here's the most important part of that, is that if you take a look at the Cabildo de San Antonio in Texas, where the Mexican electoral power was located, they moved it to Austin, away from Mexican political power. When you take a look at the Ayuntamiento, the Cabildo in Tucson, Arizona, where the Mexican power was, they moved it to Navajo, then to Prescott, and finally to that prefab town called Phoenix. away from Mexican power. In California, same thing. They moved it from Monterrey to another prefab town called Sacramento. Away from Mexican power. In New Mexico, we have a different heritage. The Cabildo, the Ayuntamiento, and the New Mexico Territorial Place is in one building for hundreds of years.
Where's that at? Is that the one in Santa Fe or is it Las Vegas?
Palace of the Governor. No, they try to move it later, that's different. I'll come back to that. The councils were there in the square in the Plaza de Santa Fe. Where did they move it? They move it to the post office eventually, and then they finally move it to the roundhouse. We only moved, what, 10 blocks?
Yeah.
Compared to hundreds of miles? We kept it. They tried to move it to different places, not only to Las Vegas, but there was an attempt to move the capital to Las Vegas and it failed. And there was another attempt in the 60s, I think, to move the capital to Albuquerque. Luckily, we don't need the capital here in Albuquerque. We're good enough without it. But the thing is this, is that our tradition here in New Mexico City, we don't know it. We don't know that we have a building in Santa Fe that hosts the earliest town meeting place before 1620, that we have a continuous heritage from the Cabildo, the basic unit of democracy, all the way from the Spanish period to the Mexican period, to the United States territorial period, to the roundhouse. One straight line. And in that, we have always had Hispanic representation. That's amazing to me. But to get back to the Constitution of 1824 and the law of 1824, it established that you would have reestablished the form of government under New Mexico as the governor and the ayuntamiento and the various town cabildos. New Mexico was divided into two parts, north and south. You had two ayuntamientos, one at Taos and one at San Ildefonso, the other one in Albuquerque and the other one at Los Padillas. So El Paso was relegated to Ciudad Chihuahua. So it ends its New Mexico period of history right about that time. And the most important part here is that all of these places had representatives, but the most important part is this, and this is why you cannot consider the Mexican period a failure. That the Mexican government established a line of command, a chain of command, from the small cabildo, say like in Albuquerque, to the Ayuntamiento de Santa Fe, to the governor, to direct contact with the national government. When the Ayuntamiento de Santa Fe passed the law, the governor could look at it and say, oh, it looks like it'll work. He was required to send it up to the national government. It's the same thing. The thing is, it established a federal form of government. It established a republic. And La República de Mexico is created in 1824. New Mexico was part of that republic. Here's the thing, the Constitution of 1824 was modeled after the US Constitution of 1787. Now, because of that 27-year period where Mexico ruled this area, New Mexico's learned how to work within a republican form of government. They weren't cut, say, from the Spanish period of the Viceroy and the governor of Santa Fe, all of a sudden thrown into the US period. They had 27 years of learning how to deal with representation at the national level and representation at the local level, how to deal with governors, and then there's something else. There is within the Mexican period a feeling that there is change is too big, too fast, too soon. Because with it, the governor and the ayuntamientos, there's a lot of detail here, but I'll shortcut it, were in charge of establishing taxes for roads, toll roads, construction of bridges. You're a frontiersman, you know, you've been dealing with it, just trade, you know, a lamb hide for 2 hats over there. They were dealing with the education. They were charged with elementary education. And here's the thing, is that when the partidos were divided and the towns were divided into manzanas or blocks. Each block had a census. Each official knew how many children were in each block. They were required to go to school, and if they weren't, they had to pay a fine. And so there was a lot of rebellion about this is too much change all of a sudden. There was property taxes that were issued to support the military, because the governor had the right to assign and register an army, but he had to ask the feds up Mexico City, is that okay? He said, yeah, you guys are under attack by the Comanche, the Navajo, the Apache, and the Utes. You better have an army out there. The government also in New Mexico, as elsewhere, California, Texas, or Arizona, had to establish an urban and rural police force. And how much of that is known, we're not sure. But I did find the Ayuntamiento papers in Mexico City, and they're absolutely fascinating. I haven't read through all of them. I gave Frank some of them that dealt with Taos. But the Ayuntamiento papers are absolutely fascinating because the elections take place for the Ayuntamiento de Santa Fe, or the Asamblea as it's later called, the assembly. And some guy in Mexico City says we have to annul all of New Mexico's elections. And we say, why? Well, because it's nepotism. They're all related. Todos somos primos, right? And then New Mexicans say, well, what about Namiquipa down in Chihuahua? What about other places, in other parts of Mexico where people have been holed up for each other for 300 years? They're not marrying first cousins, but families are marrying with each other. And all of us know, because I remember, one time, my dad and his friends needed a favor from Governor Meacham, and they sat around and talking about it, and one of the guys says, yeah, we gotta find a way to get to the governor, and I was gonna poach him and say, well, I know one guy, let's pull out the genealogy. So they found out this guy, that Governor Meacham was a compadre to one condone, but it did happen. That their families are intermarrying. That's why todos somos primos somewhere along the line. But the thing with the Mexican period is we know so very little about the structure of its government. I did in this book, Early Hispanic Colorado, and a little bit on the Jalisco book, try to outline some of the formation of government institutions under Mexico, so we have a better understanding of how Mexico was working. It wasn't just Mexico and the land grants. It wasn't just Mexico dealing with trade with the Anglos. But there is something that happens under Mexico. It happened under Spain earlier. In the 1790s, in Texas, Moses Austin, who was from Louisiana, and he had been involved in Spanish Louisiana. He spoke Spanish, and so did Stephen Austin. They're actually good guys. They had become Hispanicized. They applied for a land grant in Texas at a time when Spain was saying, we're being harassed. We have a defense problem. We need to colonize the outside perimeters of our colonies. So they were giving land grants to impresarios, to Anglo-Americans who were in partnership with a Mexican to form a land grant. Well, Spain started that, not Mexico. But Mexico adopts it in the 1830s and 40s to protect the area of southern Colorado. And so that's why you get the Sangre de Cristo land grant with 1 million acres, or the Conejos land grant, or the Las Animas land grant, all the way across from the Arkansas River to the La Plata Mountains. You have a whole string of huge land grants. I think perhaps Professor Fidel can probably explain it better, but those land grants are challenged later on, and Mexican law comes into play. Mexican law said that the largest a land grant can be is 11 square acres. And in 1860, there is a guy named Tamerlan who settles in the Sangre de Cristo.
Did you say 11 square leagues?
11 square leagues, I'm sorry. Thank you for that. 11 square leagues, which would be 48,000 acres. And one partner, the other partner would get a second 11 square leagues, so it'd be 96,000 acres altogether. So that in 1860, you have Anglo-American squatters coming in, and they're living on the grant, and the Hispanos try to drive them off. Well, Tamerlan was one of the challengers, and the court case goes from 1860, maybe 61 to 76. Keep in mind, 1861, what happens? Colorado Territory is created, they draw a line across New Mexico, the people in southern Colorado are stranded. They should have been able to fight their land grant issues in New Mexico, but the Surveyor General and the Court of Private Land Claims referred them to Denver, where there was no sympathy, no knowledge, nada about what happens to the land grants in southern Colorado. Tamerlan wins his case on the Territorial Supreme Court of Colorado because he argued Mexican law said 11 square leagues. And so what happens to the 1 million acres? You as a party get 48 and your other party gets 96. You have 1 million square acres, you're reduced to 96,000. The rest of it becomes public domain of the United States. In time, you have the land sold off, you have private ownership as well, but you also have national forests created out of it, National Park Service created out of it, BLM management issues related to it, federal government occupying a large portion of those particular lands. The same thing happens to Las Trampas, where we want the land back, not the Forest Service. But those are issues that we have to tackle because we don't quite understand our history and how it happened. I think we need to study more. It was nice of you to mention this, what happens to me when I die. I thought, well, I have tried to live my life by either lecturing or also by publishing as much as I can. Not only say 18 or 20 books, but also 100 articles that I try to leave out there for someone. I figure some young guy, 30 years from now is gonna come to the library and say, oh my God, you know, ¿qué es esto?
You're like a painter, now you're famous after you're dead.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
They're gonna say, hey,
Yeah.
this guy was pretty smart.
Yeah, famous, but still like poor anyway.
Yeah.
So, so you have these particular things. These are things, I'm not the only one. You have Roberto Torres who's also writing as much as he can. You have Tom Chavez who's also writing. You have several other people Hispanos, who are writing histories, and they're doing the same thing. And we have Frank here, who's also working hard, and you also working hard to get things done, get things published. And I don't know who else in the room, but we need to keep that literary history moving forward. And luckily, because of the Chicano movement, we have a lot of other people out there who are actually writing either novels or whatever, but their names are out there, and so it's important that this knowledge gets distributed. The Mexican period is a very important one to understand. We have two big events. New Mexico rebelled. Texas is not the only one that rebelled. The Alamo is a myth. They rebelled against Mexican authority, not Mother Apple Pie and the United States Constitution. They rebelled against Mexican authority. The first group that rebels is down by the Yucatan Peninsula in 1834. Texas rebels in 36. New Mexico rebels in 37. The Californians rebel several times, 24, I guess 36, 37, and 40 something.
There was another rebellion in Florida too, wasn't there, somewhere in the Panhandle?
Well, Florida is a different story because by that time Florida belongs to the United States.
Yeah, but the Spaniards there, I think there was rebel there.
Yeah, but it's not part of the, you do have, that's a whole different history though.
They signed it over quite early, right?
Yeah, but they're not, by the 1760s or so, something. Certainly by 1800. The thing is this, that these are areas under Mexican control that rebel against the central government of Mexico. And it's against centralism versus liberalism. The centralists want to control. The dictatorship of Santa Anna, he does not destroy the Republican form of government. It's a republic no matter what. He's just the guy on top. Everything goes through him. And maybe not a whole lot of things go through him because on the frontier area, New Mexicans get sick and tired of this and that, injustices. The rebellion gets sparked up, that's one thing. So Governor Albino Perez, who had married into the Trujillo family, ends up dead. The Perez's in Santa Fe are related to Albino Perez. Demetrio Perez was still there in 1900, and he reared a family in Las Vegas. The other thing is this, that the Mexican government, as it pushed its way around, ended up facing rebellion. It sent an army to Texas, but when Manuel Armijo put down the rebellion in New Mexico, he named himself governor and sent a message to Mexico City and said, no need to send up an army, I got it under control. And by the way, is it okay if I appoint myself governor? And he gets appointed governor. That's how Manuel gets into the governorship on that round. And he was governor several times. But here's the important thing about the rebellion, is that it creates a home rule for New Mexico. Mexico leaves New Mexico alone, other than saying you're part of the republic, your ayuntamiento will still report to us, but you're not important to us anyway, so we'll let it go. The same thing happens in areas in California as well as in the Sonora, Arizona area. Texas becomes a nightmare. Now, a few years later, Texas, the nightmare that it is, Mirabeau Bonaparte Lamar, the president, sends an army of 300 to take New Mexico. They claimed the Rio Grande was the boundary. And so, they sent 300 men to do it. Manuel Armijo was ready for them, captures them, sends them out to Mexico City down the Camino Real for trial. and so the Texas Rebellion ends. And I used to live on the east bank of the Rio Grande, but I moved to the occupied West Bank, on the west side, because I couldn't sleep at night thinking, God, what if Texas takes over the east bank? So, the thing to remember is that it ain't over till it's over. Texas is still raising all kinds of problems with water issues and saying they're not getting their share of the water. So that's what made me worried, so I said, well, I'll just solve that, I'll just move and be able to sleep at night and be comfortable. So the Mexican period is not a failure. It is really a success story, an establishment of a form of government, a republican form of government. We learned from it. Our ancestors learned how to operate within a system that was going to be very similar to that operated by the United States. We didn't have to go through a quick transition period like that. We had 27 years to recognize that times were changing. Mexico left the Spanish land grants alone and promised they're not part of the issue, created new land grants, verified several of them, but then the United States, after 1848, takes over. This is why I read you Article 10 of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, because it should have stayed in. It would have given us a little bit more protection, a little bit more power, but it didn't. Texas is a different issue, and so is California. What happens in New Mexico and Arizona and, well, and Colorado and even Utah, which are all part of the same area, is that they remain territories. Texas becomes a state, so all issues related to land now trade places to, well, where's our sovereign? Trade places with the new sovereign, which is the governorship, the capital of Austin, Texas. They're the ones who then adjudicate the land grants and make decisions. Same thing happens in California. In California, the state made the decisions on the land grants. So it takes it out of the hands of Congress, the Surveyor General, and the Court of Private Land Claims. These are broader issues, and I know that the story changes, but I just thought I'd bring that up about Texas in particular.
But that was all by design.
Yeah, it's all,
Take control.
that's all, that's right, it's a whole different story altogether. So it looks like my time is up, and I know you guys are hungry, so I have time for one question. If you don't have it, I'll ask it. Oh.
You said a while ago that 1890, they had a massacre in, they killed all the Indians in, Dakota, Rwanda?
1896, who did it?
1896.
That was the first one.
There was another one in Mancanta, Minnesota, where they didn't hang all the Indians because they wanted to live their own life the way they wanted.
Yeah, and the sentiment is still the same, no matter where. And you could write a history of it. Did you know the author of The Wizard of Oz?
Yeah.
He advocated the extermination of all the Sioux. So next time you go down that
Well, that was
brick road.
a whole analogy for the building of America, right?
Yeah, but it's a mindset.
Yeah.
If the mindset is there on the Indians, it certainly is there with the Alamo and the long shadow that casts all the way to Arizona.
Yeah, I know the wicked witch of the west would climb mountains.
Well, there's a different way to put it, you're either a sheep or a lion.
Joseph, let me ask you a question. On the Sandoval case, where the United States said they had used the Mexican law to take away the common land. How did they do that? I mean, what reasoning did they have?
I want to refer to.
That reasoning was that the common lands actually belong to the sovereign, that it should have, that it's a reinterpretation of Mexican law. You're saying, since it belonged, under this theory, to the Mexican government in 1848, then it belongs to the United States at the time of adjudication. So therefore, only the private allotments, the solarios and so forth, the families will be adjudicated. Then when you look at the implementation, you can see that there was complete hypocrisy on this, because if you look at the map, the patented map for Don Fernando de Taos, it's basically a triangle, as you know. Private plots never add up to a perfect triangle. What did they do? They chose it relative to the Pueblo de Taos and to the base of the mountain, and then they chose it like that. They did the same thing with my land grant, as you know, Cañon de Canoe is another one of the Sandoval 7. All of these things, the surveyors basically got instructions to go to the base of the mountain, so that the timber would be left in the United States. And so, one of the key arguments that the Sandoval 7, even under the theory, which is not legally correct when you look at the history, but even if you accepted the idea that that the theory was correct, they didn't apply it according to their own theory. Because if they had, then you would have gotten, every single land grant would have looked like a whole bunch, you know, just like a bunch of plots. You get a map, a property map of the city of Albuquerque with a whole bunch of people living someplace, and it would look like a whole bunch of jagged stuff. That's what these land grants should look like. None of them look that way. The closest one to that is San Miguel de Nada, which is the one that was the case that led to the Sandoval Southern case. And those are actually 10 different parcels. And again, those are down to the base of the mountain and included land that wasn't actually owned by individuals. So we're developing a whole history on that to demonstrate that that Sandoval Southern case was misinterpreted under Mexican law and misapplied even if it had been correctly done.
Let me leave you with two thoughts. One is, there is Mexican constitutional law and Mexican colonization property land laws. Those are two different histories, two different stories, but they're tied into the notion of sovereignty. The last thought I want to leave you with is what I always say: if your history is not respected, neither will you be in education, housing, business, the workplace, employment, banking, medicine, and any other art institution in the country. So know your history. We have one question.
Yeah. My name is Nicolas Valle from South Texas, and I'm working on another pedal farm, like you said, we have different pedal farms. And I see that New Mexico was part of Texas all the way up to the Rio Grande, or east of the Rio, right?
No,
Well, New Mexico territories, right?
Texas claims that. The Texans claim to
New
later.
Mexico was
The Guadalupe River.
part of New Mexico, part of Texas Republic.
That's what Texas is, not what Mexico.
Yeah, that's not true.
That's what he said, Texas.
Yeah. That's
Well, anyway,
that's why I moved.
the Republic of Texas owned or claimed after the, 1836, okay, claimed all the way up to the river, up to, over here, east of the river, of the Rio Grande. So in other words, Albuquerque became part of the Republic of Texas.
In their eyes, but never really true.
Correct.
No one recognized it except
Okay.
the Texans.
I can tell you that at three school,
All
we have
the
records that
maps
show
the
that,
Republic of Texas shows, it includes all the way up to Colorado.
Up to the headwaters, yeah.
Okay? Now, in 1845, when it became a state, the United States recognized New Mexico and South Park, Texas, all along the Rio Grande, and I'm talking about east of the Rio Grande, as part of the United States in 1845. Okay? Then, in 1850, with the Deeds of Concession, and this Texas the way it is right now, New Mexico became part of the United States, and the United States paid Texas for the territory. Now, when is there a law or anything written that legally, by international laws, were we part of Texas ever? Or part of the Republic of Texas, North Texas?
Didn't quite get the question.
Not as a voting, not as a political district like what, Dr. Sanchez is talking about, Ayuntamiento, the Cabildo. Those were political districts, and New Mexico never seen itself or was never granted authority by Mexico to be part of the political district of Texas.
Correct.
They were their own political districts, which you named earlier, right? Towns, Arriba, right?
The whole Rio Grande down to El
In
Paso.
1836, Texas claimed all the way up to the river.
Okay, here's a broader story. You're familiar with the, Louisiana Purchase?
Yeah.
Okay, here's the problem with the Louisiana Purchase. It never defined the western boundary. And so there are attempts to define the western boundary in 1819. And text, the boundary was not the Rio Grande. The Mexicans opposed it, and in 1803, 1807, the people of Texas opposed being part of the Louisiana Purchase, said they never were. The United States under Jefferson kept trying to say, yeah, Texas is part of the deal, and they said no. So, the boundary of Texas, and I've studied this one, the boundary of Texas is down by the Nueces, north of the Nueces River, and the east boundary is somewhere near San Saba Mission. San Saba Mission is the dividing line because some of the New Mexicans claimed San Saba out to the plains. And so, to Texans, they kept trying to say the Rio Grande's the boundary. When Disternell drew his map, after the Mexican War, he draws a map and he stops it. He stops the Rio Grande right at El Paso. That's why El Paso ends up being in the wrong place. He draws the wrong map, but he definitely was not considering giving the entire Rio Grande Valley to Texas, and neither was the United States. It just didn't happen that way. I know Texas would like to have it, but
Well, on the map, it talks about the Republican.
it happened. And when the invasion took place in 1841, Texas was claiming the Rio Grande, and when they drove to
So
Texas.
why would the United States pay Texas
Because
$12 million?
the indemnities that was paid, they paid $18 million to Mexico in the indemnities. They basically bought Texas.
No, they paid Texas, the United States paid Texas.
Yeah, but there were also indemnities in Texas. But we have to take a look at that. Yeah, but not the boundary of
Between Mexico and Texas.
Yeah, but not that.
I want to have to show you some of that.
Okay, that'll be good. You have them?
Yeah.
Can I ask one quick question before we finish about sovereignty? Because I know you touched on it, you talked to me about. So the sovereignty, when I read the Sandoval 7, I've asked Frank, and I read it the first time when I first got the language. So sovereignty under Mexico, did they compare it after the 1776 or 1787 date? So Mexican had showed the sovereignty individually based on coming to the United States. They fought the monarchy system, and they wanted everyone to be kings, and they gave everybody sovereignty. So my question under the Sandoval 7, if you read the document, my question is, when they in their document say, we're all sovereign individually.
Under a definition of a republic, which is Latin for res publica, which is the affairs of the people, that the creation of a republic probably implies that it is the sovereign people, but it is a nation state that forms those sovereign people.
So,
Or the sovereign people form the nation state, I'm
so
sorry.
when I read the Sandoval 7 case, I read it, interpret it differently. For some reason, I don't, maybe I don't grasp it, so maybe that's something to maybe get a group together to kind of look at the different variations of that hypothesis.
Sovereignty is geographic to the creation of nation state. So, yeah, so then you can argue even what the Bill of Rights means in Miranda of 1963.
Discuss.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Everybody take a break for about an hour and then come right back. We have more speakers.
There's a lot of good restaurants, if you want some tips, there's food here, but across the way, there's some restaurants across Central, there's Saggio's and the Frontier Restaurant, good restaurants in the area. They're all within walking distance.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, when we
You
part.
go south.
If we take a car, when we come back, or permits good for the whole day, right?
I would
Everything okay?
probably walk in this weather's bad. Yeah, there's a food court. Yes. I think, yeah, I was,
Let me see where Jose went. Jose, my dear. You want my-
this is a letter I got. And I'm gonna talk about, I did an assessment. Trying to get it printed. I did my own assessment.
Just our lunch break. We spend lunch at
Trying to get some interest.
I'm still waiting for that. What do you do?
You know what? It's a long story.
He said he wasn't sure where to go.
Didn't happen.
This is the page break.
We put it in, so we can put it into the CD, we only had one copy, we put it on YouTube. But I'll tell you where it says,
He talks about legal cases and
if
foundation.
you get it.
Before you go, Moises, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry.
Yes.
This is Moises Morales. This is Jose.
Which was the,
He is one of the rights of the
I'm going to speak about, all right, which was the, okay. Yeah, that's for sure. We'll be back in a little while. Thank you.
I told everybody I wanted to go eat. I'm tired. Sir.
Yes.
Ralph, and Dennis, you remember me from last time?
Yeah, how are you?
So this is a program of our dinner. This is our new logo around it. We're a coalition of organizations. This is the one I grew up in Las Vegas. You look like it's 150-year-old. I remember you. But the governor lived in my house. Anyway, here's the program of our dinner. What he was talking about was the house of the soldiers. That's it right there. That's a plaque. It's not only 1610. Anyway, here's a program of our dinner and our annual report.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Ralph. Are you gonna be sitting around?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have fun to say.
Oh, yeah, I remember you last time.
Okay, all right.
Here we go again, it's got better.
Thank you.
All right.
Got some lunch?
Yeah. How did you like our dinner? It was great.
Ralph has a great talk. Really citizen.
He's really involved. Which is a land grab. I'm also chairman. Sierra's a great name because of the mountain range. First conference. Ralph attended the first conference. Right. So interestingly, my name is, making the or turn to bring people together, which is interesting. So breaking bread is meant to mean the thing, or is it meant that we're actually together? I would like to think that we're a little bit of both. So our coat of arms is a bunch of pizza. They didn't have pizza back in the day. It's a good bread. Well, it's called borderlands, which are large clay. They've always been associated with Spanish. We've been working closer together, so we're going to start flying federal lines in Mexico. You know, I think they need to create the number rings that kind of like so I was going to try to get other people. Let's get that from
I know.
yeah, let's go. And then I had involved my home trying if anybody wanted a social media. But I think it'd be good idea to compress and maybe have some people bring their own resist wanting to operationalize. Right. There's a strategic, there's a tactical and operational level that we do. So the first thing you want to do is do something. That's the last thing you want to do. You want to plan your business, see if you're doing the right thing, and then see if it's the tactics, and then operationally do them when you want to do them. But you don't start operationally with them. Comes from kicking something against a wall. So that's too quickly. But I can do more strategic school planning 3 years from now. So I would rather plan a 3-year roadmap what we're going to do versus say we're going to go have a meeting in the Middle Plaza, get the news to show up, and then take it from there. We've had 100, yeah. Yeah, our group,
a lot of us are that way.
our group will have a representative, we work with 300 veterans, take a vegetation. So our traditions are, I let the, I'm the president, but I always let the elders speak. And he introduces me and I introduce them. So we'll be there.
I have another brother who served, I think, gotten around six,
I know you might have a.
yeah, I've got some family here, my brother, my sister-in-law, so.
Frank, you're gonna walk up here, can I leave my laptop? Somebody's gonna be here?
Okay. Catch you later then. Yes.
Really nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Dr. Sanchez.
I was gonna actually ask them too.
And they have,
You know, my dad grew up here in Alameda. Yeah, and, my grandpa's still there, he's still, he's not Jamaican, but I just, South Valley is the only place I kept the SEC. And that was a question I'm gonna before I invite to the conference, you know why, like, I asked my grandpa, and I asked my dad, like, they never had the annual cleaning, like, when he was a kid, and he said, not like when they did up north. Well, they lost the urban this year, I think. I've been okay. Yeah, Paul told me about it. Yeah, people are hanging in there. A lot has changed, though, years. Yeah. Of course. It's hard,
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Just bend it. Like, yeah, just tilt it. Right there. Back it 15.
Hey, Marcus? What time are we supposed to be back?
In an hour.
What time are we supposed to be back? What time? Okay.
JPS capital A small.
There we go.
There we go. Paul. On the floor. Oh, well. Yep. That's Frank.
How you doing? What's my what?
Oh, you're with Mr. Mason?
No, I'm with Mr. CEO. I'm with Migrant Studies Program.
Yeah, presión.
Come this afternoon, it's gonna get interesting. Sure. I want to come. I want to listen to what I'm Oh, really? You have a schedule?
Yeah.
I'm starting a documentary right now. I'm in the writing process of it, on basically everything my dad's talking about. Basically covering history from Alfonso the Wise to now, to sort of grasp the scope of it. of the land grant movement towards people my age. Is it okay if we do an interview at some point?
Yeah.
We can do it off camera.
He's gonna change it
I
over.
currently live in New York
Yeah,
City.
no session.
I'm looking to come back to New Mexico in the next year, but I will be flying back and forth. Would it be okay to stay in touch?
You can contact me through phone.
Okay, thank you very much.
He knows that you know my name.
Okay, thank you.
Have you read this book? This was written by my 15th great grandfather.
I've seen it though.
Yeah, I mean, they were basically the first white people in Texas.
I'm Batista.
No, I was rewritten in English right now. They talk about a little bit about New Mexico in there. Because he was the secretary for the governor of De Leon, the first two De Leons.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna show you last night too. Jose Cisneros.
When Texas does its tricentennial in May, they've asked me to give a keynote talk at San Antonio.
He was there in 1680 in an area that they had that he wrote down as a campo de los Alamos, because there were this was 200 years before the Alamo was built there, but they had found a campsite down.
Yeah, one of my ancestors was Jose de Urrutia.
Really?
He was the captain there.
Well, what year?
He died in 1750.
1750.
His name is inside on the cathedral.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a good one.
Nice try, huh?
Yeah, his son was huh? From Brownsville.
But he illustrated like, I don't know if you ever saw that book I had with Brian Chavez, Origins of Mexico Families. Did a lot of illustrations.
Lighter show, that sounds really cool.
Yeah, and his nephew, I don't know if your dad knows Chavez. I've met with him several times. And of course, me and him come from the same family line.
Right.
He told me that's how Bernalillo got his name, was Bernardo Chavez.
And then see if there's any pastries left. And then I'll say, they had a bunch of bread. That's all I want.
Do you need me left over? Because I do need to run out. I said, do you want to run the first room?
Go ahead and let me, because I'm gonna be wandering around here. just going to Frontier?
Well, we'll see. I need to get through the summer.
Go get yourself
Just
some
try
food.
or you guys forgot about the student union bill.
Let me find out what my mom's doing. My dad's not gonna do it. He's just gonna stay here, so let me see what she's
Okay, I'll just meet you out here. I mean, well, just let me know what you're doing out here.
You know, Mark, meal for last night, I was giving my lunch today.
That's the way it is.
Huh? Yeah. My teacher got, no, I bring my lunch. Well, good luck.
No problem, thank you.
See you in a bit.
I hope so.
See you in a bit. Okay.
I think we pay for the guest to come all the way over here.
De veras, no. De veras. I don't know what
I know, I'm gonna sit here, what's all this stuff? I'm gonna drink some coffee with Mr. Last for a second. Are you hungry? No. I'll leave it at Amazon.
I guess, I mean, our day extension is to the cafeteria and there's also the Frontier and Frontier.
We sure your mom up with that by the way, for one?
You'll be fine.
Yeah. Voice is gonna speak, I don't want to go.
Let me give you money to get another 2 years for the.
I'll pay for it. Is that that machine, that parking meter machine, does that take card?
Yeah.
That they debit card? Yeah, okay, I'll go take that, I'll go pay that.
Okay, and do me a favor, in the back seat, when you come, bring that camera collage you had. It belongs to Pablo.
Oh,
He asked me for it, so,
okay,
yeah,
alright.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
Thank you, Federico, for coming.
Oh, you're welcome.
No
I
te
was
vayas,
finding
no te
the
vayas.
present- No, no, wait.
Pues
No,
voice
no.
is the first
I
speaker.
find the presentation so interesting.
Oh, yeah, no.
Sure beats reading the books. You know,
Mm-hmm.
well, it makes the reading the books easier, actually. It's just nice to see, how knowledgeable we are.
Those are the ones that they ask for her grandhandler.
I like him.
Nobody knows what they do. And, well, his experience, I mean, he's gone to Mexico, he's gone to Spain, he's done research, he's researched archives. I like all of it. I thought I knew a lot, but I don't compare to him.
And when he relates it to us,
Mm-hmm.
it has to do with who we are. I still really don't, see that, because they, my friend that I'm a social worker.
Mm-hmm. Also, I have my master's in social work, I mean.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Okay, mine is in government and nonprofit.
Well, I have, my BA in social work and my master's in guidance and counseling.
Oh, wow. Oh, you picked a good one.
Not really.
Those are the ones that get the money.
No, they don't, well, I guess they could, but I'm not practicing counseling, is the problem, right? I'm just kind of trying to get by so I can get my retirement and have my free time so I can do, actually, I'm really into healing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's my.
Into what?
Study healing.
Oh, healing, yeah.
Yeah, curanderismo.
Oh.
That's my real, once I retire,
Mm-hmm.
that's what I'm gonna be doing, is just practicing that.
Mm-hmm.
I almost have it down.
You know,
I've been studying it since.
we're putting trying to put these borderlands college together. And it's about what Joseph said, to teach our people who we are, where we're from, and all our customs. At that time, once we put it together, that I get clearance from the IRS, maybe we can sit down and can be one of our instructors on Bellissimo. That would be great.
Yep.
Excuse me.
You have to get some, study the licensure.
Oh, yeah.
That.
I know.
I'm sure that there's a process, and cause I attended that, curanderismo class at UNM.
Yeah.
They have one there. Have you heard of it?
Want some coffee?
No, thank you.
How have you been?
Good, and you?
Good, aquí nomás, you know how that goes.
I know, there's always something to do.
Let me tell you, man, there's not enough hours in the day, or enough days in the week. Siempre struggling with time.
Yeah.
This morning I started out slowly, had ready now, yeah.
Oh, yeah, when you're gonna have something,
Oh, yeah.
you gotta have everything set up before.
Sure, we came to 7 o'clock and set everything up. And, we were ready to go by 9, but I was like about an hour ahead, before everything really started. So I was wondering, where are my speakers,
I'm getting nervous. I know I wanted to be here by 8, but no, I have a little chore that I have to do.
What's up? That's Joseph's, biography.
Not like, taste of pan de mole?
No.
Speaking of the
No.
knighthood or.
That's one from Texas.
just of the-
Give me a little piece.
There's pan de mole there.
There's vanilla, there's chocolate, and there's.
Bueno, no.
Wow.
Don't worry, I'm not going anymore.
I'll be right back.
Wow, crazy. Crazy.
Okay. Oil introduction then.
The knighthood. Look it up, so that's it.
There's 3 different kinds, so whichever one.
What kind is this one, lemon?
Uno de ellos says vanilla, the other is chocolate, and I don't know what that one is. It's got a good taste though. But you can get, the white one I think is vanilla. The bottom one is chocolate. Yes, no sé si es. It's like chocolate. Rick, not that I. I love my oils. Oh, I'm in love with my headache oil. Oh, smells so fragrant. Lavender, eucalyptus.
Once you understand, you can protect yourself from that.
Yeah, I love oils, I'm a big fan of them. And I had registered for the classes de curanderismo. Y luego,
Are you in them?
yeah,
Oh, I went, the year before.
yeah, it was the year before, and
They
then
have it
my,
every year.
my son got
Why?
sick, so no pude acabarlo. I was really bummed about that.
Last year?
Yeah,
Oh, I wanted to go to the, after the workshop.
uh-huh. And, I did like the first 4 weeks, y luego ya no pude acabar because my son got sick, and,
Oh, I love the ceremonies, man, the ceremonies are so powerful. You know, the opening and the closing.
and I was so bummed.
Pero le va Franco, I could always take him some other time. I wonder if you can get some kind of, license for curanderismo.
I don't know.
I wonder, it's a good question.
I'll sit down. That's okay. I'll sit down.
Oh, there's another chair.
Yeah.
Mira, es una gorra. Is that your hat on the floor?
Yeah.
Give it to me. Yeah, but I've gotten to make different things, como encerados. I remember my mom used to make them.
I've seen a lot lately on, Argentina.
Uh-huh.
I was trying it myself, but yeah,
Just want a piece.
I don't have the patience.
Come on, Alex.
Pan de mole.
I want something to happen right away.
This is good.
15 pounds of it, 5 pounds a piece.
Wow.
La Norma brought the pan.
What does that mean, pan de mole?
Mexican bread.
That's all.
I don't know.
Bread with sugar on top?
Yeah, I guess it's some kind of pastry type bread, is what I understand. Molden?
They have it here now at the Rancho Market, you know?
Yeah, yeah, they do.
So how long have you been doing that curanderismo?
For years and years and years, every chance I get, whenever I go to a conference and there's, workshops on it, I go to the classes, and, when my kids were little, I was doing hands-on healing with them.
Pan molete.
And then, I actually got a limpieza from, what's her first name, Avila, remember her? Avila?
I know who you're talking about.
She passed away.
Elena, I know.
Elena, yeah, Elena Avila. It was sad.
Now she's one of the best, no?
She wrote up that book. She wrote a book on curanderismo.
Are you from here, from Albuquerque?
No, I'm from, Tecolotito.
I thought you were in Mendota for 10 years.
It's not Tecolote, it's Tecolotito.
And then I make Tecolote.
Straight down here where, Tecolote is, and then the 25 miles south, where the Tecolote Creek runs into the Pecos River, and that's Tecolotito. It's just 3 miles, north of Anton Chico. Part of the Anton Chico land there.
A lot of history there. A lot of history.
I met a guy just now, Agustin Esquivel, who knows Chito. What a coincidence, huh? He introduced himself to me. Me dijo cómo se llamaba. Me dice, are you from here? Le digo, no, le digo, from Taos, le digo, but from Chamizal. Man, I know somebody from Chamizal. Me dije, George Vasquez. Le digo, really? Le digo, it's my primo. Then no, me.
I know somebody from there too.
You do?
Yeah. Clyde Lopez?
Oh, yeah, el Flaco.
No,
Went
we
to Highlands
Vegas.
Vegas. Yeah.
Highlands together.
Yeah, el Flaco is my neighbor.
My dad, for this afternoon session, we're gonna have to close this door, okay?
Yeah, we call him Flaco.
I remember him.
Yeah. fight.
I still see him once in a while.
Mm-hmm. We used to see him at the flea market, huh?
Vegas?
Yeah.
Hardly hang around there anymore, no tengo tiempo.
I know.
I'm taking care of my grandkids, but then now I started, taking care of my friends. Oh man, she's just going downhill. She's just, overweight and all kinds of health problems and then, she said, oh, that she needed a whole health person, and she's hired several people, and, you know, it is when you know them and they're a bunch of
Yeah.
geeks.
Oh, yeah.
So she lost the, you know, the little valuables she had, she lost them already. She said, why don't you be? And then I told her, well, I guess, you know, it's a resource I could help her, because I'm always helping her anyway, you know?
Yeah.
But now it's more of a commitment.
Yeah, it real quickly becomes.
¿Dónde iba el papá? Who's gonna
He
go
was
down?
gonna go with RJ to go eat, I guess.
Entregar a chucha de pop.
I already told him.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Me dijo, I went hunting, me dijo, and I couldn't find my hat. No, guess what, they go, once you lose it, you don't get it back, he left. Yeah, small world. I met we went to wine tasting at the Ward Jerome. And I met some guy there from the Pampas. We were just talking, I didn't know him from Adam, it turned out we were even related.
Esta fruta, so con el pelo.
I'm eating that, what
Oh,
do you
okay.
mean?
I think the waste food.
I know, that's why we're so
Está
chubby.
chiquito. Claro, que es sobre, como otro. And,
I used to be the one that cleaned the pants.
I had a friend.
It was my mom's fault, she would say, cómetelo para que no se quede, para no tener que guardarlo.
I had a friend that se llamaba Maclovio. And we would set a table, and they were a big, big family, and every summer they take us to go help them descargar and bale hay and everything, so we'd go. And my tia Matilde had a big table, we sat like 12, 13 people around the table. And Maclovio would always sit in one corner with a big coffee pot, como un pato, one of those big cast iron patos, full of coffee. And he wouldn't let anybody get any. He was only a year older than me. He said, sentaba en la mesa, was the first one to sit down, the last one to leave, because if the table was set and you finished before him, se mudaba de su mesa and that's it, a little bit of something. He'd move from his chair to yours, and he'd eat that, and he'd wait for everybody. He'd eat that with everybody's plate. So, my mom, whenever somebody eats leftovers with somebody else, bueno, Maclovio, yeah, tell you.
yeah, we're gonna have to be down because we're gonna pass those next door.
And, I don't know if he still does that or not, or I'll be in this española, but I still remember he, from plate to plate, he cleaned out the table. My tia Matilde would take a cake or she'd be canning food. Conforme lo sacaba de la pressure cooker, he'd open the first jar. Right away. Whether it was jelly or fruit, vegetables, whatever, meat. No duraba nada, my poor tia. Mm-hmm.
And my mom, you know, when she was little, they didn't have sugar. So when she cooked for us, and she pours on that sugar. A cup of sugar and everything.
Oh, my goodness.
Sweet rice, real sweet rice.
Yeah, rice with the sugar. That was my deal. He'd go to the house. Y le decía, no, ¿cómo está el café, tío? Because he'd put about that much sugar in the recipe. And he wouldn't stir it, so when he drank it, the sugar was still plastered at the bottom. They should like your coffee with your sugar, tío. Ya estaba muy bueno.
Hey, you guys had cake in? Or cake out?
I'm gonna go get mine now.
We took it out.
Pan de dulce.
Pan de
Try our
dulce.
pan de dulce from Texas?
Yes, I'm just tasting it now. I told her I wanna taste it, a ver.
Well, brother, Winfield, you're welcome to some, take what you want, plenty there.
When we were doing the land grant forum meetings, this was, what, in the nineties? It was, always a potluck, so I used to take the cracker pudding.
I love bread pudding.
Which one?
No, cracker pudding.
Sopas?
And when I was growing up, that's all we had was saltine crackers, that's what
Oh,
we
yeah.
were putting out of.
No,
Ah,
I
I
grew
love that.
up on, Ritz crackers.
One time we had only rice, a little bit of beans, you put up tortillas without the spatula, you know, saying to make them rise, and they were a little bit hard, like, by the time they were cold. But that's all there was.
That's why you ate them warm, right off the stove.
Yeah.
Well, I usually grab the first one, but there's other people in line, so you know how that went.
Yeah,
That's why somebody was designated to make the tortillas. As everybody was getting their food, no?
Yeah.
I was a tortilla maker at
Se le
the
prende el globo.
I keep hitting everything, Joe, what is that? He said, I gave it to me, he said, tú sabes, a little bit nice, he said, but I keep turning on the light, they keep looking at me, so.
I think this is cheap.
How do we structure it? You haven't had that, but I do know. You have community of interest. How do you do it? Everybody has different ideas.
Hey, well, being your way here? I can move over here. Can you move it over here?
That's what I think is, those are things that vantage point. You know, when you codify laws, even.
I didn't go in it.
Analogous with the Constitution.
Hasta la lavera.
Thank you.
Hey, nothing's free.
Agustín Esquivel.
I know Pablo, he's a badass, I've met with Pablo.
Dice la televisión como la Santa María de
I'm not saying like to draw on the.
Si me gusta esta con
Well, instead of the trio, I look at
Pablo Sucre.
No, guys that work con el Agustín, se llama George.
Oh, okay.
Y es mi primo, y él lo conoce.
we can see in different areas, but you would want to continue to customer judicial practices. Because that's really what we're doing. So I wouldn't want to regress that. We want to continue our judicial practices. And that's how a lot of cases are won. I got traditional use, you get traditional list, or whether that's indigenous this, indigenous that. You want to have a strategy.
Take a picture of you. A picture of you.
Put a committee together around different aspects of it, and then get recommendations, and then discuss it. I mean, I've done a lot of research on this. A lot of people involved in it. But I definitely, I've probably done 40 years of research in your eyes.
Oh, I love my Jose.
I guess we'll start using you.
You're embarrassing.
We drove over them, él ya estaba aquí, venía de él, no sé, manejando. Y cuando ya no estábamos hablando, we went out to the Walmart. We were looking at people, and I kept looking around, thinking, man, I see these people down in Texas, man. You see them all over. I'm a truck driver, I'm retired now, so, I mean, it's just so.
Okay, folks, we're ready to resume.
Excuse me.
Okay, this afternoon, we're going to discuss the treaty at length and kind of dissect it a little bit. But before we do that, I want to introduce everybody to a personal friend of mine and one of the original raiders in Santa Maria. And this is Mr. Moises Morales, and Moises is going to say a few words. And here you go, Moises. Thank you.
Buenas tardes de Dios. My name is Moises, and I've been involved in the land grant movements since I was a young man. I saw all the injustices that were done to our grandparents when I was growing up. And one of the worst enemies that our communities have had in northern New Mexico, and probably in the state of New Mexico, is an organization called the Forest Service. When the government stole our land grants, they brought in the Forest Service. And to this day, if nothing is done, go to court and try to get some of these rights back, we probably won't survive another 10 years. And I'm gonna give a little history of my community. In my community, everybody had a lot of land, sheep, goats, there were wild horses, there were wild cows, and the Creator had enough grass for everybody. In 1932, el año de la nevada, there was 46 feet of snow in Cumbres. In Cajero, probably about 30 feet of snow. That year, they lost almost everything. If they had 300 head of cattle and they lost 290, and they were left with 10 cows, that's the only permit they left, 10 cows. If you had 1,500 or 2,000 sheep, you were going on the trail para Gobernador, and you lost 1,400, you had 100 left. That's the only permit you had left. And it was all done by people that work for the Forest Service. People that the government would bring to our communities that could care less about the native custom and culture, about our way of life. Yes, anyway, in 1939, my grandparents built a cabin in El Yeso. That was part of their winter pastures. In 1942, my mom and Teorita went and they restuckled the house, the cabin where they spent the winter taking care of their wild herds. In 1946, the Forest Service took away the winter pastures for 2 years to replant the forest. The forest didn't need to be replanted. The forest was replanted by Mother Nature. Between 1946 and the 50s, they took away the mill cow permits. They took away the saddle horse permits. And then they started taking away little by little the little crumbs that were left. And basically what we have now is very little crumbs. We have a few people that have a few head of cows. No more sheep, very little sheep. And that's why the court opened up. Because, people were fed up, they were taking everything away. But it's becoming the same thing over and over again now. We're at the end of the line now. If we don't get our people together, get some attorneys, and start filing lawsuits, I think another 10 years, we have tree huggers, we have Droughts Unlimited, we have, you name it, all these organizations that are put up by the Forest Service, by the government, to come into a community and start ethnic cleansing. Es lo que está pasando, and I don't know what's wrong with our people we elect to office to represent in Washington. We have no representation at the local level. And it's sad that we might lose what little we have left in another 10 years, because once they close our roads, our RS 2477s, and they take control of the roads, and we know that our roads are not important to them because they could care less too. But to us, they have a lot of history, a lot of meaning. Our grandparents, we know the story of all these roads, and that's what they're attacking now. They're trying to take our roads away and close the forest, put up gates, and make it a bioregion for the rich people, so the people that have money can come hunt for trophy bulls, trophy deer, and they have with the people that gave them. So we're gonna need a lot of help pretty quick around the corner. We need some attorneys. We need. We're almost the majority. We have a lot of Chicano organizations. Why can't we put them together como la gente negra, and fight these issues? That's why I got involved in the court of Reyes. And Reyes was a very good man. Reyes was not a violent man. The day that he sent me to the courthouse, I was the first one there. Me and two young ladies from Ritmo Dominguez. Before we did come to go to the courthouse, he made it very clear that he did not want no violence. And there wasn't going to be any violence, but they started shooting. state police and sheriff, they started shooting him and running. So it got off a little bit out of hand, but Reyes controlled it pretty good. And Reyes went to prison, for something he didn't do, like when he went to prison for that burning of the sign in Coyote. He didn't burn the sign. Somebody else burned the sign, but they arrested him. And they said if Reyes would have picked up a gun, they would have killed him. Well, they had a big surprise because there was about 200 rounds all around them. That people were just waiting for somebody to try to hurt Reyes, and it was done on a heart attack. So Reyes went to prison inocentemente for a crime he did not commit. But before that sign in Coyote burned, there was some people hunting a female in a bucket somewhere in one of the forest, and they left a campfire, dos hueritos, and they burned the whole damn mountain. And they didn't even get charged. So that's the kind of justicia que tenemos nosotros, in people of color, And I don't know how we're gonna make our raza wake up, I mean, pretty soon they're not gonna have this shit as polvo ni queso. They're gonna take all that away. And, Nuevo Mexico is one of the poorest states in the United States. We're number 2, Mississippi's number 1. And it's getting worse and worse every day. Santa Fe already started a program to feed their kids at school that don't have anything to eat at home. And their parents that don't have anything in the house. And if the Forest Service succeed in the government of taking away the little crumbs we have in northern New Mexico, it's gonna hurt the whole tax base in Rio Arriba. It's gonna hurt the jobs because the farmers and ranchers and the people who live off of the land, that's their basis. That's their basis for survival. And I'm sure it's happening all over. It's happening probably in California, Colorado, everywhere.
Can you speak a little louder, the folks can't hear
Oh,
you back there.
and I'm pretty sure it's happening all over. It's happening in all the states, But I just want to let you know how I got involved, and then I'll be involved till the end of time, I guess, but we're getting old.
Can I adjust your microphone voices? I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
So I hope out of these meetings that we can come up with something, maybe we can start looking for some attorneys who will help. For example, like I said, the land grants in Northeast Metro, the ones that were stolen in 1905, I see as old Roosevelt. There's a big crack in that, I mean, the crack is bigger than here from that, because that's how obvious it is, how they stole this land. How the president appointed people to the Court of Private Land Claims that knew nothing about land grants. And it's been a one-way street of the taking of all this land grants.
One of our biggest enemies now in northern New Mexico is a group called the Wilderness Alliance. This group is going into the land grants, finding the specially perfect protected parts of the land grants and claiming them for the Wilderness Alliance through conservancy groups and other national organizations. When I had a meeting with them concerning the Rio Grande del Norte up there, Ute Mountain, which is part of our land grant, they just laughed at me and they said, "You'll never beat us." And I said, "Why?" And they said, "Because we have millions of people all over the world that want to conserve that last little drop of water, that want to conserve that last yucca plant, that want to conserve that last tree, and they're giving us millions and billions of dollars to fight against you." And I said, "Wow." I said, "You're probably right." I said, "The worst part is you're all federal and state employees, huh?" And they said, "Yep, we have the money. You're paying us the money that we're donating to the Wilderness Alliance." So a lot of it is we got to take the political offices. The other part is we got to take that chance on the internet that they're taking. And I know that a lot of people have tried to create these websites that want to generate attention for the land grants. But let's not generate attention. Let's generate some funds for the cause, not for our pockets, for the cause. And the simple thing is, if you get one of these flashbangs, every time you're on a computer, you notice that there's these flash advertisements that come on. Get one of those that says, "Join the largest water and land conservation effort in the world." Don't tell them who you are. Just put that and flash it to them. Because like the Wilderness Alliance said, there's millions of people out there that are willing to give their last penny to save that last drop of water. Then you put here, send us $5 and a self-addressed stamped envelope, and we'll send you some information. When they send the $5, you send them back a picture of the land grants and say, here's what we're fighting for.
In the 1970s, there was a thing called companies coming. We were able to stop that. But then when the companies that are coming in now again, the House Unlimited,
How did they do that, Moises? Several years ago, the state of New Mexico, the legislature entertained a law that would allow non-American citizens, okay, to buy property within the state of New Mexico. That was illegal up until like 98 or 99, something like that, when they recreated this law. Right before the GAO report, as a matter of fact, they put this law back in place. And part of, I do research that goes way, way back to the creation of New Mexico by the Spanish. So part of it that happened when the Spanish came is they brought a certain priest with them that was called the Jesuit priest. Okay? The Jesuit priests were all Germans, all trained in mining at the Fry School of Mining in Frankfurt, Germany. That school still exists today. My family's from that arena, from mining, okay? So what they did was when they kicked out the Jesuit priests in 1776, some were killed, but others were disenfranchised by the Catholic Church or disemboweled. They took their vows away from them and they sent them back to Germany. Okay, so what do we have a problem now? We have the German Air Force, which our Constitution states that no other military other than the United States Army is supposed to be training in New Mexico. We have the German Air Force training in Naramagordo, okay? And if you go back to 1932, from 1932 to 1941, we had every German realtor and speculator in New Mexico trying to purchase large tracts of land. Because when the Jesuit priests left, they didn't just leave, they left with the information of where all the Indios had buried the treasures, the mines, in 1680 when they shut down the mining and the end of the slavery. Okay? That's when the Indios closed off all the mines, and the Jesuit priests were the guys with the maps. They took those maps back to Germany with them, and they're coming back for them. It's a world invasion. It's not just simply a few Anglos from the East Coast coming in here. It's a world invasion of New Mexico at this point.
So la cosa es que, como digo, they're doing a good job. Let me give you an example of the logging. North in New Mexico, each community had logging. El Rito, Bracito, Tata, Cantillon, Chama, all the way to Coyote, Garina, and even Cuba. They all depended on the logging. La Compañía 8 took the Forest Service and the tree huggers to court, and La Compañía 8 won. They won everything. Guess what happened? The Forest Service turned around and doubled the stumpage, so it wasn't feasible to log. Now we have tons of trees that are dying all the way from North New Mexico to Colorado. And if the forest fire starts, God help us. And they'd rather see the forest burn than let the people that live off of the land live.
And wasn't that tract also put in some kind of a DNR reserve? Department of Natural Resources Reserve, right?
Yeah.
For future events, in case an event happened in America, a natural disaster, where they would have to take a large amount of lumber. That was what that was being saved for.
But they're dying, they're dead. There's too many trees per acre. It's destroying the watershed, it's destroying everything. And it's going to have an impact, Pacapa Sur, all the way to Texas, because once the north burns, all these little northern mountains burn, the watershed is going to get destroyed.
And I know a lot of this stuff because I used to work for the enemy. I was an initial attack firefighter. I ran all the initial attack in Region 3, New Mexico, Arizona, and Oklahoma for the National Forest Service. So I know where these.
Yeah, and they're still at the same trip. They haven't stopped. Since the day they stole our land grant, since the day they created the Forest Service, since the day we went to the Vietnam War and our grandparents fought the war in the Pacific, they were stealing and stealing. And they're still stealing today, finding ways how to steal.
And remember, Joe, when you showed your video at the last conference, and you showed the picture of Hitler, and we said, because of this man who went to war, you can superimpose, take out Hitler and put Winston Churchill right there.
Oh, yeah.
That's the man we went to war for.
Yeah. So anyway, my message today, and I hope we can unite, and I hope we can start thinking about talking to people from LULAC, I don't know here. Está LULAC, And I tried to talk to some of the guys from LULAC, and we're going to start a chapter in the north that see we get more organizations like LULAC and other organizations to start getting some funds together. And let's do a class action lawsuit. let's start with the land grants that are very easy, like what they're doing in the north end. And I think we can break the ice, because we can prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. If that doesn't happen, pray for us, because en unos 10 años, we're gonna chase all la gente de Ecuador from the high country. Gracias.
I'd like to call, Mr. Ralph Arianes here, and it's through Ralph's efforts that we had this place today, and I wanna thank him, and I'd like for him to say a few words.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Ralph Arianes. Excuse me. I'm the chairman of the Hispano Roundtable of New Mexico. I'm also the executive director for New Mexico LULAC. And I wasn't scheduled to present today, but Frank asked me to say a few words. And so what I'll want to talk about a little bit is some of the accomplishments we've had with the Hispano Roundtable with LULAC over the years. And then also my invitation to the White House Christmas party in 2011. So I'll start with that, the White House Christmas party in 2011. You know, when you invite an activist to the White House, I'm not gonna go there just to drink rum and eggnog.
There you go.
I went over there with a different agenda. And so I wrote this letter to the president, and I handed it to his staff right in front of him, which he read because he wrote me back. But at that time, I asked for 5 things from the president. And I think he's granted most of them. But this letter was handed to the president's staff December 13, 2011. That's when my wife and I were invited to the White House Christmas party, and I met with President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama. But I said in my letter, our top 5 wish lists for the new year from New Mexico are, number 1, get our economy back in order and create jobs. I said the largest employers in the state of New Mexico are not hiring qualified Hispanics to include Sandia National Laboratories, Los Alamos National Laboratories, and Curtin Air Force Base. Well, there's been a little bit of improvement there, but not a lot. And with Sandia, there's been some improvements. With Curtin, there has not been improvements. It's gotten worse. And with Los Alamos, is a whole different animal as well. Difficult to deal with those places. They have billions of dollars, you know what I mean? As you said, we're working with small money. We're all volunteers, even LULAC is volunteers. Number 2, we need more funding for public schools and higher education. Well, I think he's done that a lot, the president has. Number 3, we need comprehensive immigration reform now. And so I think he's taken some steps towards that through executive orders. So I think that has improved under his leadership. We need to get out of Afghanistan and end the war, and he did that, mostly. And then we need a comprehensive United States Department of Justice investigation of the Alfred Police Department, which was done from November 2012 to April 2014. Now we have a consent decree. We've had a lot of success with this administration in certain things. The Hispano Roundtable in New Mexico, we started an Enlace program. We've managed to successfully graduate over 140,000 students across the state of New Mexico since the year 2000. In the year 2000, the Hispanic graduation rate in New Mexico was 35% at best. Our larger schools here, Rio Grande and West Mesa and Valley, had a dropout rate in excess of 70%. Today, since we started in Enlace in the year 2000, the Hispanic graduation rate has more than doubled. It is over 69.5%. So, we did it in 15 years on a shoestring budget. We have 5 districts across the state, with Enlace. We've got a lot of employees, a lot of volunteers, student mentors, on only 900,000 a year. This governor has chipped away at it tremendously. We used to have a budget of about 1.2 million. So with just 900,000 a year, look what we've done. I mean, that's not a lot of money when you compare where I was working at Curtin Air Force Base. One missile drop at White Sands Missile Range is over $1 million, and they do that all the time, every day. You see what we spend on this train and other projects, that spaceport over there, that's $300 million, it hasn't done a thing, you know? So when you see what the government does with some of our funds, they could easily eradicate the drug poverty, easily eradicate hunger, easily bring a living wage to all of us, easily get our lands back. But where's the will to do it? You know, politics and money work hand in hand. We have 1% of the population, the top 1%, we hear that, basically dictating the politics for the other 99%. And so we have to find a way to gain access to the funding rightfully ours to the land. Native Americans are getting little by little their lands back. They just doubled the size of the state of Pueblo just last month, formally, and all these other things. When is our turn to come on? Do we have to wait 1,000 years like the Native Americans did? Well, we might have to if we don't get more proactive about it and start doing these kind of things, institutionalize them in the schools, and so that our young are taught. You know, in 23 years, Hispanics are going to be the majority of this nation, but are we going to be a majority of people that know what's going on, or are we just going to be a majority of people that are just kind of watching life pass by? And so we need to continue this kind of a dialogue, continue educating our youth, continue to gain access to resources. We need a governor in New Mexico that's going to support creating a Department of Hispano Affairs that will address all these things and keep fighting the good fight for what we need to get done. Anything else? Are there any other questions? Yes, sir.
Is the LULAC from here and the LULAC from Texas, are they the same organization?
LULAC is a national organization.
Well, how come they don't pay attention to our language cries to them or in Texas? If they show us the injustice, well, they haven't been done any injustice, they don't even recognize us.
Well, let me say this. LULAC is a national organization headquartered in Washington, D.C. Each state has their own charter, and within each state has councils. We have councils in Albuquerque, we have councils in Taos, Las Cruces, various places across the state, Silver City. So there's charters in Texas. Why don't you form a land grant LULAC council? And
We did.
You did?
We asked them.
No, don't ask. Organize
Give us legal advice, which direction to go.
You have the opportunity to form your own council and take your case to the state board in Texas and to the national board in Washington. In fact, our national president is Roger Rocha, and he lives in Dallas. He's from Dallas.
Well, why don't the national LULAC help us as a group?
Well,
as the heirs of this language.
I don't know, I can't speak for Texas, but I know that LULAC here in New Mexico is very proactive with the land grant groups. So, if you have a council, sir, then they have to pay attention because you have a voting right, etc. So, I think you need to start with forming a land grant council or a water council or whatever you want to start within LULAC, and then take your case to the state convention. Yes, ma'am.
Let me answer your question in part, and I will definitely speak for the LULAC, never been a member, I never will be. The issue is that for every issue that we as Latinos have, I call myself a Chicana, so whatever you choose to label yourself, I respect that. But when the macro culture, when the gringo looks at us, they all put us in the same bucket, okay? We've yet to learn that lesson. The land grant issue is one of the hottest issues in this country when it comes to our rights. the Chicano movement would have never introduced or would have never accepted the land grant movement as one of their platform issues until Tijerina did what he did. And he talked to Corky Gonzalez and Angel Gutierrez and Cesar Chavez and said, look, just like the farm workers and the political and the educational achievement on our people as a political platform, just like Angel Gutierrez said, the election of Latino people should also be an issue. The land grant issue was not at that national level until Tijerina did what he did, and that was the courthouse raid in June of 1967. Then it was accepted by the other horsemen of the Chicano movement as an issue. Look, we all know, irregardless of whether we talk about land grants as a state or by community, the last thing that Reyes Tijerina told me is, if you're gonna continue in this fight, then you all have to unite under land grant issues. From Texas to California to Colorado, it shouldn't be the land grants in Nuevo Mexico or Texas or in Colorado. It should be the land grant issue. Mira, part of the reason that we're in the hellhole that we're in is two, my opinion. We don't understand our history. And if you don't understand your history, it's just like Mr. Sanchez said. If we don't understand our history and promote that history, then we're gonna be in this situation where they don't respect us in any arena. Now, we have made gains through the movement, you know. I owe my education to the movement. I owe that to those people who died so that I could get an education. The majority of us that have gotten an education, we become self-serving, whether we want to admit it or not, and we forget our communities. We get our degrees, we get our good jobs, my family's doing good, que se chinguen los demás. That's the attitude we have. The second problem we have is that we don't have a national leader, so to speak. We always refer to the African Americans. You know, anything happens, you know, Black Lives Matters, that they're killing black people. Well, how they've been killing Chicano and Native American young people like that forever. You know, that never becomes a national issue. We don't unite ourselves porque, oh, que relaje, oh, que manchon, you know? I know because I'm a victim of that, you know. Number one, I'm a woman. Number two, I'm brown. Number three, I'm outspoken. 3 strikes against me if I choose to see it that way. That's not how I choose to see it. So we don't have a national leader. The one thing that I've always said since I was very young, I'm 60 years old today, since I was very young, I'd say, if everybody would unite around our issues the way they unite around the Denver Broncos, but our priorities are not what they should be, okay? So, my suggestion is, and always has been for a very long time, there's enough of us in the land grant movement that are passionate about those issues. You know, I thought that our chance would come with Obama. That's come and gone, okay? He ain't gonna do shit about it because it's not politically correct and it's a hot topic. However, the fact of the matter remains that no matter where we lost the land grants, we all lost them under the same umbrella, right? Where they took our papers that proved that we were heirs and they shredded that because it was all about manifest destiny. God damn it, we will rule from one end to the other. They were only supposed to have gone up to the Mississippi River. You know, ya le quitaron todo el terreno a los indios. But then they realized that we have the Mexican problem. And those Mexicans have a lot of land through land grants, right? So the apathy just kills me. The apathy in our community, because nobody reacts until the problem is at your doorstep.
Okay, let me respond to what you're saying.
Then they get involved.
Couple things. In the 60s, I'm not talking the 1860s, you know, my history in New Mexico goes back for over 400 years. It didn't start with LULAC, it didn't start with a round table, it started with familias de Nuevo Mexico. That's where my activism started. And in the 1860s, when the Confederate Rebel Army came to New Mexico to take over, conquer New Mexico, it was my family and other families in northern New Mexico and the Colorado Volunteers that stopped the Confederate insurgency in Glorieta Pass between Santa Fe and Las Vegas. That's where I'm from, Las Vegas. So we stopped it then. It didn't start with Tijerina. It goes back centuries here in New Mexico. Tijerina came in the 60s. We've been fighting this war for over 300 years before here, right? Even 400 years. Secondly, when you say that there's a police issue, but we don't do anything about it, we just did something about it. We called for the Department of Justice to investigate APD. They're holding them accountable.
We got the media on it every day, and I didn't just do it for myself, I did it for all people.
Thank you.
Raza and non-raza. So we have had tremendous success. Are we perfect? No. And nobody's perfect. But we're working for the right reasons, in the right direction, and we've had some success. As we all know, it doesn't happen overnight. Success takes a lot of time, a lot of work, persistence. And I give everybody in this room a lot of credit, because everybody is persistent here. If we weren't persistent, we wouldn't be at another land grant council meeting, you know, doing the same thing that we've been fighting for centuries. Dr. Garcia Grego.
Yeah, Shirley said what I was gonna say.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
I'm just gonna ask, so would you say that the job employment rate is improving here in the state since you've talked to Obama and all that? I mean.
You know, the employment situation, has improved overall for the economy, the country. Here in New Mexico, we're still last. It's gotten a little bit better because there's been a lot of work from the federal level. We haven't had a lot of support from the governor's office, and that's why we're still last in the nation. The governor has 5,000 positions, vacancies, that are paid for in the budget that she hasn't filled. How can you have a governor saying, I want to improve economic development, when you have a legislature that passed bills with funding attached, saying you have all these positions and you're not even filling them? The government should be set the example for improving the economy. And so if, let's say she hired those 5,000 people, then more jobs would be created from their spending, and then it spurs the economy that way. But so you need to have the support of the federal government, but you need to also have a governor that's in tune with the people. And I don't think we have that right now.
Yeah.
We haven't had it for a while.
We haven't had it for the last 3 governors.
Well, once again, it's just, I think there's a continuous problem. There's not a lot of unity amongst the state, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I think people want to unite, but you have the oil and gas lobby with billions of dollars. That's, you know, a very small percentage of the New Mexico population, and they're not Hispanic. And then you have the rest of us trying to say, hey, I mean, I tried to work with this governor, and I was getting nowhere. So you either try to work with him, or then you pound him. It's one or the other.
A question I also have is even if we're in a growing market for jobs and economy, what is the distribution of how the hiring practices at any large organization reflects the communities that they serve? You know, I work for Presbyterian Healthcare Services, they're about a $2 billion company.
Right.
And when I was in the leadership there, the Hispanic leadership is in the minority. You know, they're a program that Republicans who kind of side with a fiscal Republican view, yet they utilize all of the Medicare and Medicaid processes, and so the majority of the revenues come from the social programs that their party actually, you know, lobbies against. Right. So one of the things we can do as organizations is take a look at and holding an organization accountable for their distribution by you know, doing some analysis on what's the distribution of management and different levels of management and how that reflects their community. We've been talking a little bit about that ourselves.
Right.
And so that's what I'd like to challenge all of us to do, is to take a look at your communities and hold them accountable to represent your communities. And it takes some work, you have to get some numbers, but if you were to show that they're hiring X amount of one population over the other, maybe telling, and I may offer some help, especially for the community.
And I will offer this as well. You know, not all of us forget where we came from just because we got an education. I have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree from Hines University. I was fighting for our community at Curtin Air Force Base. You know what they did? 4 days before I hit 30 years, they removed me wrongfully, a year and a half ago, to deny me my pension. 4 days before hitting 30 years. But I'm winning my lawsuit. I'm winning, but it takes a lot of time. Then they appeal and all these other things.
Plus the 30 years that you invested, that's no longer yours, right?
Yeah, exactly.
30 minus 4 days.
Yeah.
My 40. And really, I exceeded it, but they don't give me credit. I fought forest fires for 6 summers. That's with the U.S. Forest Service, but they haven't given me that credit yet. They tell me we can't find your records. You can't find my records. I paid social security taxes, I pay federal taxes, state taxes from those wages. You can't find that information, you know? So, people are fighting, very few, because they're afraid of what happened to me. And they're afraid of what has happened to others before me. It's tough taking on the system, but it's gotta be done, because if the few, like this, the people in this room are not fighting for land grants, who's gonna do it? If the few don't take the hits on their job, who's gonna do it? You know, some of us, including Tijerina, took his hits, but so have many of our people for years and years and years, for centuries. There's been a few that have stood up and resisted, but there has to be more, which is why I keep going back to, we have to have the education in our systems, in our schools, to talk about this. And it's not gonna be an easy thing. We even had a governor of New Mexico, Bill Richardson, who's a Hispanic governor, veto a Department of Hispano Affairs that would have worked to implement a lot of the things we're talking about. So, you know, and he's a person that has a lot of money and he pays attention to politics. And there's those politicians that are, you know, pure politicians. They're gonna be vying for the next elected office and the next level. So we have to have a strong voice to hold them accountable. Yes?
Ralph,
Yes.
thank you. I'm Rebecca B. Hill. I was formerly B. Hill Hilo, and I was Secretary of State for 12 years. And I fought hard to keep that job and that office in moving in the direction. The land grants are being filed within the Secretary of State's office, and we really didn't have rules in place at the time that I left that office. But and you're talking about politicians now. For 8 years, I fought the system. They tried to kill me out there for 8 years just to take me down and to make sure that I never reached another elected position. But I am running again for Secretary of State because I'm fighting the system again, just like you, Ralph. You and I went through some really hard times in the last 8 years. And you are right. We do not band together. We are not cohesive. We need to stick together with one another and help each other out. And so I have always been a person that talks like that, Ralph. Let's keep us all together in New Mexico. Let's make it better for New Mexico.
That's true. And I mean, they'll use our people, for example, because I was the most senior person there, Hispano there. And I helped bring in other Hispanos through the process. But when it came to the hearings, 4 of those Raza that I brought in, they testified against me. But the judge saw the credibility problem there. You could see right through it. Their stories didn't match, they were all exaggerating, you could tell they were doing something. But the point is, for my 2 hearings, the people that I brought in to the jobs testified against me, crucified me. But I had to appeal to Washington, and I won there. So the fight is never easy, it's costly, it takes time. But we have to have patience, and we have to fight. You have to fight and have patience too, you know. A journey of 1,000 miles, you know, begins with a single step.
But you said something, the key thing here, and thank you for that, it's fear. They put fear into you.
Oh, yeah.
Right? They put fear. Heaven knows I've been there. They put fear in you. So, you know, as a mother, I want to protect my 4 daughters. But how? I can only do so much. But here's the reality. I've always told the people in New Mexico, look, when we filed our lawsuit in Colorado, that we're still going through, yes, it's been a long process. Absolutely, I'm not going to deny that. But what do we have to lose? So when I talk to people in New Mexico and I say, God damn it, we got to start filing those class action lawsuits like we did in San Luis, because that's the last thing we've got left. And people say, oh, but it takes so long. Well, you know what? Justice does take long, especially when it comes to people of color and women. So the thing, what do we have to lose by filing a lawsuit? What are they going to say? No? You know, I think that because we set legal precedents in Colorado, that there's basis for that. In terms of attorney, I've made this offer numerous times to both the Consejo and other land grant people in New Mexico. Let's get the dozens and dozens of lawyers that worked with us pro bono for decades to sit down with your legal minds in New Mexico, which you now have, that we didn't have back in 1980 or in 1960 when Tijerina was doing his thing. Let's sit down with your attorneys in New Mexico and the land grant studies program here at the university, and let's start filing those class action lawsuits. It's one way to build unity and to build education, because we're dealing with ignorance of the history of land grants and us as a people, and then we're dealing with those vendidos that know the history, that have gotten into those positions, but now they're lining their own pockets, or their organizations become self-serving with the knowledge. It's the same tactic that they've always used, divide and conquer. So then they use the fear factor, and it's extended now, because what do they say? You are now a homegrown terrorist. Well, you know what? Let's challenge that.
I agree.
Good job.
Chief Al,
By the way, just so everybody knows that, the Sangre de Cristo land grant does recognize Ms. Vigil Vidon as an heir of the Sangre de Cristo land grant. Portion of her family is from Costilla, New Mexico.
Oh, yeah, we know that.
Chief, a lot of people are afraid because, like myself, I went to the Bend. They accused me of bombing in Chicago, New York. They took me to Chicago, New York. Right?
A bombing what?
They accused me of bombing in Chicago, New York. I got framed up by the 3 highest ranking officers. So people, they saw what they did to me. They were afraid to even tell me what they, we don't want to go through what you went through. So I told them, I'm here. I came out and I won.
Right.
I won all my battles, all the way from Mexico, all the way to Chicago, New York.
Well, and that's great for you, I'm glad you won, and I'm happy to announce that as of December 7th, I won my case, and they had till January the 11th to appeal. They didn't appeal, so they're accepting the loss, but they don't want to reinstate, they don't want us to follow the judge's order. So now we're gonna have to have another hearing to enforce the judge's order, because the federal government, who I beat, doesn't want to cooperate with what the judge, the MSPB judge, ordered. So now we're gonna have to go through the process of enforcing the order. So even when they lose, they still refuse, you know? It's the old adage, you know?
Yeah, another question. What's the possibility, you guys you have chapters in all the states?
Most states, Colorado's are just maybe one council.
What's the possibility of doing fundraisers throughout the states to start building some funds to take some of these cases to court?
Well, you know, LULAC has, you know, each state raises the funding, but basically we're all volunteers. I'm not a paid person for anybody. I lost my job doing what I do, you know, I lost my livelihood doing what I do. So we don't get paid. If we have fundraisers, you know, we could have one for a specific cause, but, you know, there's just not a lot of money into it. But I hear you, we need to organize and say we need to get more proficient at fundraising.
Maybe LULAC could really help by facilitating, like what they're doing here today, is providing facilities for these kinds of dialogues to take place, not only at this university, but at, you know, Highlands and over at Western, Eastern, and Adams State, you know. Maybe we could work with Colorado to try to get something at Adams State, and over at Northern here in New Mexico.
Well, that's the key too,
colleges, you know.
if you have like for example, the way we got this room is my daughter is a member of the LULAC UNM Council. So if you have a council at the university, or an organization at the university, then you have access to get these rooms. That's how we got this. So what we have done is we've tried to form councils at universities. We have a council at New Mexico State University. So if you ever wanted to hold one of these conferences in Las Cruces, then we would talk to our UNM New Mexico State University Council, and then they could also get, you know, conference rooms, conference space there. So we're trying to grow as much as we can, but it's, you know, organizing is a lot of work, and it's not easy, and there's costs associated with that. You know, you don't always have the money to carry out, so you have to gain as much loan power as possible. My good friend Dr. Henry Caso, how many of you knew Dr. Caso? He passed away 2 years ago, actually 2 years ago this month, in 2013. And he told me a few things. He said, Ralph, as an activist, you're gonna open many doors, but they won't be for you. They'll never let you in, he told me. And he's right. I've opened a lot of doors for people, opportunities. But the doors have closed on me, because when you challenge the system, you're the one who gets called out.
The other part is, he says you have to use the systems that are in place. Call out the Attorney General and use their resources to fight for you. Call out the different political offices. They have the staff, they have the budget, they have the access. Use their offices and their resources to fight your fight. Because you're never gonna have enough money to do it. So, those are some things he used to talk to me about. He was an old timer activist, he passed away at 82 years old, 82 years of age. But he was a priest before that, and then he taught here and all that other stuff. He was a lifelong organizer. But he lived a poor life. He lived a very poor life, financially. But he was a wealth of knowledge and a wealth of heart. But what we have to do is also say, hey, Attorney General, what are you doing for the land grant issue? Hey, Mr. and Ms. Congressman or Governor, you know, what are you doing about this? You know, they have the avenues and the resources and the legal resources to do it, wherewithal. Because if, you know, we can have the greatest fundraisers in the world, but they have to be the people to fight too. I mean, why are the Native Americans now realizing a lot of wins? That's because a big part of it is they have money now. The casinos have a lot of money. I don't see Hispanos walking around with a big casino there, and then you can use that for the raza cause, you know?
They pulled the ultimate lever and took the big chance 15, 16, 17 years ago, and they took the big gamble.
Yeah.
And all it took was time to pass, and now they're sitting on top of the world. And you can sit here and not take the gamble, and 16 years from now, we could be coming back to this room and saying, man, we really need that one special thing to happen for us. Well, this is that one special thing.
Well,
Let's
you know,
move forward.
I think we need to create, you know, we have to create the framework and then just go for it. We have to build a framework. What are the goals? What are the objectives? What do we want to accomplish in a year? What do we want to accomplish in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 100 years? And there has to be a plan.
And that's how the cities are doing it, that's how the counties are doing it, that's how the United States government is doing it.
Yeah.
I've been involved with, well, I used to work out of the governor's office, Governor Richardson's office, in organizing towns. And what we would do is we would go into communities and hold these dialogues as to what the people from that particular village or community wanted to see put in place. And as we move forward, we're creating 25-year plans that these people were able to go out and borrow money and get grants and loans from the state for.
You know, and the way to do it also, the fundraising, is on the internet. Look at Barack Obama when he ran for president. I mean, he beat Hillary Clinton. They were the machine. The Clintons were the machine, right? But Hillary was always going after the $2,000 donors, the $25 donors. What did Barack Obama do?
Took the $1 going.
$5, the $1, the $3, and it was nonstop. It was coming in every day. I mean, there's only so many times you can collect $2,500, $2,700 from a person. That's the limit. And then you run out of those people, and then they start hitting us up, and we're like, hey, I don't have $2,500 to get in. But millions of people, $5, $10 a piece. Now that comes to money. So he's the one that started out online. Here's a $3 contribution, and you can do that every month, or do it every week. Hey, instead of buying that cup of coffee at Starbucks, give it to the cause. And before you know it, he was raising millions per week, and he outraised the Clintons and everybody else. So online fundraising is the way we go. There's only so many matanzas you can have, and so many people will have. But if you establish an effective system online, and you use that for a defense fund, now you're talking an accumulation. If every raza, there's what, 70 million raza, 65 million raza in the US.
Just bochos, bro.
If every one of them gave a dollar a week, you're raising $60 million a week, you know? Of course, you're never gonna, you know, you won't touch that many, but you know, even if you have 500,000 donors, you know, that we're doing something.
Yeah.
You've gotta think in terms of mass.
And I think that what we have with the little land grants, with each individual land grants, is we got little states. And what we're talking about, at your point, is we're talking about building a national organization So the little states have to be contributors through that, but they should be contributors through the individual that really wants to support, through the $1, through the $3, through the $5. And that's how we'll build a strong nation. Because the person that's most affected, the guy at the bottom, he's contributing everything he has, even if it's just that $1. He's putting it all in.
And one resource that we do have is land. We do have land. And so how do we use that to generate, funding for, of course, your family, gotta feed your family always, but also, how can you do it to also build the funds, that we need? So,
Yeah, there's a lot of, eco-tourism is a big term now. But we could do like social justice tourism, right? There's a lot of people in the world that wanna learn about social justice. You bring them out to places like Cuesta where there's a super fun project going on, bring them out to Los Alamos, show them all the pollution that's going on there. The misuse of funds over at the spaceport, you can just show them everything.
exactly, you know what?
Hey, Ralph, we have a lot of donors already, they're called taxpayers. We take jurisdiction of our communities, we already have a tax base that we can leverage, paying a little taxes.
Right.
And so I think it's important to notice that placing additional burdens on poor communities and asking them to give an additional $5 to $10 to $25 is difficult. They're basically struggling to, so, we have existing tax base that we need to figure out how do we have cooperating agency agreements, joint powers agreements, and we'll use between the different organizations to make sure that we're not overtaxing our.
Well, that's one of the points I made in the past, is taxation without representation. 50%, over 50% of the population in New Mexico is Hispanic. But it seems like everything that they do in Santa Fe, and sometimes a lot of things they do in Washington, are not really designed for us. I mean, our political system strongly revolves around who has the money. Money gains you access.
And Washington tries to sell that to us but you're Americans anyway, you can benefit from it. But they might not understand that there's cultural and traditional differences, and we wouldn't even step into some of those arenas because it's just against our human nature to not.
A guy named Jeremy Rosenberg wrote some articles in Los Angeles about the dirty little secrets in zoning, about how they were able to zone Los Angeles County and the greater Los Angeles area going all the way to San Diego. And so if you look at him, he stopped writing about 4 years ago, 5 years ago. He wrote a lot of interesting articles about the dirty secrets of politics, and it's a very interesting read. And the same thing's going on in Bernalillo County right now with the San Camino project, with it going on, stealing of water. We have David Sparcy here with our water rights. And so the plight of our communities is continually under the siege of large corporations, right? The Dark Truth is a good movie. Andy Garcia, The Dark Truth, I mentioned at the last conference. It's a good movie to look at. It's about water, and The Dark Truth is an interesting story about indigenous water, cutting and stealing water for beneficial gain for the corporations.
So, that's one of the points we can also make is, with everything, there's taxation without representation. Why isn't there more coming out of Santa Fe geared toward the majority population in this state, which is us, or the majority population in the Southwest, which is Hispanic? California is now a Hispanic plurality. Texas, within the next 3 years, is gonna be Hispanic plurality. New Mexico already is there. But why aren't budgets, budgets aren't changing. The thing is, demographics are changing, right? Hispanics are growing. But the budget towards us is not growing. It's dwindling. So why isn't that being pointed out by mainstream mass media? Why is that being pointed out by Governor Susana Martinez? These kinds of things, that's the reality. But she doesn't even come and talk. She hasn't even had one word with me, even though I've tried to talk to her for many years. But the oil and gas called her, and she's gone. Whether it's in Hobbs, or whether it's in Texas, Houston, or wherever it's at, she's gone.
She likes pizza, just so you know.
She likes pizza. But she won't come talk to her own constituents. She likes what?
Pizza and cocktails.
She won't come talk to us. But we have to say, look, we have to have a concerted effort saying Hispanics are the majority in this state. We want our fair share of the policy and the budget.
Well, just the other day, I was at a water meeting in Taos, and the county assessor was there, and she was saying about how the county assessor's office is really important in the county because they decide, by the tax numbers, where the services are gonna be the best and provided and all this and that, And, they talk about how Cuesta and Costilla and Amalia are lacking in ambulance services, are lacking in road services. And then the next guy from Soil and Water Conservation gets up and he says, oh, by the way, Rio Costilla Park is the biggest taxpayer in the county. And you go north of Cuesta, like today it's snowing and the road's clear to Red River, but north of Cuesta to Costilla, it's not. So who's making that decision about the assessed taxes? That's a lie, see? That decision's not even made by anybody, it's just let's throw it in the wind and see where it sticks, kind of thing.
Discriminating group, are, for example, the John Deere Corporation discriminates against people of color.
Yeah.
There was a lawsuit filed against FHA about 10 years ago. They paid Native Americans $250,000, the black people $250,000, but the Hispanic people $50,000.
Oh, I know.
Look at the difference between.
And very few, and very few.
Very few.
The other thing is, we need to be more organized and proactive about voting. We have big numbers, but the last election here in Albuquerque, I think only less than 10% of Hispanics voted. Less than 10%.
That's how you get the attention, bro.
And that's how we're losing, that's how people get, like Susana and these other ones get in office. They already know who's gonna show up and who's not gonna show up. How do we change the dynamics of that? How do we say, I use Facebook all the time, to get people to vote, to teach people stuff. Our program here that Dr. Sanchez talked about, right here it has 2 pages dedicated to the Palace of the Governors. Because I put this on Facebook numerous times that the Palace of the Governors was built in 1610. The White House was built in 1800. Who brought government to this land? We brought government to this land. We wrote the water laws. We wrote jurisprudence in this building in 1610. Not in that White House in 1800. We brought government to this land, and the farm and ranch industry.
Yeah.
And the environment. We were the first environmentalists, us and the Native Americans. But we brought the farm industry, we brought the ranch industry, and we brought the agriculture industry, which is still the basis of our economy today. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. I saw Rebecca walk in. Hi, Rebecca, how are you?
Good, I didn't recognize you.
Everybody look at Rebecca, and
Gracias,
I wanna
gracias.
thank you for, you were the one that recorded our land grant bylaws at the Secretary of State, and I appreciate that, thank you.
Of course, and if I do have a chance to get back into the office again for another 4 years or 8 years or whatever, I am always there for us, for Nuevo Mexicanos, because I know where I come from. And I know where my parents came from, and their parents. So we've been here since 1695. Francisco Montes Vigil and his wife and his children settled in Santa Cruz de la Cañada Community Land Grant, and we have been here since then. I don't want to disrupt this conference. I will be outside getting signatures for my petitions to be filed tomorrow at the Secretary of State's office by registered Democrats. If there's anyone here who is a registered Democrat, I will be outside. I don't want to disrupt anyone here. But thank you, Skip. Good to see you.
At this time, I'd like to call, my friend Jose. And before I let him speak, though, I want to thank all the people from Texas that made the long trip to be here. I want to thank Shirley and the people from northern New Mexico and southern Colorado that came here. And I want to thank everybody that came here.
Well, he doesn't wanna speak.
I'll try not to bore you guys.
Not too much.
No quiere, no.
We can go ahead and proceed with the manifest destiny portion of the treaty. And we're not gonna take too long, but I'm gonna let Jose kinda handle that. And there's only one thing that I wanna say that he's gonna expound on, is that at the end of this meeting, we should try to form some kind of a council to create a national council to have the land grants re-adjudicated and done right. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Frank. I want to take a moment to thank Frank Trujillo once again for allowing us the opportunity to come out to New Mexico and to be able to communicate, at least between two states, on the progress or the lack thereof of land grant issues. But before I get to the manifest destiny, I want to tell you something. I've heard a lot here today. I've heard a lot of interesting information. I've heard a lot of ideas. I've heard a lot of people with probably very good ideas. But they're just that. That's all they are. Let me tell you what Two Countries, One Life is about. Myself, Elmer Sierra, Jose Garcia, and Amy Frazier right now are representing this group today. And we work every day. We call, network, email. I'm in Illinois most of the year, and then I bounce to Texas back and forth. They are based mostly out of Texas. But let me share something with you. You hit on so many points that we talk about constantly. But we also care about other people. And one thing that you have the power to do is represent Mexicanos, Latinos, Chicanos, the Hispanics, by getting involved with other people and their plights. Yours is not the only issue. Land grants is, the universe does not spin around land grants. Go to Baltimore, Ferguson, ask them what they're thinking about over there. Land grants? Go to Burns, Oregon. Ask them people, hey, we're talking about land grants. What do you want to know about them? What do you got? Can you share anything with me? They'll look at you like you're nuts. Why? Because this issue is your issue. Last month, I got on the phone and I said, boy, that's Jose Garcia. I'll have him speak in a minute. I said, what's going on in Oregon, man, with M.M. Bundy? He goes, man, it's a trip up there. Why aren't we talking about that? Why? Why is that important? Because they're doing the same thing they did 168 years ago, taking land by force. I don't hear anybody talking about that. I don't hear Mexicanos talking about that. I don't hear anybody saying that's an injustice. Nobody cares about Indians. Who cares about the Indians? They're millionaires. They got casinos. So that night, when I first heard about this, because I know Bundy, he's been in Vegas, his father, and there are all these kind of same type of manifest destiny Anglos that feel they have a right to everything, even though you won't. So I said, I gotta learn more. I gotta learn more. Let me start reading. Let me get on the web. Let me start, getting as much information as I can. I want to know, why are the Indians upset? Does anybody know why the Indians were mad about this whole Burns, Oregon? Does any of you guys know?
I do.
Go.
Well, at least partially. A lot of their lands were taken away, all the way from Washington State, Oregon, into Canada, all over, and that was okay. But These guys are in there occupying a federal, land and building, and they're getting treated with kid gloves.
You got it pretty close. Let me tell you what that's all about up there. It's about 806,000 acres that the government took in 1908 away from the, what are they, Paiutes? Paiute Indians. They took that land away to make a national park. The Roosevelts, Teddy Roosevelt and his wife, they wanted to have a national park. You see, it just belonged to the Indians. The Paiutes have been fighting to get that land back for 100 years.
Yep.
And they still can't get it because it's a national park. The problem is Indians, and this is what blew my mind. The Indians have an interest in that land, not just because it's land. But for 8,000 years, their ancestors have been buried there. Sacred ground that these cowboys are trying to step on and squash and claim to be their land. Because they don't want to pay the fees to feed their cattle to the U.S. government. That's what that whole fight was about. It was about paying fees to feed Ammon Bundy's cattle. Because you see, you may or may not know, and it only took me about a night or two to find this all out, so it's information that's everywhere. But how many of us took time to look at that? See, Ammon Bundy got a government loan for $563,000 to buy that cattle and that land and feed his cattle on government land. But he said, hey, that's not enough. I don't want to pay those fees. This should be free to me. But the problem is, Bundy didn't respect the Indians' ancestry, and there's relics, and there's bones, and there's arrows, and there's this, and there's that, belong to the Paiutes, and they just jumped right in and took that building over. That's why the Indians were mad. So I got on the internet, and I said, let me look. Paiute Nation, that's right on the internet. Let me see if I can get a phone number. Oh, here we go. This guy's name is Jarvis Kennedy. He's on the Council of the Paiutes in Burns, Oregon. Let me call him. I call him. He picks up the phone, and he's at a meeting in Burns, Oregon. He says, can I help you? I said, yeah, this is Jose Sierra. I'm with Two Countries, One Life. I said, if you got a moment to talk to me, he says, go ahead. And I said, I see you guys on the news. How's it going up there? He says, not good. This was a month ago. And I said, wait a minute. I said, let me tell you something. Do you know who we're all about? He goes, never heard of you. I said, we're an organization in Texas that's fighting land grants in Texas. He goes, I know about you people in Texas. I know you've got the same problem we do. The government took your land. I said, yeah, but they give it to special interests. The government didn't get it, but people got our land. And he goes, what do you want to know? I said, I just want to know, is there a way we can help you? He says, what do you mean help me? I said, listen, if you want me, I'll come up there, I'll jump on a plane tonight. I said, I'll fly up there and I'll meet with you guys. Can you set up a meeting? He goes, you know what? Let me talk to my people. I have to approve it to the council. If it was up to me, his name is Jarvis Kennedy. He's the guy that you might have seen on CNN with the tattoos of feathers on his face. And he's got like eagles tattooed on his face. He's the big ominous dude that is the sergeant of arms of that Paiute Nation. So we conferenced the call, Elmer, myself, and Jose Garcia, and I said, look, dude, we'll help you, but, we don't want to step on you. We don't want to cause a problem for you. But we have the same fight going on in Texas, because the Ammon Bundys that you're fighting today, we were fighting yesterday, and they took our lands. And we'll help you stop. I said, I don't know how, but we'll help you stop those people from taking it. He says, you know what? I like you. I like the way you sound. I'm going to talk to the council, but this choice isn't mine. The council has to decide to allow you to come up to express your views. Is that okay with you? I said, sure, go ahead. I waited 2 weeks. Jose Garcia, Elmer, and myself got on the phone. Let's call him again. I haven't heard a call. We had no call back. I call up. Hey, Jarvis, what's going on? Hey, Jose. He said, well, we're still arguing about what to do. I said, let me ask you, do you want us to come up? He goes, I'm gonna tell you the truth. We don't know what to do. Wow, that sounds familiar. It sounds like Mexican people, doesn't it? Indians? We don't know what to do. They're on our land and we want them off, and we've been on CNN and we talked to everybody. And I'm going to tell you something, nobody could come to a general consensus. Indians, 2016, having the same issues that your ancestors did 167 years ago. White man taking their lands. You get the picture? So I said, I tell you what, you don't have to invite us down there. I'm going to tell you how to solve this problem. He says, you got a problem, how we can solve it? I said, yeah, man. Can I get a glass of water? Thank you. I said, I thought about this the other night because I'm thinking of you, brother, because I know what you're going through. You got these Bundy characters with rifles, and you're sitting there, and your whole people are loathing these people because they're stepping on your ancestors' sacred ground. I said, but we think we got the answer. I saw you on CNN say, these people, did anybody see that guy on CNN? Anybody see him? Well, trust me, he was on CNN. We saw him. He says, we don't know what to do with these people, but our people are talking about going in there with guns. I said, you ain't going to win. I'm going to tell you that right now. Because around that compound, there was hundreds of FBI and, government agents and sheriffs and state police and whatever. I said, if you go in there, thank you. If you go in there, Jarvis, you're going to lose. You're going to become the villain. He said, Jose, what would you guys suggest? I said, I'm going to tell you this, and I want you to think about it. I'm going to see what you guys think of this idea. I said, I'm going to fly up this weekend, and I'm going to want you to walk with me to that compound and that gate in Burns, Oregon, and I'm going to sit there with a white flag with Bundy, and you're going to be standing next to me. And you're going to tell Bundy we're coming in. He says, we're coming in? I said, yeah. And here's what you're going to tell him. Instead of telling him to go home and get out, you're going to say, we're coming in with you because we think you're right. The U.S. government is wrong. What am I out? Oh, the zipper? Okay. He says, Jose, I'm going to tell you something. That's a hell of an idea, but ain't nobody talking about going in with a white flag and peace. I said, no, because you know what? It's about a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye, and you're ready to go in there with guns, and I know that. That'll be the biggest mistake you make. I said, because if you walk in there with a white flag, and you and me stand there, and we tell Bundy we're coming in, and if he don't let you in, here's what's going to happen. You're going to tell him you're going to bulldoze that gate down. The next day, you're going to bulldoze it, and we're going to have 1,000 of your tribal people with us. Kids, women, people standing there, coming in to stand with you. That the government, it is wrong. They wronged you, and they're wronging us. But this is our sacred land. So we're coming in to protest with you. But we're coming in without weapons. We're coming in peace. He said, I love this idea. This is a cool idea, but it ain't up to me. And nobody's talking about peace right now. Why? Because they're talking about getting even with guns. Because Burns, Oregon is starting to heat up. This was about 3 weeks ago. I said, here's why you're going to do this. And the questions came to me, well, what happens if the FBI stops me? What are they going to stop you for? You're not breaking the law. These guys are trespassing. He said, what if they shoot at us? I said, if they shoot at you, you're unarmed. You think the FBI is going to be standing there and allow them to start shooting at you and innocent children and women? I said, they'll raid that whole building and they're gone, those 20 guys. I said, you're going to be the heroes. You're going to wind up being the heroes in this deal. You're going to be on Time magazine because you're walking in nonviolent. You're walking in because you are outsmarting them. You're outsmarting Bundy and you're outsmarting the U.S. government because they can't arrest you. You haven't committed a crime. The crime is being committed by Bundy and they haven't arrested them. He goes, I'm going to take this idea to my council and I'm going to tell them what you just said to me. I said, brother, you got our blessing, and if you need us, call us and we'll be there. He said, thank you, Jose. Hung up the phone. The next week, all hell broke loose. The FBI got it. We never got an answer. But we tried to help them. Because that's what we don't do, is help others. It's not about land grants for us and the whole world. It's just about us with land grants. The world has other problems. You make friends with these people, they'll come and they'll stand with you. Blacks, browns, other people, Indians. Show that you have compassion for their causes. And guess what? They're going to come and rally to your cause. Right now, Mexicans can't do this alone. Why? Because to begin with, you don't know how to fight. None of you do. And I told people, it's not about how strong you are or how many guns you have or how many bullets you're going to shoot. It's about how smart you are as a people. That's it. You're not talking their language in Washington, D.C. You're speaking some other foreign language they could care less about. Why? You have no power. You have no money. Who cares what you think? Oh, you're mad? Okay, great. Go home. Nobody cares. Why? Because none of you will stand at the Capitol. Not only on the 2nd of February, but once a month with 100,000 people and say, we were wrong and we want justice. You see, tomorrow's show that you guys are going to put on, I've never been there, and I'm not trying to disrespect it, but I can't even get people in Texas to come up to the Capitol on one day of the whole, year, because that's not their nature. Their nature is they don't know how to fight, and they're noble people, and you're asking them to do something that they don't like. Confrontation. They don't feel comfortable with it. I've been told you're too rude, you're too mean, you disrespect these poor politicians. What do you want me to do? Say, oh, thank you for 168 years of frustration for me and my family, and thank you for robbing all my children's futures and my grandchildren's futures, and denying them the opportunity to have had oil on their lands and be millionaires. Yeah, we want to thank you for making us poverty-stricken. Thank you. But that's what it says. Your mere silence is telling you that you're not willing to fight for your stuff. I told you, I got a speech. I was going to read it, but I decided to save it for tomorrow. About Tejerina and Cortina. Because they had the right idea. They fought back, but they fought the only way they knew how. And that was through violence at times. Because they weren't, let's be honest, we're smarter than we ever been. But we're still not as smart as the Anglos. They write the laws, and we don't. They set the tone in the legislature, and we don't. Oh yeah, we got Mexicans that are on the legislative board. Yeah, they were elected. Guess what? Go talk to them and see if they're talking your language now. They're talking about their careers. They're talking about becoming governor. They're talking about graft and corruption. They're talking about easy money, and you know what? They like their world. They forgot where they came from, okay? You're still in the trench. They're not in the trench anymore. They don't care. Look, Texas is loaded with them. I got 100 Latinos in the legislature, and they're not even the majority, and they're the same way. They care up to a point until the Anglos tell them, ain't gonna happen here today. And they say, you know what, we'll do the best we can. Do you know why they get away with that? Because my people in Texas won't stand at Austin, Texas with 150,000 people. They won't go to the Alamo and stand there with 1 million people. Oh, I'm sorry. Too loud?
No.
Okay. So the bottom line is this. I heard a lot of great stuff in here, but that's all it is. Great stuff. The key is, what are you going to do about it? Because we could talk all day here. Maybe tomorrow we could talk all day too. And guess what? When I go back to Texas, you're going to be right in the same spot where I left you. And a year later, when I come back, you're going to be right in the same spot. Unless you do something. It's up to you. It isn't up to somebody else. It isn't up to these kids. These kids right now, they're worried about their iPhone 6. They're not worried about land grants. They're worried about what color the Mercedes-Benz is going to be when they get out of graduate here. They're worried about their careers, even though they're Hispanics. They don't know anything about your world, where you came from. They don't know anything about your struggle. and you ain't telling me. You're over here with a group of individuals that all agree with each other. What are you gonna do here? I can tell you nothing, because I've been to these meetings all over Texas. And I'm not condemning New Mexico, I'm only saying you're no different than we are. And I see it. Problem is, we decided to do something different. Two countries, one lie is doing something different. We're doing something nobody else has ever done. And that is, we're gonna fight the United States. Nobody's ever fought, everybody's fighting New Mexico, everybody's fighting Texas, everybody, and guess what? You might have got an inch in your battle. That's how far you've traveled in history here in 167 years. You're not really where you should be. Why? Because you're fighting a bureaucracy in New Mexico that's no different than Texas. They don't give a shit about Mexicans. And even though they're full of Mexicans here, you're not in control and you're not in power. The power speaks, and that's what you're facing. Now, you're a group of individuals, you're all intelligent, you're all adults. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to wait for Frank to do something? Are you going to wait for Moises to do something? It's up to you. It's not up to somebody else. Shirley, fire is coming out of your heart, baby. I love you. Pablo, fountain of information. But it's stuck right here. And it's not going any further.
But that's not our fault.
No, I'm not blaming you.
That's because of the people around us.
I'm not blaming you.
They refuse to let us spread our wings and fly like eagles. They want us to be pigeons on the Floridian peanuts, bro. And that's the people around us.
You don't think
Those
that's
are our
happening?
friends.
Wait, you don't think that's happening to us in two countries?
I know it is.
Oh yeah, it is. I told you, I feel for you guys. But here's the deal. Remember I told you it's about a common thread? We're all woven from the same fabric. I have a beautiful speech. And by the way, my two sisters write all my speeches. And they are amazing. You're going to hear a speech tomorrow. It's going to blow your mind. They're 75 years old, and my other sister's 73. And they have a fire like Shirley. They have a passion for putting words together. And they said, you know what? I can't be with you in New Mexico, but my words will be there with you. And that's what I'm going to read tomorrow. I was going to actually read it today. But because of time, and I know Frank tries to get as many people, and I appreciate that. Well, I have to be brief, so I can't take 2 or 4. My meetings in Texas last 4 hours. This is a short meeting for me. So what I want to tell you is this. When I talked to those Indians in Burns, Oregon, I didn't have to call them. I could care less about Indians. They mean nothing to me, right? But if I'm fighting a cause in a battle, what's wrong with asking for their help or me giving my help to them? And as a people, we gotta care about each other because we're facing the same enemy. And that enemy is state and federal government. So, Manifest Destiny. We'll get back to it. I just wanted to bring that brief up there because I want you all to think about what I'm saying today. Manifest Destiny. I had a speech written about Manifest Destiny, but I gave it in Texas. But my friend Frank kindly asked me to remark about it. I'm going to tell you about Manifest Destiny, but I don't like to dwell on it because it was written by racists. It was read to the racists, fed to the racists of Texas. And basically it was a concept of white and eliminating brown and black. That's all it really was. It was, I'm an Anglo, I'm a white man, and you got no business owning 100,000 acres. You got no business, I don't care who you got, King of Spain, King of Mexico, King of Jamaica, King of whatever. You gotta go. And that's what happened. We went.
There's actually a clause in the United States Constitution that says that we as Americans do not acknowledge any form or type of nobility. It's a little clause in the Constitution. But yet, every time that those people in England spit out a baby or get married, we're the first people on the news, if not them.
Unfortunately, Anglos are writing those things that you're reading, and Anglos did not have an agenda for Hispanics or blacks.
And they didn't want any chief from any pueblo or anything recognized as a king either.
Right. No, because you're not on the list. You're not on the party list, you know? You're not invited. But you're here. And that's where the problem is. So Two Countries, One Life starts thinking, okay, what do we do about this? What do we do that the New Mexican people have done? What can we do? I heard today, we gotta get a lawyer. You don't think we tried that? Talked to a lot of lawyers. And guess what? I've heard a lot of different reasons why they don't want to take the case. Why don't they want to take the case? One guy told me, I got skeletons. I'd love to take this case, but I don't want the IRS up my ass. He said, that's why I won't take this case. He says, I don't want the federal government harassing you. I understand that. I can relate to that, but I can't take it. Because I'd have to take 8 months off and catch up to you because of everything you know about this. I can't afford it. I chase ambulances, I get the easy cases where people get car accidents. Because I make money all the time. If I stop and just do this, I gotta give up a lot of cases to catch up to you guys. So you see, there's a lot of people who don't want this case. They're scared of the IRS. They're scared of the American government. And they are also scared of, guess who? Us. Because they don't know anything about us. So I said, you know what, we gotta think outside the box. I'm like Shirley and I'm like Pablo. I gotta think out of the box. What kind of an attorney would really want to help us? I got it. Elmer says, I got a woman that was doing the tribal Indian case. She's a tribal hero. She's doing a Navajo thing, and actually she's from New Mexico. People know her here. And she was interested in this case, but she was too busy for the U.S. government. And she didn't want to sue the U.S. government because she had a job with Homeland Security?
Homeland Security.
Homeland Security? Okay. I said, lady, why didn't you tell us that at the beginning 2.5 months ago? We wasted all this time waiting for you to look at this case. She goes, you know, you got a good case, but you don't have a case. I said, I don't understand this woman, you know, this attorney. So we've talked to lawyers. We've had lawyers. We've done this and we've done that. And lawyers are is hard to find to do something that you think is righteous because they're not into the righteous kick. They're into the money. So here's the deal. I said, I'm going to get the best constitutional lawyer in the United States. And guess what? I got on the phone, started calling. And I got a hold of somebody, and they gave me a number, and they gave me an email. Kept going, man. I didn't stop. I kept going. And I tripped on this guy named Bruce Fein. F-E-I-N. Look him up. You can Google him. You'll learn all about this guy. This guy is wild. This guy is probably the best constitutional lawyer in Washington, D.C. How do I know that? He was the lead counsel with Bill Clinton in his impeachment case, and he won. This guy knows his stuff. I like this. Doesn't mean he's going to take the case, but I like this. The guy that went to NSA, that went to Russia, he's the counsel for his father right now. So this guy is big time. This guy is in it, man. He's connected.
What's his father's case?
His father is trying to do something to get the government to allow his son to come back. And I don't know what he's doing. There's a maneuvering going on. But he hired this attorney to do that.
What's his first name again?
Who?
Fine.
Bruce Fein. I looked him up on YouTube. He's got 100 videos. This guy has spoken everywhere. He's a civil rights genius. He's a constitutional expert. What do we need him for? Because if we in Texas can get him to take our case, we are going to try to break the door down to say, this is Texas. We're breaking this door down, Mr. U.S. government, to allow California, Arizona, New Mexico to follow us in because we're claiming a fraud committed on land grant descendants. If you weren't here for my presentation last time, some of you were, I know that, we showed and proved how this fraud was done to our ancestors by the U.S. government. And there's a little concept in law. If it's a fraud to one, it's a fraud to all. If you prove that, you United States has got problems, guess who's gonna be saying, hey, me too? New Mexico,
And what's the statute of limitations on fraud?
okay?
None.
The 1941 convention is where the fraud was committed, and we can prove a fraud in the 41 convention. If it's fraud in 41 convention, it nullifies that treaty. If it nullifies that treaty, then all the land grants of all the states have to be reviewed and redone. So this is where we're at. Now I'm telling you, you're the first people to hear this. Does that mean we got this guy? No. This means we're getting to this guy, and he has read what we have sent him, and he said, I want to talk to you guys. I want you to fly to DC. I want to meet with you. But not during the week, he says. Not Monday through Friday. No, because I'm going to get interrupted. He says, I want you here on a Saturday or Sunday, and I'm going to give you 3 hours of uninterrupted time to prove your case to me. Because if you can't prove your case to me, you can't prove it to a judge. I said, fair enough. Bring it on. We're ready. So I got my retainer. I'm telling you stuff that nobody knows. The retainer is for his time because you may not have a case. He will tell us if we have a case. So we're confident. We're reading our stuff, rereading our stuff. Elmer's getting all of the documents together. We've got poll taxes, we've got this, we've got that. We're feeling great, man. We know this is it. This is showtime. Because if we can bust this door down, I got a feeling everybody else is going to be following us in. So, you see, we've done something for you. And we've tried, just like the Indians. Why? Because you're the same blood as we are. What hurts New Mexico will hurt me. What hurts Texas will hurt you. We have to feel for each other. We have to have compassion for each other. Because if you don't have that, then you ain't people. You're not a people. You're just strangers. So you see, 2 countries, 1 lie is moving forward with that. And Manifest Destiny started all this crap. Because the white man knew that if he was in charge and he was the majority, Mexicans don't count. Indians don't count. Blacks certainly don't count, man. So you see, this is going to be an interesting little trick. Because, you know, I've been to attorneys and they said to me, Mr. Sierra, prove your case to me. Tell me, what's the crux of your case? I said, it's very simple. I've got an hour-and-a-half presentation. You want to watch that? He goes, no, I ain't got time. Tell me right now, what's the crux of your argument? I said, I can prove my ancestor, Jose Narciso Cavazos, was a U.S. citizen. He says, you can? How can you do that? I said, because I'm using a document that you created to enslave them, the poll tax. Because you see, I have documents that Elmer had found in the archives in Washington, D.C. that said in 1851, 52, 53, 54, that our ancestor was paying $1.50 a month to vote. And we're using that against him. If you don't have that document, you ain't going nowhere. Because you see here, we do mock trials, our guys. Our group gets together. They're no different than Pablo and Shirley getting a group of individuals. You beat each other up with words because you're bouncing them off to see if it sticks. So I looked at everybody, I said, okay, you're going to go to court, right? So I tell my guys, what did your ancestor do? He owned the land. Okay, great. He lost the land. Okay, great. What does the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo say? From 1848 to 1849, you got 1 year to decide if you want to be a U.S. citizen. Isn't that what it says, Pablo? After 1 year, if you're still on that land, you're a U.S. citizen, right? Here it comes. So these guys say the same thing because they're smart. They know what I know. We talk to each other. I said, can you prove it? Prove that you know that your ancestor is a U.S. citizen. That's before we knew what a poll tax was. I said, prove it to me. I said, if you can't prove it, he's going to look at you and say, how do I know he didn't go back to Mexico in 1848, 1849? Because if he surrendered his citizenship, I got it right here. If he surrendered his citizenship, he's a Mexican national. And if he's a Mexican national, he gets no rights as a U.S. citizen. That's what the treaty says. Am I right? You tell me if I'm wrong. If he's there past 1849, still on that land, and you can prove he was there, how you gonna prove it if you don't have the full text?
Land patent.
Okay. The bottom line is, you have to have a document that says he was there. Okay. Let's say Shirley says, well, my ancestor, I don't know where the hell they went because they lost their land to Anglos. So I don't know if they went back to Mexico or not. I said, guess what? Even if he went back to Mexico after 1849, and let's just say they did, he's still a U.S. citizen. Because you can't take a shower and take off the U.S. citizenship. If you leave after 1849, you are automatically a U.S. citizen. And there's no renunciation. Does anybody know what renunciation means? Renunciation means giving up your citizenship as a U.S. citizen. This is the Renunciation Act of 1944. The Renunciation Act of 1944 is very interesting. Why was that made? Well, let me read you this piece of the paragraph so you can get an idea of if your ancestors were U.S. citizens and went back to Mexico, they were still U.S. citizens. But that's not what the government says. But here's what it says here. Prior to the law's passage of 1944, it was not possible to lose U.S. citizenship while in U.S. territory except by conviction for treason. That's the only way you could lose your citizenship. So if your ancestor was here in 1851 and went back to Mexico because he lost his land, he's still a citizen. And he can't take a shower and wash that off. He can go back 20 years later and he's still a U.S. citizen. Don't believe me? Read the article. Why was this created? Do you know why this was created? Does anybody know why the Renunciation Act was created? The Renunciation Act was created to get rid of Japanese people that were U.S. citizens. They were put in camps. Show the Santa Fe camp. Pass it up. They were put in camps all over California. They were herded in internment camps. The Japanese people were herded around in 1941 by Franklin Delano Roosevelt. They were put in internment camps in California, New Mexico, and Texas. Oh, it gets better. You're going to love this one. Because I'm taking all this to this attorney, and I'm going to explain to them how this whole concept was so bad for the Hispanics. You see, these people that went to internment camps were U.S. citizens, but they were Japanese. And they were put there because we were scared they would start doing something against us in 1941. Franklin Delano Roosevelt is the same guy that messed up our ancestors with the treaty in 41. So, what does an internment camp got to do with us? Very simple. Because these Japanese people were herded in these camps, and you see the one with Santa Fe. Now show them the other one with the other town in New Mexico where 2 of them were killed. What's the name of that town?
Lordsburg.
Lordsburg. Anybody ever hear of Lordsburg? Yeah. 2 Japanese internment citizens of the United States were killed in Lordsburg by a guard in the U.S. government because they wanted to go to the bathroom. You think I'm lying? Read it. They went to the bathroom, they asked to go, and the guard says, no, you ain't going to the bathroom. They were on a detail in an internment camp in Lordsburg, New Mexico. I don't even know if you guys even knew this. But that guard was a hero when he shot those 2 Japanese no-good bums who were U.S. citizens and did nothing wrong, by the way. The problem is, one guy said, we better investigate this to make sure that this guy didn't murder these 2. And guess what? They found out they were murdered by this guard, and instead of being a hero, the guy was put to trial for murder. But because he had an all-white jury, what do you think happened then? He was let go because they said there was not enough evidence, even though he shot both of them in the back. You have the document there, read it and pass it for me, please. I couldn't get enough copies today. What does this got to do with anything? Well, your two camps of New Mexico, Lordsburg and Santa Fe, were notorious because those Japanese people were like you. They were mad that they were being charged with crimes and they did nothing wrong. And they were U.S. citizens. So guess what? They said, you know what? Let me out of Santa Fe, New Mexico. Let me out of Lordsburg. Send me back to Japan. I was born in the United States, but I want to give up my citizenship. And now you know why this was born. To get rid of those Japanese that were interned. Because these people were not happy, and they were fighting the government tooth and nail in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and also Lordsburg, New Mexico. An injustice that no one talks about. But there you go, read it. You can read it. So I said, you know what? That's interesting. Because you see, the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, what has that got to do with it? Well, very simple. The Treaty of Hidalgo Guadalupe says, if you are on that land in 1849, your family is a U.S. citizen. That's what it says. Everybody knows that, right? Except there's a problem with that. And none of you know this either. In 1849, I would say 1849 to 1854, 95% of the people, I'm only talking Texas because to tell you the truth, I don't know a lot of your history because I was researching for 40 years in Texas. But it's the same issue, trust me. What happened in Texas was that these people, somehow or another, if you could prove that you were a U.S. citizen, and you were there past 1849, and I told you we can, and we're going to D.C. to do that, now you violate the Constitution of the United States, the 5th and 14th Amendment. And they got a problem. If we can prove this, because they had no business dealing with Mexico on our behalf. If we were U.S. citizens, they should have dealt with all of us directly. But they didn't. So you see, there's a little problem, and this Constitution lawyer picked up on that. His chief of staff called us last night, and he told us, my boss, I've handed him 100 cases, and he said, I have never seen such a complex case of an injustice. I need to meet with these people. Wow, come on down. So you know what? He's giving us an audience, and I appreciate that, even though it's costing us $1,000. I'm all right with that, because this guy's an expert. The problem is, he could say no. And now I took my guys, and I said, okay, we're hot to trot. We're excited. What if he says you don't have a case? Now what do we tell people? What do we tell people in New Mexico? What do we tell people in Texas? What do you tell anyone now? Because he's an expert, and he's telling you don't have a case. Wow. They all looked at each other and started to just look at me. You see, because there's consequences to all actions, no matter what you do in life. And you better be ready for those consequences. And that's what I told those Indians, and that's why I'm telling you. As a people, we have to think of that. Why? Because you've got to be smarter than them to play this game. And we weren't smart, but we're getting smart. And hopefully with people like you guys that are smart, you can pick up the baton and get this thing rolling. If we bust in that door in a few months and this is on, you are going to try to figure out how to tailgate us. And I know that. It helps all of us. But there's a problem. If he says no, and this is the best lawyer, you want to go to a lawyer that's not the best lawyer then? I don't think we're going to any lawyers then, are we? We found another spot to go. It's called the OAS. Has anybody ever heard of that?
Sure.
Who said sure? Oh, tell me what you know about that.
Well, no, I'm not here to tell you what I know, but it's an organization of the American governments from South America all the way up to Canada.
How many countries I forgot? Do we have the OAS on this?
Probably around 25.
It's about 17 to 25 countries, you're right. I didn't even know it existed. I think Elmer brought it up one day, and we researched the hell out of it. And one attorney told us, I think you got something now. If you go to the OAS, I think you're gonna win. You got a chance. Never heard of the OAS. The OAS is either 17 or 25 countries. One of them is the United States, and all the rest of them are Latin American countries. Whoa! Not the World Court. Something totally different. Geared to Latin American countries only. And I said, guess what this lawyer we have? If he doesn't sue the United States and says we don't have a case, can we take this case to the OAS? Good question. I'm waiting to ask. We'll see. But the OAS is an option, am I right or wrong? We can take our case there. Well, I don't know if you know that much about it.
Yes and no.
Yes and no, go ahead.
What they're gonna tell you when you take this to the OAS is, have you exhausted your remedies
Right.
in the national arena?
You have to have had at least a chance to take it to the U.S. court. And I think the answer to that is yes. Why is that yes? Because unlike you guys in New Mexico, which I don't know anything about, I'm not an expert, there's been two cases, and I told you that earlier, that really went to the Supreme Court in the United States. One of them was the Association de Reclamación, and the other one was Alliance of Texas Land Grant Descendants out of Texas. These two groups of individuals went and filed a lawsuit. One got to the Federal Court of Appeals, and the other one made it to the Supreme Court. And they both lost. One case was dismissed, the other case was denied. Why? Because you see, they're clever people. They are smarter than we are at the courts. Here's what they said. They told the Association de Reclamación, by the way, the lady that sued, her name was Amita Zarate. I went to see her before she died. She just died last year. She was 95 years old. Her daughter, who was an expert in the case, her name is Yolanda Zarate. So I said, we gotta go visit these people. We gotta talk. No, be careful. They're this and they're that. I said, look, I'm not going over there to do anything, I just want to talk. I went over there, I paid homage. I thanked them because they tried. Even though they lost, they tried. You gotta give them their due. So Yolanda Zarate, who is an amazing woman, 75, runs 4 nursing homes. A hell of a woman, smart as a whip. She says, Mr. Sierra, I hear that you're trying to sue the United States. She goes, we sued and we lost. I said, no, you sued Mexico. She goes, yeah, Mexico, we sued Mexico. They sued Mexico and the United States and lost because the United States Supreme Court told them we don't have jurisdiction over Mexico. We can't make a decision over Mexico. It's a foreign sovereign government. We use that word sovereign again, right? That's what Amita Zarate heard. And she's, I think, Harlingen, Texas?
Edinburgh, Texas.
Edinburgh, Texas. So this woman goes there with a gaggle of lawyers from California, Colorado. There was a couple of them from Colorado, and a couple of them from D.C. And she's got attorneys, and they all go. And they meet a guy named, what is his name? What's that name, Supreme Court? Oh, Scalia. They meet Antonio Scalia at the Federal Court of Appeals in 1984. The infamous Supreme Court Justice. Everybody knows who this guy is. Ultra-conservative, right-wing nut.
Yeah.
We all know who he is. He states in the testimony of her case, I feel for you and your people. You were really wronged. But there's nothing we can do legally. So they dismissed the case and threw it out because she filed a foreign government in a U.S. court. 10 years later, another guy files a lawsuit. His name is Stephen J. Schneebly. He was 39 years old, graduated from cum laude out of Harvard College. I'd say it's pretty good credentials. What do you think? #1 out of his class? Sounds good to me. But he files a lawsuit, and he tells the people out of Texas, I'm not filing for Mexico, I'm filing a lawsuit against the United States. Because your ancestors were US citizens. Oh boy, the light went on. US citizens? And he said they violated your 5th and 14th Amendment. That's it, man, he's gonna win. And guess what? He loses. Because you see, the courts are smart. The Anglos are smart. They put cute little terms like statute of limitations in your way. Oh, you mean you got a time limit on justice? Yeah, you didn't make it 6 years. You got screwed and tattooed, but I can't get reconciliation. No, you're too late. Sorry, it's the law. It's called statute of limitations. So they lost. Because you see, the Treaty of Guadalupe, the 1941 treaty was ratified in 1942. So you had 6 years, the clock ran after that treaty was done. It actually expired April of 1948. Guess when I was born? April of 1948. The month and year I was born, it was terminated. The statute of limitation clock was done. I couldn't even get a chance to get in there and complain. I was born on the same month it expired. So you see, here's the problem. Schneebly goes in there and says, but Your Honor, these are US citizens. Jose, J, Francisco Cavazos, all these people, Longoria, they were all violated. And guess what? The United States admitted they did wrong because they gave the money to Mexico to compensate these people. $193 million was given to Mexico. It wasn't given to in cash because Mexico owed them like $280 million. They just deducted what they owed. But they said, here's your money, we're even. Guess what? You can give these money to the Mexican nationals that were taken advantage of. So you see, the 41 Convention has some dirty stuff in it, and that was my video. If you guys didn't see it, you can see it anytime on YouTube. Just type in on YouTube, how the U.S. changed World War II, and you'll see my video. Our video tells you in detail how they violated your ancestors' constitutional rights. That's why we're going to D.C., and that's why this guy's interested in this case. And I'm going to say it again. If he takes this case, all hell is going to break loose in Texas. And guess what? News is going to travel to New Mexico, and hopefully you guys can start banding together. Instead of just talking, start doing. Because now you're going to have a way in.
When are you going to Washington?
Pardon me?
When are you going to Washington?
When?
Yeah.
When are we leaving?
13 and 14, the 12th.
12th, 13th,
Yeah,
and
the
14th.
meeting's gonna be on February 13th and 14th. The first, well, on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
And all 5 of us are going.
Yeah. Saturday morning, we gotta.
By the way, he didn't want 5 of us to come.
Yeah.
He says, I've had fistfights in this office from large groups of people. They start arguing amongst themselves, I wind up throwing them all out. I said, you ain't gonna do that. These 5 people are not gonna, these are pros. They're coming, we know what we're doing, and we're not gonna start any trouble, and we have to be all together. And he said, okay, bring them. So we're gonna do that. Nobody knows that in Texas yet. We just found out last night. So you're the first to hear it. Gives you a little hope, doesn't it? Little hope. It's not that he's gonna take it, but remember, I said to you, what happens if he doesn't take it? That big mouth Jose Sierra, now what is he gonna do? He thinks he's so smart. I'm gonna see if I can get to the OAS. You should be looking at the OAS. Because that's an avenue of recourse for you. And I know you guys have been battling the courts here. If you've lost it, time to take it to there. See if you can get anybody to help you. There's a lot of lawyers that take these cases. We talked to another woman lawyer in Texas who actually won a case in the OAS. And are you ready for this? The case she won was about her husband. She married, where was he from, Colombia? The girl from Harlingen. Guatemala.
Harbury?
Yeah, that's her name, Harbury. Her husband was an activist in Colombia and was murdered by the CIA, and she proved it. But she couldn't get anyone in the U.S. courts to help her. She went to the courts, they threw her out. She went to the OAS, and challenged the OAS and won, and got relief for damages and the apology from the government for murdering her husband in the in Colombia.
Is he the one that was trying to save the rainforest?
Yeah, I think he was involved with that. Yeah. So you see, there are other avenues of recourse for you guys to look at. Don't limit yourself. Don't put your scope so small. Look outside the box. Start thinking different. Why? You're smart. You're educated, more educated than your ancestors ever were. And you want to know the truth? Your ancestors filed more lawsuits than you did. You don't even know it. Let me tell you a quick history, because I know I haven't got much time. I apologize. In 1941, when this treaty was done, everybody said it's over, right? Statute of limitations, the clock ran out, you guys are done. Nobody can do anything. But what you don't know is this. You've got to go back to 1848 to the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo and understand the psyche of what happened. Get smart. Get smart, because it's in your best interest. In 1848, when the treaty was culminated, both countries ratified it. 1849 became the law. After 1850, problems started. So many problems. New Mexico, California, Texas. People were complaining that they were getting robbed of their lands. They were getting cheated of their lands. You look it up, your ancestors did the same thing as ours. So guess what? For 20 years, everybody was bitching. They were complaining. Who were they complaining to? U.S. government. Oh, you got a problem with somebody cheating you? You got to go to the courts. Oh, yeah. My sister's name is Jose Narcisco Colases. He can't speak English. He can't read or write English. He's got to take this white dude to court. He goes to the court. The judge is white. 12 men are white. You think he won? You think he won? Texas in 1850? You know a little bit of prejudice it was in those days? Has anybody ever heard, we have authors here, what happened to the authors? Somebody was an author here earlier. There was a book, there's actually a website called Refusing to Forget. Has anybody ever seen that website? Refusing to Forget is written by about 12 professors that are Hispanic. And they write about injustices of Tejanos and Mexicans all over Texas and California and New Mexico.
Southwest.
Amazing stories that you're going to see, and they're all documented. I saw one the other day. It was called La Hora de la Sangre. Has anybody ever heard La Hora de la Sangre? La Hora de la Sangre was between 1910 and 1920 in Texas. In South Texas, it was estimated that 500 to 5,000 Mexicans were hung or shot during those 10 years. Because it was the white man who were not having it with Mexicans in those days, and those 10 years were very cruel to people in South Texas that were Mexican, or Spanish, or spoke Spanish. The book, it tells you in there, and the professors, they tell you who wrote it, the author, the whole 9 yards. I read some excerpts, it was amazing. Nobody was ever tried, convicted. You hear about blacks getting lynched all the time. How about 500 Mexicans got lynched? Did anybody hear about that? That's documented. You see, you are just like the Japanese people. They were noble. Let's get back to the Japanese. Show you how smart these people are, right? They were herded up and rounded up, and they were just U.S. citizens, but they had slanted eyes and they looked Japanese. That was their crime. So they put them in internment camps. Oh, by the way, did I tell you there was one more internment camp? And it was called Crystal City? It's out there? Yeah. Let me tell you about Crystal City. That's in Texas. There was 3 internment camps in Texas. Crystal City, Kennedy, Texas, and Seagoville, Texas.
All Southwest.
All Southwest Texas. The problem is, you don't know who was in those camps. Everybody thinks, well, there were Japanese Americans. Yeah, there was a couple. But you know what else was in there? Japanese people that weren't born in the United States. You know what else was in there? Crystal City, Texas? Italian people that weren't born in the United States. You know what else was in there? German people that weren't born in the United States. How did that happen? do you have the flyers out there?
Yeah, the flyer's on.
Read that flyer, you ain't gonna believe it. They went to 17 countries, FDR, and said, do you have any Germans? Do you have any Italians? And do you have any Japanese that are living in your country legally? And they said, yes, we do. And FDR said, I want them. They went and kidnapped all of those people, and those people wound up in 3 concentration camps, or I should say internment camps, in Texas. Look it up. You'll see it.
I see why they gotta make we were fighting Japanese in World War II, right? We Hitler, Germans. The Italians, why would they?
What I'm trying to tell you is, the United States was committing crimes.
They were kidnapping people and bringing them across foreign boundaries.
They were bringing them to the United States, and do you know why they wanted those Japanese people, those German people, and those Italian peoples from Argentina, from Peru? They kidnapped them and brought them back. Do you know why they wanted them? Because they wanted to barter if Americans got trapped in Germany as POWs. They wanted to have something to bargain with. So they pulled these people out and brought them to Texas and put them in those 3 camps.
Exactly what they're doing today with people at Guantanamo and other military bases.
But nobody knew it and nobody cared.
Because most of those names that got exchanged now with Afghanistan and Iraq, or should I say with Iran, most of those people were never on any prisoner list in Guantanamo Bay. They were being held within the United States.
Right.
In private prisons.
But here's the interesting twist that's different than that right now. Those Japanese people and those German people and those Italian people that went to Kennedy, Texas, Crystal City, Texas, and Seagoville, Texas. Remember, you had your own problems in Santa Fe. You had riots in Santa Fe, and they were murdering them in Lordsville or Lordsburg. The problem is, when the war was over in 1945, the United States says, hey, we gotta get rid of all these people now. Guess what the 17 Latin American countries said? Hey, don't bring them back here. I don't want those Japs. I don't want those Germans. I don't want those Italians. We don't want them. You know what the people said? You can stay here. They said, hell no, we don't want to stay. You had us in jail for 5 years for nothing? You think I want to stay in this country? I want to go back to my country. They had nowhere to go. They wound up pushing them all back to Japan and dumped them. All of the people that were in Texas, in those 3 camps, were disposed of because the war was over. By the way, did I say when the war was over, they left right away? They didn't leave till 1948, 1949, because nobody wanted those people back. And they were just people. They didn't do anything wrong. The reason they were put in internment camps, and there's a reason I'm talking about this because I'm going to get back to us. The reason they put them in internment camps is because they felt they could use them as barter for American POWs. At the same time, they put the American Japanese in jail because they were fearful of espionage and sabotage by the Japs. Do you want to know something? For the whole event of the war, from 1941 to actually 1946, only 10 people were tried for treason, for helping and aiding Japan during the war. And do you want to know something? None of them were Japanese. They were all white men. How about that? Why am I telling you this? Because after the war, in 1948, one guy got up and said, you know what we did to these people was wrong. These people were U.S. citizens and we treated them wrong. Some of them died in there. They said we ought to compensate them and give them, here's that word again, reparations for the wrongdoing that the United States did to them in this war. It passed, but nobody put an amount on there. Nobody said how much we're going to give them, nothing. They said, yeah, we got to do something. Let's pass this bill and we'll give them reparations. 1949 went, 1950 came, and nobody got a dime. Sounds familiar? It sounds like our whole event here. All the way till 1988. But 1972 came, and one Japanese guy said, I'm going to go to Daniel Inouye, who is a state senator in Hawaii. He's a Japanese-born American. He fought in World War II. I'm gonna tell him about my ancestor that suffered in California as an American citizen. In 1972, they went to Danny Inouye, and Inouye signed a bill and got a bill started in Congress to give those Japanese Americans $20,000 in cash, each, no tax, for the injustice and the insult of putting them all in internment camps during the war. Do you think that bill passed? It sure did. And guess who passed it? A guy named Ronald Reagan in 1988. And you know what? Inouye said, we won't take the $20,000 unless it's attached with one thing. What do you think that one thing was?
Apology.
There you go. And Reagan apologized on TV and the radio to those Japanese people. 112,000 people were hurted, American citizens in the camps in California. 73,000 lived to get the $20,000 each. They were wronged, and the United States apologized to them. Let me ask you this. Were you wrong? Did I miss my check somewhere? Did the government apologize somewhere? You see, that's the next movement that needs to start. How about us? You did a job on us, man. You cheated us out of our futures. Remember, go to our website, How the U.S. Changed World War II, to understand how this all happened. Because this lawyer is waiting for us to see this video. But I'll tell you what, he told us he doesn't want to see the video. He wants me to give a live presentation. And I'm going to do that. The bottom line is this. You got some ideas, we got some ideas. Let's put them together. You ain't going to hurt me if I give you an idea and it comes out. If you win, I win. If I win, you win. Let's get smart. It's not about, bringing a rifle or a gun. It's about using our heads. It's about educating our kids. Yeah, you're right. We should do all the things that you guys said. Everybody, Jerome, you guys all have great ideas. But they're just ideas. It's like saying I got a great car, but I got no gas in it. But I got a great car. Well, what good is it if you can't drive it? Start driving your car, man. Stick some gas in there and let's put the pedal to the floor and let's start getting it done. Let's at least try. Just like I tried with Burns, Oregon. Nobody told me to call. It didn't cost me any money to pick up that phone and dial his number. And he answered. That blew my mind. He said, I'm meeting in Burns, Oregon. And I interrupted his meeting. I said, dude, I just want to talk to you. He said, what do you want? In other words, no harm, no foul. He's a brother. He's like us. He's Indian. Go ahead.
Just a question for you here, an open question. We have an Attorney General, Hector Rivera, and within his office, there's a Civil Rights Division, a land grant division, with attorneys. Has this group approached him about taking on our cause with his state attorneys that are there in the land grant office of the division of the Attorney General?
Great. Ralph, I want to say something to you. I appreciate what you just did today and helped us out. I appreciate that you gave Frank the room and you did whatever you could to allow this to happen. Let's give Frank a hand. Oh, I'm sorry. I get you guys mixed up. Ralph, I called you Frank last time. But I gotta say one thing, brother. I gotta say one thing. For a LULAC rep, you're a rare bird. Yes, I have gone to LULAC in Texas, just like my good friend Nick Bailly has, and it hasn't been good. I went to San Antonio last year, and I begged them to give me a little spot in this huge thing that they run every year. And I didn't even know LULAC ran it. I said, LULAC runs it? Let me call them. Maybe they'll give me a free spot so I can get the word out for our people. You know what they said? I don't know, but we sell those spots for $150. I said, come on, we're nonprofit. We're in this for our people. Help us. Just let me run there for free. Just one day. I didn't make it. So you see, I understand they're LULAC, and I understand they're Hispanic, but I don't always understand what they're doing. And sometimes I think they need to be dialed in to a little more focus on what this is about. And I ask you to help me on that, because it sounds like you're doing the right thing, but a lot of them ain't. In Nick País defense, I'll say that.
I was 400 years old in Mexico before I was with you.
I got you, but I just wanna say, next time you go to your Little League meetings, you can repeat what I said. They were more interested in making money on that square than helping a cause. And I think if you're a Hispanic, come on, give me a break. All right, one more, couple of things, how much time do I have?
You want to answer his question about the Attorney General's office? That didn't
Oh,
get done?
was that a question? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I didn't hear it.
So,
It was an open question.
yeah, he had an open question.
What was it? One more time, I didn't hear it all.
There is a land grant division within the Attorney General's office, staffed with attorneys to address land grant issues. And we have a new Attorney General named Hector Valderas. Has this body, this group, sat down and spoke with him about what he's doing with that land grant division from the Attorney General's office?
You wanna answer?
Yeah, let me answer that. I've contacted them 2 or 3 times. I invited them to the first conference we had. They sent me an email, said, no, he's got other commitments. They have other commitments. I invited them again, they still had other commitments. So I don't know what to say, you know.
Where's the other land grant meeting going on today that the Attorney General's office has to be at, since not such a thing happening? What has happened at the Attorney General's office, and I hate to wag my finger like this, is that was created by design for them not to help you. When the people that passed that through the legislature designed that and grabbed that funding for the Attorney General, it was for other purposes, having to do with maybe writing your bylaws, or whether you violated your bylaws or not, but not to go and help you sue the federal government or to give you any information on how to do that. It's not an assistance program, they funded them to come after you.
I think I agree with him, I've heard of that too. You're right.
And that's what's wrong with some of the people that we have right now. There's people that are being paid by our organizations here in New Mexico that should be here, not lobbying to pass more laws.
How much time do I have here?
In about 5 minutes.
Oh, 5 minutes, okay, real quick.
I did a date speak for them.
I wanna it will show you, I only got 2 of these copies, I ran out of money for copies. I wanna share 2 names with you before I get done here. The first guy is Macario Garcia. Anybody here Macario Garcia? You have?
I think so.
Go ahead, tell me what about him a little bit.
Well, I've heard the name.
Oh, you heard the name. Macario Garcia was a hero in World War II. He was a Mexican-born American, fought in World War II. He not only fought, but he got the Congressional Medal of Honor by Harry Truman. And this man was a hero. He blew up 2 machine gun nests, he was wounded, he fought, saved 100 of his GI's lives, and he was right here from Texas. Macario, Sugar Land, Texas, by the way. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, actually, it's coming back to me, but he was, medical staff before, right?
I don't know, we'll read that. But I know, I'm just telling you the history that's in here.
Did
Go
the
ahead.
guy get buried?
Pardon me?
Is this the guy that you had?
No, that's what, we're coming to that. Okay, I'm gonna pass this around. The interesting thing about Macario Garcia is he was in Sugar Land, Texas. A week after he was given the Congressional Medal of Honor, he went to a restaurant and the white woman says, I don't serve Mexicans here. He says, lady, I was in the White House last week and I have the Congressional Medal of Honor pinned to my chest by Harry Truman. She says, I don't care who pinned it on your neck. You ain't getting nothing here. He got mad, they got into a scuffle, he was arrested. That man, that is a disgrace that happened to that man. You can pass that when you're done. But this case is the most interesting, I think, because this one is going to blow your mind. And you know a little bit about this. This man's name was Felix Z. Longoria.
Oh, yeah.
You know about him, huh?
The Longoria affair.
The Longoria affair. You know what's interesting about this guy? Not that he wasn't buried, but who was involved. Here, pass it for me. Felix Longoria was out of Three Rivers, Texas. In 1944, 41, 45, I can't remember exactly, he joins the army and he says, I want to fight in the war and help the United States. He didn't have to. He joined. He went to the Philippines. A week later, he was dead. He was killed. Tragically. When he came back, they couldn't recognize who he was. For 4 years, he sat in Hawaii, a dead body. Nobody knew who he was. Somebody finally figured out in 1949 the body was flown back and said, you know what, this is Felix Z. Longoria. Please bury him in Three Rivers, Texas. His wife was distraught. By the way, they made a documentary. It's called The Longoria Affair. You can see it on YouTube too. What happens is this man sat there in the funeral home owned by white people in Texas, and they said, you know what? I don't know why you put him here, because we ain't burying him here in Three Rivers, not in this cemetery. And they said, are you crazy? He's a hero. He died in the war, 1949. He ain't getting buried here. The woman goes to, I can't remember his name, Garcia, the GI farm.
Dr. Hector Garcia.
Hector Garcia. She calls Crystal, what's the name of Corpus Christi. She calls Corpus Christi and says, Mr. Garcia, who was an ex-GI, he was, he started the GI Forum for the Latinos, and she says, they won't bury my husband. He's sitting in the funeral home in a casket, and they won't bury him. He immediately gets mad, drives from Corpus Christi, goes to that funeral home that are owned by Anglos, and they said, we ain't burying him. He's a Mexican. Remember the year, 1949, 1950? It's a long time ago. Who cares, right? Long time ago? Get ready. It's getting better. So in 1950, this guy, Hector Garcia, who ran the GI Forum, created the GI Forum, he says, I'm going to the new senator, and he's going to be fighting for me because I talked to him, and he'll get him buried in Three Rivers. What's his name? He's a new senator, Lyndon Baines Johnson. Okay, get him on the phone. Tells him what happens. Johnson flies out immediately. I'll get him buried. Lyndon Baines Johnson, the senator of Texas, freshman senator of Texas, walks into that funeral. He's digging it, man. You're loving this, aren't you, brother? He says, what's the problem here? We got a dead Mexican here. I'll bury him. He ain't burying him here. The funeral director says, he actually says it in the documentary, if I bury this man, they're going to kill me. Because they don't want Mexicans buried in this cemetery. So that was 1950. Even Lyndon Baines Johnson couldn't get these white people to bury that Mexican guy. He gets on the plane, flies to Washington, D.C., and has a meeting with Harry Truman. And said, Harry, I got a dead Mexican in Three Rivers, Texas. I got a problem, and I got to solve it because I couldn't get this guy buried. You're a senator. They won't bury him. I want to bury him in the National Monument. Can I get permission? Truman says, you got it. Get it. Do it. Full honors. Lyndon Baines Johnson I did pass it out, right? You guys are reading it? Yeah, just pass it around. So Johnson takes the body, flies it to the National Monument, and buries him with full honors. Arlington. The problem is, his wife, she goes, I don't want him buried there. I want him buried in Three Rivers so I can visit his grave. I live in Three Rivers, Texas. Poor Hispanic woman. Didn't have the money to keep flying back and forth to visit her dead husband. Give her a break. Didn't matter. They buried him there, and that's where he is to this day. She never got a wish. She died in 2008, and on her deathbed was complaining, the only thing I regret is I never got my husband buried in Three Rivers. So she dies in 2008. And all of a sudden, things are changing, just like New Mexico. Less Anglos, more Hispanics on the city councils, more Hispanics on the legislature. So things just start turning our way a little bit, right? So a Hispanic guy gets up and says, you know what? The post office here in Three Rivers, I want to dedicate it to Felix Z. Longoria and call it the Felix Z. Longoria Post Office, Federal Post Office. Let me tell you something. It was like throwing a bomb in that town. Everybody was up in arms. They had town meetings. Go to the video tape on Longoria Affair. You'll see it. It's a documentary. The whites were mad. You're not going to put his name on our post office. He wasn't a hero anyways. He was just killed over there. and you start seeing how prejudiced this town still is to this day. At one time, the cemetery had a barbed wire fence down the middle of it. Whites on one side, and Mexicans on the other side. And the reason I'm telling you this is to tell you this. That if you don't think they defrauded you in my presentation in 1941, if you don't think FDR cheated your families out of what you were supposed to get, look what's still going on today. Look at Ammon Bundy. They think they still have a right, manifest destiny. They still think they have a God-given right to take your land, Mexicans' land, Indians' land,
Federal land.
any land. You have no right to it, even though the King of Spain gave it to you, they don't care. The King of Peru could have given it to you, they don't care. Bottom line is, what are you gonna do about it? See, I'm challenging you, man. This ain't about a conversation, well, yeah, he was great. Okay, let's go back to, I got a bingo all about it. This is about a way of life. This is a passion. I see it in Shirley, I see it in Pablo, and I see it in others. The bottom line is, it's a fire that's burning that's gonna go out. It's just gonna wear us down. We're no different, we're all human beings. Somehow or another, we have to capture each other with a common thread. I told you that before. The Tejerinas of this world, the Cortinas of this world, they had the right ideas, but maybe they made mistakes. Maybe they did the wrong things, but they were doing what they felt was right at the time. Now it's your time. It's your turn. It's up to you. I thank you for your time.
I wanna share a local story just real quick.
Go ahead.
When you talk about the World War II, the Japanese internment camps, there's a Japanese,
Thank you.
Medal of Honor winner, his name is Hiroshi Miyamura. He lives in Gallup. They named the high school after Miyamura High School. He's still alive, he still lives, and he's a Congressional Medal of Honor recipient. He's Japanese American. While he was fighting in World War II, his either fiance or wife at the time was in the Santa Fe internment camp.
There you go.
And, so here's a guy that won.
Oh, by the way,
Medal of Honor.
a quick footnote before I give it back. Quick footnote. I told you they got $20,000 back each, right? The Japanese U.S. citizens? In 1988, apology with the cash. I didn't tell you that people in Texas got it, did I? They didn't get $20,000 because they weren't U.S. citizens. Even though they were kidnapped in 17 Latin American countries and brought to the U.S., they didn't get a dime until one woman, a Japanese woman, filed a lawsuit and it went to the Supreme Court. And you know what? They ruled in her favor. But they only got $5,000.
Wow.
And
She was in her deathbed at the time she got the money.
That's a true story. Don't believe me? Look it up. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to introduce Mr. David Esparza. He's been worked for the State Engineer's Office for some 25, 30 years. And he's gonna talk a little bit on water rights on land grants.
No.
As Frank said, I am an engineer for UNM, so I did wander these halls a few years ago. But what I've done recently is help the town of Atrisco and Fernando de Taos land grant in their claims and their water rights. And one of the big things, and I just have a few seconds or a few minutes to kind of expand it. One of the forefront arguments that we used here locally in Albuquerque is that we helped the town of Atrisco to help the big subdivision out of the west side of Albuquerque. And for some of you that do not know, that's a small little organization called Barclays. Barclays Capital is the one that's actually is the checkbook behind that development, regardless of what the newspaper or the media says. And it's been successful, and it's interesting because before even I met Mr. Padilla, the county commission, Bernalillo County Commission, had these hearings ongoing for, several months at least. And everybody was dancing around the growth, the population, the jobs, the economy, etc. And I went to, at the urging of my wife, I went to, one of the meetings, and I heard Mr. Padilla speak. Before he went up, he was actually threatened, which I thought was kind of interesting. He was threatened by one of the asset managers from Barclays. And I thought that was rather unique. Didn't even know, I didn't know who he was, he didn't know who I was. So after he spoke, I went out and introduced myself. Anyway, what we did is we kind of brainstormed and decided that the whole issue that would unite the whole discussion was one common thing, and it was gonna be water. So we did approach it from water. As I would like to say, and I think Jerome would agree with me, is since that organizing effort of water, whether agricultural, whether farming, not farming, but ranching, etc., all other, I'll call them weak arguments. Forget about the jobs, forget about the growth, it all is focused on water. The water shortage, the water quality, stealing it from the historical users. Now myself, I guess by association, I guess I am a land grant heir also. My mom was from Cebollata, and my parents were originally from Gallup. So when my dad went overseas, he returned. He knows the Miramayas. His brothers grew up with him, and my dad was a flying tiger. The emphasis is, it's all history. I remember, I worked primarily, my responsibility when I was with the state engineer office was the northern part of New Mexico. I was a supervisor from basically Cochiti Lake north to Colorado. So the San Luis Valley, Ute Mountain, Secretary Rumsfeld. I'm familiar with all that, the Taos Ski Valleys, so forth and so forth. Did teach the water rights classes for the Real Estate Commission for over 10 years. I quite honestly got in trouble a little bit because I always taught them a little differently. They wanted chapter and verse, how do we make $1? And I sat down and said, okay, this is what you need to know, now you're gonna tell me what you wanna know. So my emphasis is, again, it's all about water. In the land grants, the historical development, and even when I did the report that Mr. Padilla has now, I did a report for the Town of Atrisco land grant that compiled all the historical documents, all the historical uses, and basically, after I left the state engineer office, used the historical documents of the state engineer office, in essence, against them, to quantify their rights. So if you have any questions. Yes?
Wow. Jesus, it's wonderful that you're here. What has been mentioned is that the next attack on our land is the water. I have been talking about with Esther Garcia out of Cuesta because I think she's on top of that. You know, you're aware of the 174 acre feet of 1,000 feet of water that were transferred out of top of the world so that Albuquerque can have more development.
Yes.
And Santa Fe can have more
Yes.
casinos. The talk around the valley and in Amalia, Costilla, and Cuesta is the water. That's what we need to organize around. This is the second wave. First it was the attack on the land and they took the land. And you know, as land grant activists, we always say you cannot separate the land from the water or the water from the land. It's held. That's the next attack in our community. You know, you have, in San Luis we're lucky because as acequia farmers and the community in Colorado that has the oldest water rights, we predate the Colorado Constitution. So what we're thinking of doing in our community, and because we're involved in so many other issues, we kind of put this in the back. But having you here and what you just said, it's something I'm definitely am gonna go back and personally work on. And that is that we have to get our acequia farmers in San Luis, because Garcia, which is still a community in Colorado, is part of that Rio Grande compact. Us as acequia farmers in San Luis, we're not part of that compact, thank God. But the folks in northern New Mexico are. So we need your help. We need your expertise. We need your guidance to come and talk to us as a keynote speaker at this event that we want to put together about how we save our water. Because look, we went to a meeting in Cuesta, and I thought there'd be all kinds of people. And like any other issue in the Chicano Mexicano community, there's apathy. And I don't have an answer for that, because if I did, I wouldn't be sitting here, I'd be making money. So there's that apathy, but we went to this meeting where the folks from Santa Fe that are stealing the water were supposed to go, and I say that because I know that that's exactly what they're doing. They're stealing the water, and they se atienen at the fact that we're inactive with apathy or we don't know our rights. But no todos somos pendejos. Some of us know a little bit more than others. So we go to this meeting, and the folks from Santa Fe are there basically telling the people, you know what, it's a done deal. They're gonna take your water, it's a done deal. However, you have 2 weeks to protest. But in that same breath, he says, it doesn't matter if you go and protest, because it's a done deal. So it's like, Jesus Christ, here we are in 2000, this was in 2015, and the same crap is still happening to us. So I'm surprised that people aren't up in arms, because you're gonna lose your water. You lose your water, and that's genocide. In my opinion, that's cultural genocide, because if we lose our water, my community becomes a ghost town. There's nothing left. So we need your assistance, and I don't know where you are politically or where you are in terms of land grants. I would appeal to you and say that if you are a land grant heir, we need you, because many times it's those our own people who are on the inside who screw us, and we don't have a lake to stand on. Then you ask yourself, why are people in apathy? Well, you know what? You say we have this fire that burns in my valley, yeah, and it's never going to go out until the day I die or the day I lose my mind, even if I'm the only one. But la gente tiene que alivianar, and my golly, they better wake up, because if we lost our land, and that's when we said we lost our land, education is our stand. We lose our water, and that's it. Ahí se acaba todo el pedo. Last year I tried to get my Move Mountains kids, our kids who are heirs, kids who are going to inherit those historical use rights. Do you think that those gringos that own La Sierra, they wouldn't let my students go onto that land? I'm still pissed about that. However, all over the Sierra last year, we had all these right-wing, conservative, religious people all over that Sierra, right, Roy? Andaban como cucarachas por donde quiera. But our own kids couldn't go up there and do a camping trip. I had to take them next door to a private owners. I mean, if that doesn't piss you off and get you to get off your ass and do something about this, I don't know what's gonna do it.
Let me add one
But
thing.
we need your help.
No, let me add one thing. You are correct. Except let's ask a question, and I'm not sure how many can answer, even if I get an answer. Have any of you ever heard of an organization called the China Investment Group?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what they're into then?
Yes.
For the people that do not know, the China Investment Group is a Chinese group that has entered into either an MOU, a memorandum of understanding or memorandum of agreement with Barclays Capital. Their quest, for lack of other words, is to buy up all water resources worldwide. And how it came out was Santa Lena and Trisco. When my partner and I identified the water rights on the land grant, there was contracts, etc. But the attorneys for Western Albuquerque Land Holdings got up and did not mention anything about their rights. So I got up, I talked to the commissioners during the break, got up and said, you know, my name is so-and-so, gave them my card, explained the whole situation to them. And they asked if I was gonna be there, and I said, yes. They said, you can speak, I'm not registered. Mysteriously, I got registered. I got up, and I said, you know, their attorney got up and asked this question, he was specifically asked this question, he reiterated the question. Question is, why didn't he mention this?
The China group also has the largest ships ever built, and they're taking all of the water from the United States and going to China with it.
Yes.
Nobody knows it, but I'm gonna tell you a company,
And Barclays has been here since the 1830s.
I'm gonna tell you who the company is that's selling the most water. And right now, it's not a big deal, but watch for this to explode because of where it's at. They're buying from a company called Nestle's, who is out of Michigan, and they have 2 springs that they're emptying out while Flint is dying with bad water.
Texas is one.
And going all the way to China with it. They have these huge barges that have a huge bladder, that all they do is hold as much water as they can and they take it to China. By the way, the US Congress says there's no law against it,
Why does China want the water?
because their water is not as good as the
Quality.
Polluted water.
It's a resource
And
that
that-
can be encumbered, it can be borrowed against, it can be leveraged, has monetary value. So,
And right there where you say polluted water, you can connect all the dots that we've been talking about, okay? Because Cuesta, where Esther Garcia is from, has already sold, well, she was the mayor of the village of Cuesta. They already sold the entire community water rights down the river to Santa Fe, okay? So Esther's not a protector organization. She created the land grant organization in Cuesta in order to help the wilderness of Highlands Cape, Ute Mountain. Okay, the simple fact about the water in Cuesta is that who does it belong to? It belongs to San Fernando de Taos. It belongs to your land grant, because the land grant in Cuesta was only granted as a temporary agricultural grant. In other words, temporal, seasonal. They could go there and grow in the summer because there wasn't a major water source in Taos. The Pueblo had taken the major water source away from you guys. So in 1815, Spain granted Cuesta to go ahead and start agricultural base for your community. So the land grant to Cuesta, the water rights that were adjudicated in Cuesta were adjudicated to your land grant, sir. And Esther and them have sold those land grants down the river to Santa Fe. That's where the first selling from up there started, the village of Cuesta. And what they make you do is, like, for instance, myself, we bought an old church and we have a hand dug well in the backyard and we have a 1/4 acre of property. They want the 1/4 acre of water rights that we have to that property. That we just give them to the village because we're within the village and we now drink domestic water from their wells. So that's how they accumulated all this big mass of water rights.
Water is
that
the
they
future
sold.
battle. It's gonna
But
be the
then, see,
future
so
battle.
then that's, Mr. Sparks, that really scares me, because if they were able to sell those water rights from the top of the world, then you have the Molycorp mine who just shut down.
Who has another chunk.
And that has another big chunk, so the top of the world, that top of the world transfer just set legal precedence by being able to transfer that right out from the Marciantes and los Acequias. So now you have the mine that's sitting there thinking, well, if the top of the world could do that, think of the billions of dollars we could get to transfer water down south. So what happens there? So they're setting legal precedent, so I'm thinking that is the issue that will unite the land grants
There you go.
across
There you go.
interstate,
There you go.
because you cannot separate the land from the water.
The water's not being taken from the acequias, it's being taken from well number 1 to well number 12 on top of the road farm.
Oh, that's right, because look,
well, the town of Etrisco Grant has actually done something about our water rights. And so, what Dave's here today to talk about what we've done with the grant. And, you know, every land grant's gonna have a story, and we're gonna be able to go story after story after story. You know, the beauty of what we have today is we need to decide what we're gonna do. And I wanna hear ideas of what we do. David and I are working on creating a water banking to protect beneficial use. And so, you know, we have a limited amount of time here, and so I would really challenge us to set up committees and organizations to help us move forward, to set up a committee to talk about how do we find solutions to
well,
it.
let me just suggest this, because you guys have a lead on this, you know, and we'll see what Dr. Vego talks about and what happens tomorrow. But let's have a gathering of land grant / Parciantes. Let's have a gathering in northern New Mexico, maybe Cuesta or Taos. That way we can come in from the Conejos County and from San Luis, which because we're the only places other than Lamar that has acequias. And let's talk about how, what's happening with the water. And in that gathering, you will, and advertise it as a land grant / water conference with the main
That's an
topics,
excellent idea.
with the main topics being water. And have you, sir, and some other people in the state of New Mexico that know what, that could give us truth and education around acequias. That, I guarantee you, will get people to a gathering, because when you start talking about water, people listen.
Call it a town hall meeting.
The thing in New Mexico, you're gonna see is that the acequias are at the same level as the state, as the land grants that are political subdivisions.
Exactly.
So I would recommend we talk with the land grants first, because what's gonna happen when I see the acequia association.
Plus the Acequia
We signed an
Association.
MOU statement with our South Valley Rio Grande Association, which is a nonprofit. So you also have the Acequia Association in New Mexico, which is led by Ralph Vigil. You know, the Acequia Association lobbies far heavier than the commission. So I think as land grants, we have to really sit down and formulate our own strategy, and we've worked a lot with David, and so we're formulating our strategy. It's something that we would like to do and talk about making it scalable, so it's scalable and portable for others to use. You don't have to use it, you don't, but we are down the track of, we started a saying about 3 years ago that water will unite us and land divides us, will continue to divide us. So water in our community is something we can unify around, because we haven't really told the story yet about Atrisco in a grandiose fashion. But I agree with you, we have to get together and talk, but we have to pick a fight. If we bring 50 people into discussion and have 50 different ideas, we're down the track of what we're doing with Atrisco, and we'd like to stay connected and ask people to help us with what we're doing. It's gonna be scalable, whatever he does, and so we can give an example, or Dave and I can talk after this, because we're looking at setting up a nonprofit for the purposes of protecting the rights. So we met with the South Valley Acequia Association in Albuquerque with CESOS, who have an office at the South Valley Economic Center off of Sleta. So we have a program that we're working with a local community nonprofit to help register all the water rights within our community, and then we're gonna bank them in order to protect it, because if they're not used for beneficial use, you have to at least bank them. So we're setting up an entity right now to take care of that. So Dave and I are currently working on a business plan for that, because we wanna help
Well,
protect.
you know that with the Acequia Association doesn't stop to consider the doctrine of prior appropriation that says this water belongs to the land grant. Paula Garcia and them don't care if it's a well or.
Well, that's my point about the land grants meeting first to establish
They
your.
want the water used. And to us, it's more important that the water remain as part of the jurisdiction and administrative capacity of the land grant. And then we can guarantee who's using it.
Okay, guys,
They probably lose that.
give me just 1 second.
Pablo, Shirley, I wanna talk to you after the meeting.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna let Dr. Garcia give his presentation, and then after he's through, then we're gonna bring David back up. And that way you guys can feel free to ask him whatever it is that you wanna ask him, and discuss whatever you wanna discuss. And that way, you can exchange information and address us.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
I'd like to introduce Dr. Manuel Garcia Igrejo, and he is the director of the UNM Land Grant Studies Department, and he's going to speak a little bit on the Treaty of Hidalgo. Thank you.
Jose, I'd like to begin with some comments on your presentation, if that's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
I wanted to, first of all, commend you.
Thank you.
That's a big fight, and it's a tough fight. And let me just add a few things and see if I got the history right. And then I'll tell you what I think I heard the crux of your case is.
Go ahead.
And I'll give you some feedback, and then I wanna see if I got it right.
We're always willing to learn.
Well, I don't know you're gonna learn anything from me, but I think the dialogue is important. Between 1911 and 1921, in Mexico, there was a lot of violence associated with the Mexican Revolution.
Yes.
US citizens lost a lot of property in that. And they made claims against the Mexican government and took them to the US and asked the US government to press those claims before the Mexican government, which it did. The US administrations of the 1920s were Republican administrations that believed that the flag followed the property, and by God, we're gonna get, our citizens compensated for that. When Alvaro Obregón was elected, and then they went to some negotiations, the Mexican government didn't have any money. And what it tried to do was to balance the claims that the US citizens had made against Mexico with claims that it wanted to adopt that Mexicans had suffered in the US.
Right.
And so they went and said to the US representatives, you know what, there's some land grants in Texas that you guys did not honor those agreements, and we'd like to put that on the ledger on the Mexican side. And they ended up concluding the Treaty of Bucareli Treaty. I believe it's 1923 or 24. Yeah, I don't have that history right in front of me, so I don't remember the exact things. And so the US government, and here's where the crux of the argument is, I think, wrongly included the claims regarding Mexican land grants in Texas as part of the Mexican claim against the US. And so then what the US did was said, all right, for that part of whatever amount it was, I don't remember, we'll pay the US claimants against Mexico with that part that we otherwise would have to pay Mexico.
Right.
Mexico still doesn't have any money in 1923, 1924. And the negotiations continue forward. US and Mexico almost went to war during Plutarco Elias Calles on a number of issues during that presidency. Mostly, it didn't have anything to do with land grants. Mostly it had to do with Nicaragua and stuff that was going on in Central America. Roosevelt gets elected in 1932. In 1933, he names the former Secretary of the Navy who had sent to the Marines to Veracruz, Josephus Daniels, as his ambassador to Mexico. Some Mexicans perceived that as an insult. But Josephus Daniels followed the instructions that his boss, who used to be his subordinate, Franklin Roosevelt, gave him. He said, we need to change the relationship with Mexico, this whole thing about the good neighbor policy.
Right.
In 1937, they almost came to an agreement and started created a new claims commission. I happened to look at these documents at the Franklin Delano Roosevelt Library in Hyde Park just this last summer. And then but still, Mexico didn't have any money. And then in 1938, what does Mexico do? It nationalizes the oil industry.
Right.
And so now it has even more money that it owes, not just the US, but also Great Britain.
Right.
But World War II is looming. And so the whole political calculus is completely different. The oil companies in the US said, no, we will not take some compensation. We want those lands back.
Right.
And finally, the Roosevelt administration says, fine, we'll negotiate without you, meaning without you, the oil companies.
Right.
And they come to a series of agreements in 1941, of which the implementation of the Bucareli treaties is part.
Yeah.
And at that point, I don't think the Roosevelt administration even bothered to look back on the 1924 Bucareli treaties. They said, let's just make that part of the whole package. And then they allowed Mexico to pay back the money that they owed to us, exporting the oil that used to belong to the American companies. And finally, Mexico settled its debt. In the meantime, what do you have? You have Texas land grants and US citizens whose rights that belonged under US law were being negotiated on behalf as a Mexican claim as if they were Mexican citizens. Do I have my history right so far?
He didn't see the presentation last year? No.
No, I never heard you present before.
No, my presentation, you're saying exactly what I said.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to plagiarize you.
No, you're not plagiarizing. It's history. You're
I know, I'm just
welcome to
joking.
it. You're welcome to it.
I'm just joking.
But no, my video.
Look, my field is Mexican history. That's
Our
why.
video tells the whole story
Yeah,
between that.
Okay, now here's where my commentary comes in.
Come on.
I think I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not practicing law without a license. Got
Okay.
that part?
I got it.
I was married to
I
an
do.
attorney, I was,
But I know the state statute.
Paul, let me finish. I was married to an attorney, and I found out how good an attorney she was when I got divorced. But before I got divorced, I learned a lot about the law, because we used to have a lot of conversations, and one of those things that I learned is due process.
Yeah.
And so I think your argument is, and it is constitutional,
Fifth Amendment.
Fifth Amendment, I don't think the 14th Amendment comes in here, because the
It's a
state.
state, that's a state issue.
It is?
14th
Okay.
Amendment.
Okay, well, there's a state issue, then the 14th Amendment comes in.
Right.
But basically, if I understand correctly what happened, the US allowed in this negotiation with Mexico to have property rights of US citizens being flushed down the toilet for Mexico to deal with as if they were Mexican citizens, and by doing so, that violates due process. Because due process doesn't mean the US government can't take your property, but it means you can only take it after a hearing, and there was no hearing.
And the eminent domain was not used.
Right. So I think you have a good case on the Fifth Amendment, I see the Fifth Amendment grounds case clearly. 14th, we can talk after.
It's a state issue, state issue.
What I don't see is what this has to do with the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Let me tell you why.
Oh, boy, I like this, come on, bring it up.
The reason why I don't see what it has to do with the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo is everything I've read regarding the treaty is that Texas was not included in the treaty.
Okay.
The US, Texas was annexed by the United States in 1845, and the whole issue on Article 10 was basically revolved around this whole issue about whether Texas was or not part of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo.
Correct.
And part of the reason why Mexico insisted on the Protocolo de Querétaro in just a few months after the ratification of the treaty was it wanted US assurances that in fact there was no attempt here to deny their property rights of land grants in the parts of the territory that were applicable to the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. The US argument was, and I'm not defending the US argument,
all right.
I'm just stating it,
Get your point.
as I understand it, the US government argument was the Texas Republic settled the land grants issues, adjudicated them. Those were all adjudicated before Texas became part of the state while it was still a republic. And therefore, we as a federal government have nothing to do with that. And perhaps that's where your 14th Amendment issue comes
I
in.
said both were in there.
Okay, so I don't know that the issue about staying more than 1 year really matters, because what matters is in 1941, those people whose property rights were taken were people who were US citizens because they were born in the US. I mean, that's Cavazos, who so forth and so on. But anyway, that's just my commentary. I don't practice law without a license. I don't know the legal cases. But I just thought, that part of it I see is less relevant to the argument. Maybe I'm wrong, I'm just telling you what my first reaction is.
You're wrong, but I won't clarify it right now. I'll wait till you're done with your presentation.
Okay.
But I'll explain to you why, what you missed.
Okay,
Go ahead.
but at any rate, I think I commend you for the Fifth Amendment case and the due process argument, because I think that's a fundamental one. All right, let me go to my presentation. I think I'll have a few minutes, right?
No, we've got plenty of time.
Okay, could I have some water, please?
I had the same problem.
That's what happens when you talk too fast.
Shirley's got water back in the land grant, right?
That's right. You need another one? I have one here.
I just don't want to tie up the answer with your presentation.
Sure.
Plus, you always have to remember, folks, that there are laws against illegal licensure schemes, such as the Bar Association, so there really is no statement that should be made of people practicing law without a license, because if you go even just 10 years back, there was people from Iraq defending themselves in federal court in Washington, D.C. So, no, there is no such thing that you have to be an attorney to practice law. That is a lie. And people shouldn't spread that lie, because that diminishes our strength, our capacity to move this matter forward.
They just don't advertise it because they want to keep those guys working.
There you go. And they know that if they come to court with you, they're gonna lose. That's why you don't have to.
Okay, well, let me turn to the substance of my presentation, which was some interesting comparisons on land grants. And while I'm at it, since this argument that you're making regarding Texas land grants is based on the representation by Mexico of US citizen interest in a treaty. The New Mexico land grants weren't included. If you win your case, and I don't think even if you win it, if you take it forward and it gets publicity, I think it's gonna help us a lot
That's what I
here in New
said.
Mexico. But I don't think we're gonna be able to use that case.
No,
to-
you're
to
not gonna
help.
be using the case, but it's gonna open the doors.
Yes.
For you guys to break in, and you have different issues.
Yeah.
Than Texas, but it will allow the conversation to be involved with it because of the injustice that was
Yeah,
done.
yeah.
Okay.
I think my next point is, and you just opened the door to it, an injustice is one thing, and an enforceable remedy against an injustice is another.
That's true.
Boy, you know that, don't you, Ralph? And they constantly use that against us. So I'm not particularly fond of taking cases before a court unless the legal research beforehand shows that you got a good shot at it. Because you can easily end up in a worse situation after with a ruling against you than you were before.
That already
you
happened.
went there.
That already happened to us.
I think in your case, if I were in your shoes, I would pursue the legal argument, which is why I think it's a good idea to do it.
To bring your point to light, the 94 case with the Alliance of Texas Descendants, that is the case that rose the bar with statute of limitations to block people like us to go in.
Right.
So we have to go around that with a fraud, somehow to disqualify the 41 treaty. Go ahead.
Okay, so let me turn to what I wanted to talk about, which is, I'll try to shorten it to about 15 minutes. I wanted to start with an obvious question that we rarely talk about in the land grant movement. And that is, when we go forward to say, an injustice was done, and there are lots of people that will concede that right off the bat. Some people in high places, some people in, federal government. I've had people in the Forest Service basically say, yeah, you guys got screwed in this whole thing. But I don't have any doubt, but you don't even have to try to persuade me. Even when people will accept that argument, the one thing that we haven't talked about very much is the Native American issue as it relates to our land grant claims and adjudication. Because the first thing is they see us as wetbacks, and I'll go ahead and use that term because I think you know that I'm using it with quotations around it. As far as they're concerned, we got here somewhere between 2014 in June and December of 2015. Right?
Pretty much.
Yeah. And quite frankly, and I dealt with some of the Native American tribes and folks, it's a whole complex world out there. I've talked to Navajos, I've talked to Apaches, I've talked to people who are federally recognized, and I've talked to some of the Pueblos. Boy, the Pueblos are hard to talk to. In case anybody here has a different experience, I'd like to hear it. But I've talked to people from Acoma, I've talked to people from, Cochiti's a little easier, San Luis Defoso is a little easier, but, it really varies quite a bit. So I said, I think one of the things that we need to do our homework. If we're gonna go forward on our claims, the first thing we need to ask ourselves is, why is it that the Pueblos have expanded their lands beyond their patent while ours shrank? Very basic question. Both the Pueblos and our land grants are legally exactly the same in 1848. They're all covered in the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. The Pueblos never were at war with the United States. Therefore, there is no treaty of peace between the Pueblos and the United States. Therefore, there is no Pueblo reservation based upon a treaty of peace. The quote reservations, and you see this language used, the San Felipe Reservation or Santo Domingo Reservation, that reservation is a land grant. It's a patent. It's a patent on the land grant that came out, that was adjudicated under the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Those were the very first land grant claims put forward in 1859, William Pelham is Surveyor General. And the first ones adjudicated were 19 pueblos, and a few others on the Nuevo Mexicano side. Mora was one, right? If I'm not mistaken, Atrisco was one of those very first ones. Chirili, and there are a couple of others. Forgive me for, I decided, after seeing the size of this group, it'd be better not to pull out my notes. I just talked extemporaneously, so I don't remember everything. But roughly, that's the situation. Now, here's the story. When you look at the 295 land grants that were granted in New Mexico between 1692 and 1848, right? 152 of those are community land grants. The remainder are private. Most in Texas, I understand, are private. Not all.
Yeah.
San Antonio, Tevejar, and several others are community land grants, but most are private. In New Mexico, it's the reverse. Most are community, fewer are private. The land grant movement in New Mexico is almost entirely about community land grants, not about private land grants. Now, that doesn't mean we shouldn't be including that or thinking about that or talking about it, but it hasn't happened. I mean, it hasn't come forward as part of the discussion. Of the 152 community land grants, 23 of those are pueblos. And actually that 23 overlaps, that they include, they double count some of the pueblos. For example, Santa Ana and San Felipe, I don't know how many of you know, actually have a sliver of land that they've still been fighting since 1692, that San Felipe says it belongs to us, and guess what Santa Ana says? That it doesn't belong to San Felipe, it belongs to them. So they haven't actually argued, so that's counted as a separate piece. So those 23 are actually some of the double count, but they're basically 21 pueblo grants. And those 19 got adjudicated very quickly. What are the remainder? The remainder, 123 or so, Nuevo Mexicano land grants. How many got adjudicated? How many got patented and recognized by the U.S. government? 84. The rest did not, and it includes land grants like Embudo and several others that there's nothing wrong with them, except that, quote, the wrong official, end of quote, signed the documents, and the Court of Private Land Claims said, we're going to follow the letter of the law, y todo lo demás, and so forth and so on. You follow the letter of the law cuando les conviene, y cuando no les conviene, it doesn't quite go that way, right? Okay, so we go from 123 to 86. From 86, we're now down to 35 community land grants with active boards of trustees. And I can't tell you how many of those actually own land. Some of them don't. There's a board of trustees, there isn't necessarily any common land. There's private land, parcelas, but not necessarily common lands. For a variety of reasons. Some, like Tomé, lost their land, sold their land, and now have begun to recover some of it. So we have 35 community land grants out there. They're active. And of those 35 community land grants, there's about 200,000 acres total owned by all of those 35, of which Anton Chico owns about 100,000. So once you move down, you go to Cebolleta, you go to Chirili, you go to, I'll call it by the right, the right name, right? Nuestra Señora del Rosario San Fernando de Santiago, that's a mouthful, right? AKA Truchas, right? As Johnny would say, AKA Truchas. So you have those several land grants that have, 1,000, somewhere between 1,000 and 19,000 acres. You have Cañón de Carnué, my land grant's got 200 acres. As a side note, we pay half of the property taxes in the entire state. Because even though we're units of government as land grants, we still pay property taxes. So most of the Nuevo Mexicano land grants is not news to you. Lost either all of their land or most of it. The pueblos, on the other hand, have actually expanded. Taos, Pueblo, and I admire the struggle that they had. I have absolutely nothing, I have nothing to criticize about what they did. They got Taos Blue Lake back as a sacred site. It was an amazing story and a 60-year fight and a really big one. But it's not the only one. But did some of the pueblos lose land? Certainly Pueblo, Taos Pueblo lost land to the city of Pueblo. The whole downtown of Taos used to be within the patent boundaries of Taos Pueblo. Santa Clara, the same thing with Española and so forth and so on. I could go on with that. So if somebody wanted to come here from the Pueblos and say, look, we lost all this land, we had all this encroachment, that's also true. But did they expand or did they shrink? They expanded net wise. So you say, well, what happened here? How do we explain this? Well, the first explanation that people give, and it's a first approximation, and it's partially correct. Well, let me put it another way. It's correct as an explanation, just not complete. Is that Indians in this country have a different status under federal law than the rest of us who are not recognized as Indians, even though, quite frankly, most of us in this room have as much Indian blood in us as quite a few people right along this river. I mean, I'm not, no estoy tirando piedras. I'm not knocking. I'm simply saying, Indian is being defined, under DIA rules and all that sort of stuff, right? Okay. So I'm asking myself, well, how do we explain it? Well, let's look at the federal Indian issue part of it. Well, the Indian agent was the one that submitted all those things in 1859. If we had somebody like that had been submitted too, we'd have our lands too, although probably we would have lost a lot of them to partition suits in the 1870s. I mean, we can talk about those. Tampas is one, Mora is another. There's a whole bunch of land lost. Tierra Amarilla, all of these community grants that got adjudicated early lost almost all of their land to partition suits. Now, it's too technical for me to go into all of this. Basically, what you had in Latter Getting was end up with land. Those partition suits is very similar to what happened in California, and a lot of it happened in Texas, I suspect, as well. It's that kind of thing where basically the land, all of a sudden, somebody with an interesting surname owns a Spanish land grant, right? The other part of the story is that in 1891, you had the Court of Private Land Claims adjudicate the rest of them. So what do you have? You have an adjudication process here that started in 1854 and ends in 1904. Can you think about that for a moment? A 50-year adjudication of property rights. Witnesses die, documents get lost, courthouses get burned down. I think I heard that earlier this morning, right? So what happens then? So a lot of things are missing in order to be able to defend those claims. And what's one of the other things that gets that changes is the legal interpretation of what is common land is changed with the San Miguel de lawsuit, which becomes the Sandoval case, that affects 7 land grants, of which Don Fernando de Taos, Cañón de Carrué, Galisteo is another one, Santa Cruz de la Cañada, La Petaca La Petaca is the worst case. They lost 99% of their common lands in that particular suit, and a whole bunch of others, right? So, if you look at all that, and we end up by the early 20th century with a lot less than we had, and then between that and property taxes, and let's look at this in the face. Some of our own people screwed this thing. Sold land, gave land away, movidas chuecas. Let's not hide and pretend that didn't happen. That happened, and that's a good part. I haven't been able to quantify it yet. I'm not saying I have the numbers to it. I'm pretty sure it's less than the Sandoval. Just the Sandoval 7 case lost us 3.5 million acres. Okay, I don't think that happened with movidas chuecas, but on the part of our people. But that had a huge impact as well. Well, then I say, well, so does the federal thing explain everything with Indians? Well, guess what? The Pueblo Indians were not considered Indians for a while. Did you know that? In 1876, there's a case, United States versus Joseph. Don't take it personally, Joseph. United States versus Joseph is the case. It says, you know what? Actually, the Pueblos are not Indians after all, so they can alienate their lands. They can sell them. And so what happens to the Pueblos between 1876 and the early 20th century? Encroachment. People, some of the things that happen in our communities happen with the Pueblos. So you see the parallel. This is one instance where the federal seems to justify that. But in 1913, the U.S. Supreme Court reverses itself. Another U.S. versus Sandoval case. It's also U.S. versus Sandoval. It's a 13 case, 1897. And now the Pueblos are considered U.S. citizens, considered Indians again, and therefore their lands, the U.S. government now has the responsibility of recovering the lands or compensating for the lands that have been lost. And so you have the Pueblo Lands Commission established, the Pueblo Lands Act in 1924, the Pueblo Lands Commission that works throughout the 1920s, and then another Pueblo Lands Act in 1933 in order to restore some of those lands. Question number 1, how much land did the Pueblos lose between 1876 and 1913? Answer, approximately 125,000 acres. How much did they recover from in other words, no, I said 120, I got it wrong, excuse me, it's what happens when you talk without notes. Their total acreage was 125,000 acres, they lost about 1/5 of that, 25,000 acres. How much did they recover under the Federal Lands Act? About half of it, about 12,000 acres, and the rest they had compensation for. Did they get fair compensation? No, they did not. They're Indians after all, right? You know they're not gonna get fair compensation. How much did they get? What kind of compensation did they get? 1/3 of the value in the market. That's what they were given. The 1933 Act tried to give them a little bit more. And in the 1960s, you see this congressional act to pay every member of Santa Clara $11 per head. You know, what value sounds like to men, doesn't it, after 1960s? But again, it's part of that same compensation for the land that was lost as a result of the fact that they had been treated as non-Indians between 1876 and 1913. So as I look at that, I say, you know, they've lost 1/5 of their land during that period. The Nova Quintana land has lost a heck of a lot more than 1/5 of their land during the same period under comparable. So, to me, the federal status of Indians doesn't explain everything. There's some other things going on. What's the other part of it? Market economy. And cohesive community, the pueblos maintain that cohesion that our land grants have never had. And who's in this room? Mostly leaders. You know what? Failure of leadership on our part. And the pueblos, they had good leadership. Let me give you an example of just how good leadership they had. In the 1920s, when they were trying to get back House Boulay, the U.S. government offered them, in 2015 dollars, $500 million. $500 million. It was less than that, but in today's money, that's what it was. Guess what House Pueblo said? We're not going to accept that. Do you know any Nova Quintana land grant that would say no to $500 million to get? Sangre de Cristo, I'd like to see it.
We'd say no too.
We're asking for.
I would say no, but
We're
I'm
asking
talking
for
about.
13, we're asking for 13.2, and that's for punitive damages.
Yeah, but
Millions, not millions.
I'm talking about our communities. You
Yeah,
know,
well, that's.
leadership in the pueblos made a difference. That's my point. Leadership made a difference, community cohesion. And the reason why I know that federal status didn't quite do it either is because if you look at native tribes outside of New Mexico, guess what? In California, there were California Indians that also owned land. They were given land bequeathed because the Mexican government recognized Indians that were not at war with them as Mexican citizens, something that the U.S. doesn't do until about 1948 in the case of New Mexico, right? So in California Indians also lose land in the 19th century, right? And you also have the Allotment Act that affected all sorts of tribes in North Dakota, South Dakota, and so forth and so on. Those guys also lost a lot of land. So it's not just federal status that made the difference here in the case of the pueblos. There's other things at work that made the difference. But ultimately, you know, when we go to argue for correction and restitution of the lands on the basis of traditional use rights and so forth and so on, guess what people are going to say? Well, why don't you give them to the Indians? They got it first, not you guys. I mean, you guys are you're interlopers. You arrived later, right? And so my answer, you know, this is sort of my rude. You were talking about being rude earlier. This would be my rude answer. I'd say, well, if you really believe that, you know, are you willing to give any of the land that you own, that you personally own, to an Indian tribe? No. Well then, what's the deal here, right? The issue is, you know, the Pueblos had certain land rights requested. They had the traditional use rights. Sandia Pueblo, as a result of a very long fought-out case, got traditional use rights up to the corner, up to the top of the Sandia crest for certain religious purposes. I think that's what we're looking for. We're talking about, you know, just justice for us and so forth. But I don't think we're going to be able to do that until we know the history with respect to people like the Pueblos, to be able to talk about what it is that worked for them that hasn't worked for us. What was the difference? What made the difference in this particular case? And so that's part of the work that I'm doing. I think I'll leave it there because I probably haven't been keeping track of time.
No, just about time.
But anyway, that would be, well, let me just make a couple of other observations, then in terms of interesting comparisons. I think those of us who are fighting this battle in New Mexico also need to understand what's going on with Texas, what's going on with California, what's going on with Arizona, and of course Colorado, which the Colorado community land grants, the ones that are still active, have direct connection with New Mexico land grants. The Colorado San Luis Valley, the people in southern Colorado were settled by New Mexicans that moved north. It was part of New Mexico until they drew that line in 1861, I think it is, that Joseph Sanchez was telling me, right, earlier this morning. I've begun some research on that. I've gone through the Seabury papers. I don't know if you're familiar with those. Well, let me give you the reference. Rene Escobar, Joel Rene Escobar did some research on the genealogy of the Texas land grants, and he has what I think is the most comprehensive list of Texas land grants I have found anywhere. I found this in anybody here familiar with the Dolph Briscoe? Anybody here familiar with the Dolph Briscoe Research Center at the University of Texas at Austin? It's called the Center for American History. It's right there by the LBJ Library. Have you been there?
No. Elmer did.
You have? You've been there?
I got the book.
Okay. Oh, you have the book from Seabury? It's a red book, again, about this thick. That and a number of other sources we've been going through to try to figure out, how do we build alliances? How do we draw the distinctions? How do we understand what our differences might be as well as our commonalities so we can work together?
The common thread.
Right, and find ways that we have, the things that we have in common, make sure we work on those, and things that we don't have in common, we not get in each other's way.
Right.
I think that's the goal.
That's great logic.
In the case of California, I was just in the Bancroft Library last week. I got back this last Thursday. I was looking through it's a very interesting case. New Mexico had 60,000 people in 1848, more or less. I feel like I'm a TV star. New Mexico had 60,000 people and 295 land grants. Do you know how many land grants California had and what the population was? I'll start with the population. Anybody know what the population, the Mexicano population in California was in 1848 before the gold rush?
Not familiar.
7,000.
No, I was gonna say, it probably wasn't many.
It's comparable to Texas.
Texas was about 3,000, right?
Yeah, roughly about 2,500. So in other words, fewer than the students at UNM, right? That was Texas, and mostly in the southern part. Santa Barbara actually had more people than Los Angeles.
Right.
How many land grants do you think there were in California? 800. 800 land grants.
So everybody was getting one, basically, everybody was getting their little 11 deeds or whatever.
I don't know, I haven't done enough research to figure that out, but 800 land grants in California, most of them private.
And what was the population again?
About 7,000.
In California?
Yes. Or the population number could be wrong. I'm just telling you what everybody who you read who's written about the history of the Southwest for the last 50 years will tell you that California had about 7,000 people. Mexicans, yeah. Of course, in 1849, it went to 100,000.
Well,
Because of the gold rush.
Because of the gold rush.
Yeah, but those aren't Mexicans. I mean, some came from Sonora and so forth. So you have 800 land grants in California, over 95% of which were appealed by the U.S. government and had to go through the federal courts. So they dragged out an average of 17 years. This thing that California land grants were adjudicated quickly is a myth. It took forever. A lot of these cases, there's Domingo, I forget the name of the case in the 1870s, is a California case. Botello, I think it is. And there's several other cases like this. So actually there are some very interesting parallels with California, Texas.
There are a lot of worse cases over there.
Yes, and Arizona is another very interesting case because in the case of Arizona, as you know, the Gadsden Purchase moved the boundary further south of the Gila River, and that's where most of your Mexican population was. It was part of Sonora. So besides Tucson and Tubac, you have quite a few private land grants in southern Arizona. There, I haven't found a source yet that's given me the number, but I went through some of the records at the Bancroft Library. very interesting cases. I think we need to be looking at what are the things in common, what are the different, because all of the arguments that I found, there were people were using against us in New Mexico, I found in California, some of the same arguments were being used, but some of the answers that we never used in New Mexico were being used in California, and that's how we can strengthen the kind of history that we need to do. I'll leave it there, those are the interesting comparisons. Yeah.
We were talking a little bit about the Petaca land, right?
La Petaca, yeah.
So by the time the government got to the Petaca and stole their land, there was already a record of violation of their civil rights.
Yeah.
The United States law. Then going back to the majority of the land that's stolen, who has it?
Excuse me?
¿Quién tiene ese terreno que robaron? Who has the
Most
majority?
of it's Forest Service.
Forest Service, BLM, and state land.
Yeah.
They have.
But the vast majority is Forest Service.
Oh, yeah. That's.
It's Carson National.
That's the belonging to the land belongs to us. And going back to the Nativo, you support to their sovereignty. Our ancestors were all Nativos. Kiowa, Pueblo, her grandfather was, Abuelo Serrano, el Chiquimín.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't make a claim that I'm Indian, but I do make a claim that I'm indigenous.
Yeah, we are indigenous, yeah. Pero see our fight now with the Pueblos.
Well, yeah, it's true, but we shouldn't look at it as a fight. There has to be some way where we have to have some kind of dialogue and make them understand, because, you know, I've heard a lot of Pueblos, Pueblo men say, yeah, but your Spanish came here and they raped my grandmother. And I look at them and I say, yeah, well, I'm the product of that rape. You know, I was born, I'm the birth of that rape, you know, can't you understand that I connect to you? And I think that's.
I don't know, very interesting, you're the product of a rape of your grandmother?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty sad, but
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, yeah.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
But that's the way it came down to be, and to me, what I see is a lot of promise of programs. Taos Pueblo had never shown an interest in Ute Mountain, not one single time. But yet when they came in to bring in the Rio Grande del Norte, they said, oh no, Taos Pueblo has a right at this table, because it's partially their sacred ground, and they were here first, and this and that. And they got to a point where they weren't even having meetings in Costilla and San Luis and Cuesta anymore. They were having the meetings in Taos with all the tourist-oriented people and the Pueblo. Those people had they weren't stakeholders in that mountain. But they promised the Pueblo a lot of programs. They promised them more tourism. And then they convinced them to do the airport now. They're coming into the Pueblos, the federal government that is, and making big promises. And beyond that, the Pueblos themselves, part of the promise that the Pueblo is making is that they won't recognize us as being from their lineage.
Mm-hmm.
And then that keeps us on the out as being able to come back and claim the property as indigenous people.
I've had some arguments with people from Acoma about Oñate and the whole thing, or Oñate support and the whole thing. And tell them, guess what? I've done my genealogy. It turns out, on one side, I'm descended from Saldívar, the asshole who went to Acoma and did what he did to them. But on another side, guess what? I'm descended from Acoma, Pueblo. So, you know what? Yeah, I can, yo no digo borrón ni cuenta nueva. We need to not forget our history. I'm not saying we forget the history, but we have to stop wishing for a better past.
Because that's not gonna happen.
You know, we have to stop wishing, we have to face that history, that past, as painful as it is, and then talk about what do we do in the future. That's why I really like the point you were making, you know. It's one thing I have some ideas, now what are your actions, what are you moving forward?
Right.
What I've been describing to you is work we're doing to help prepare a series of cases, and I've already had conversations with, is this your brother, Elmer?
Elmer, yeah.
Yeah, I had conversations with him about stuff I want to share with him, because I've been to the National Archives as well. Now, I didn't look at the material that you showed me, I haven't seen that particular material. But I may have some, I'll go through the stuff I did at FDR and see if I can find something on the Claims
What you
Commission.
mentioned about the Seabury papers.
Yes.
Believe it or not, you know, my 15th grade grandfather wrote this book. He
Uh-huh.
was in that area. We're not mentioning that.
Really?
Yes.
No?
So it shows you that.
Yeah.
And what's his name, James Seabury was an attorney.
Right.
Working for several oil men.
Yeah, that's why he was doing
Right.
this. I mean, it's just like, who's the guy that wrote the most comprehensive work on New Mexico land grabs? No. Seabury's Texas.
No, his name was, he's the guy that built, Victor Westfall, the guy that
No,
built,
Victor Wilson based himself on the work that,
No,
Bowden,
right.
Bowden did a master's thesis for whom? Southern Methodist University, on whose interest? Petroleum.
Yes, oil.
And basically, the oil industry in Texas funded him to do research on the entire list of New Mexico land grants. Why? Because they want to know the property rights and the subsoil rights in New Mexico. No surprise here.
And the other surprise, the founder of Brownsville is also the founder of Citibank.
Right.
You know, and he's also the attorney for Seabury.
Right.
So it shows you.
Yeah, and the book that I'm telling you about, it was not written by Seabury. It's Joel Rene Escobar, who went through the Seabury papers in Del Brisco and prepared this volume to make, because the Seabury papers are almost incomprehensible. I mean, you take forever to read this 19th century script on everything. And what Escobar did is he typed this up, he put this all, and it's about 500 pages typed. And you know, there's no source that's gonna have absolutely everything, but I think it's an important, if you're dealing with Texas land grants, that's the place that I would start for
You know,
looking at comprehensive.
the gentleman engineer here who talked about Barclays.
Yes.
They've been here since the 1830s. Matter of fact, they put in a claim in with the Claims Commission and got their money.
Right.
Because they had Mexican land grants in California and Arizona. And they got their money back.
Dr. Guerrero, I would agree with you.
Wait, excuse me, it's Garcia,
I mean-
or Garcia Griego, but, yeah, Griego was my mother's surname.
I would agree with you that we haven't had this conversation like we should as land grant heirs with the Pueblos. We started a little bit at a conference we had on the anniversary of New Mexico with some women, Native American women that was there. However, I do claim to be Native American because I understand, I know
You
my
do think
history
what?
and I know Native American.
I use a hearing aid, so I can sometimes hear.
I do claim to be Native American.
Okay.
It's something I've always claimed, and we proved it. My oldest male cousin on the Romero side, I'm Olivas through my mother, and I'm Romero.
I make the same
through
claim,
my
I'm just simply
father.
saying, I'm not claiming to be part of federally recognized.
Oh, right,
Yeah,
and
that's all.
maybe that's part of the problem. So the conversation that I would have with Native Americans is, if they see us as newcomers that came after the fact, look, the reality of it is I label myself as a Chicana because of my political background, but I know that I'm a Mexicana, which means that I'm part Spanish
And
and
part
I'm
Indian.
part Native American.
And part something else too, probably.
Probably so, from my Spanish side, obviously. But when I did the DNA, I am connected to the Jacaria Apaches. Now, I'm very proud of that.
That explains your disposition.
Could be.
Explains mine, I'm Mescalero.
I was gonna say, careful.
I'm Mescalero. Look, I'm Mescalero on one side, so we want un inde, se habla a otro inde, no?
Exactly.
Okay.
But that's part of the ignorance that we have with our own history.
Yeah.
So I too am indigenous. When I speak, I say San Luis is the oldest indigenous community in the state of Colorado. And some people will look at me and, what the hell are you talking about? Learn your history. So I make that claim because I stand on the claim that I'm a land grant heir, and to the day I die, I have those rights that I will exercise to the fullest extent that I am able to. That's part of the conversation that has been lacking in understanding our true identity and our true history. And that has to take place. And I'll take just as much fault as any other land grant activist or leader that I agree with you also about the leadership that as leaders in the land grant movement, we haven't done our due diligence, but that doesn't mean that we can't start.
I just wanna check you for 1 second. If you can, try not to use the word heir.
Why is that?
Because in Texas, when I got there a year and 4 months ago, everybody was calling each other, we were land grant heirs, land grant heirs. Everybody says land grant heirs. You guys say it. When I got there, I said, wait a minute. And I started watching some testimony on people that are genealogists, and they were experts of the time. But you gotta remember, in 1800, really early 1800, late 1700, how they wrote out wills was very different than today's will. Give you an example. In some of the territories of Texas, they would have a will and somebody would die and they'd own 100,000 acres. And when they died, they wrote out their will to the heirs of the will. When they wrote down, if Shirley and Pablo were living and you were my son and daughter, and you were already on there, you weren't in the will, because you already lived there. They only put the people, the sons and daughters that left the territory, that left the land grant. And what they do is, they wanted to make sure that they could always come back to the land grant. But Pablo and Shirley were not in the will. So 8% of the Texas land grants have wills. And in those 8%, some people got married. Our ancestor was he was married twice. His first wife died. And he had a gaggle of more kids, you know what I'm saying? So when he got in there, the wills didn't have names in there. Because in those days, wills were written differently than today. You have to consider what's going on. So I said, from this moment on, you're all land grant descendants. We need to change that conversation, because you're an heir to nothing. Because some wills rule people out by omitting their names. But in the real world, at that time, they were already living on the land, so they didn't need to be included.
Jose, I just want to add a comment to what you
Go
just
ahead.
said.
Go ahead.
I have no problem with the logic of your argument. In fact, I understand it. When we talk about heirs, we make ourselves sound like we're gold diggers or something.
Right.
But we have the same problem with that term, and so obviously it's for a longer conversation. So
Okay, that's fine.
But I'll just make this analogy. We have the same problem with the term heir that Native Americans have with the term American Indian. The law uses these terms. Mexico statutes use that term.
Right.
So we can't get around that.
I know.
And for the same reason that somebody from a pueblo will tell you, I'm an American Indian, not Native American. That's the reason why they use it.
Okay.
But we won't go,
Fair
you know,
enough. It's a
and
good
that's
argument.
just,
And just as a disclaimer to anybody in here that's doing bylaws.
somebody behind you had a hand up, yeah.
I wanna hear your opinion, okay, Texas, 1845, when they got annexed into the United States, okay? They included New Mexico there.
Yeah, the same question you made of Joseph.
Right.
I heard that.
And, what is your opinion?
My opinion is that was a claim by Texas, and because Texas was annexed by the United States accepted the claim on its face. But Texas never had any control over any of this. When they came up the Pecos River, as Joseph Sanchez explains, he sent them back to Mexico City. Y ahí se paró el cuento. Those Texans invaded, but guess what? Why do you think Anton Chico was established? Why do you think Torreon was established? Why do you think Tajique was established? Why do you think these land grants on the eastern part, Mora, were established? And curiously, a lot of these are established right after 1836, and between 1836 and 1845. You know why? The ones on the eastern side, they are anticipating further incursions by the Texans. The idea that Texas boundary ended at the Rio Grande is fatuous. It's just, que se fumaron, you know? So I don't know if that answers the question.
That's like me going to France and saying, now France is
You
mine.
can always make a claim. I can claim that Cañon de Carrera should have been 150,000 acres, you know, or 90,000 acres or whatever. But just because I make a claim doesn't mean it makes it any, you know.
So what are we, part of the United States?
Yeah, we definitely are now. We were part of it.
The United States stole that part of the land.
Yeah, it's called the Mexican-American War.
Right.
Yeah. And the Treaty Guadalupe Hidalgo is where it got settled. Yeah, absolutely. But New Mexico was not a state of Mexico, it was a territory in 1848. It never got to statehood in Mexico.
Dr. Garcia?
But the Pueblos had U.S. citizenship rights under Mexico, and they should have had voting rights, and they should have had all the rights that our ancestors had. The Pueblos should have had. The Navajos and Apaches were at war with Mexico, so they never got citizenship rights. But the Pueblos had citizenship rights, and they should have gotten that. They never did.
I was gonna just say real quick, if you're gonna do bylaws for a land grant, just always define the word heir. If you're gonna use that word, define it. Add a definition that says a bloodline heir.
Good
or
point.
an original
Good
settler.
point. Just real short, I think that's you know, their comments about the term heir is really significant, because the private land grants, right? And, and a private land grant, if they wanna, whatever they wanna do with their lands, it's private, should be partitioned, whatever they wanted to do. Community land grants, in my opinion, are a little different.
Yes.
I think that the tenants in common and joint tenancy laws were applied erroneously in that the heirship lineagely going through inviolate forever and ever is different between a private land grant and a community land grant, which has the promises of forever and ever. It's also forever and ever until they sell it, right? And so if it's a private one, a little different, unless there's a contract or trust document that makes it last a little longer. So I think that just kind of shows some of the differences between the community and private.
I agree 100%. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. We have about 10 more minutes left, and I'd like to move into David Esparza again. Just real quick too, I'd like to add that, common lands and lands held in common are two different things. Common lands are probably taxable, but lands held in common are not, such as this university. This university does not pay taxes to the state of New Mexico to exist here, because these are lands held in common by all New Mexicans for the benefit of New Mexicans. And that's where we're being duped in the land grant struggle, is instead of saying these are the common lands of the land grant, we have to actually make the statement, these are the lands held in common by the land grant. Good point. I never thought about it that way. Okay, David is here, you can ask him all the questions you want now, and,
If I don't know the answer, I'll make them up.
you're that good, huh?
That's a good answer.
You know, earlier when you were presenting, people were talking about the land should never be separated, the land should never be separated from the water.
Yes.
And the water rights and land grants. And I could agree with you, and what the people said is more than what was said here. And actually, I'm also the president of the Second Madre de Carmen, so I play both land grant and so forth. But as you know, in 1954, New Mexico statute separated water from land grants. And so
Yes.
now land grants are pacientes, if they own any water rights at all. Now, it would be really helpful to hear you talk about that, and talk about water as a traditional use right outside of the lands that they currently own.
That's got a real broad question for the time I have.
Yeah.
But basically, my theory is, you know, basically that water flows uphill to the lane, basically. And in New Mexico, you are correct, you can separate the water from the land. I've always advocated, and even with the Atrisco and with Mr. Trujillo, that let them take the land, keep the water. They cannot develop the land without the water. Never sell it, you can lease it. And it's the age-old thing, well, I'll give you this for it. I said, well, what are you offering? He said, well, what do you want for it? I said, what are you offering? You can just keep raising it and raising it. Typically under New Mexico law, and the legal advice is what you're paying for it. So basically, I've always included a couple clauses. One, that there's an automatic reversion clause, so at the expiration of whatever period, that lease period is, that the water rights automatically revert to the original place and purpose of use. It doesn't take another application, or you have to play the dog and pony show with the state engineer office. The other thing is, if you enter into a lease agreement, always have a provision in that lease agreement that you as the water right owner, whether it's the land grant, the acequia, whatever, that you always can have eyes on those water rights. So you don't get the risk, whether there's several risks, but two that come to mind real quick is one, they sell them out and run to you, or they jeopardize them. And jeopardize them meaning that they overused them, they're non-compliant with any kind of conditions of approval, whether it's the town of Taos, the city of Albuquerque, whatever the case may be. You always have a provision and the clause in there that if they do something that compromises or jeopardizes that right, they automatically revert. A lot of, parties don't like that, but tell them to go get the water somewhere else then. Interesting enough, how we got involved with the Atrisco is the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority has a requirement, per their criteria, that if you're a developer, you have to acquire, buy, from who? The acequias, the land grants, etc., the equivalent amount of water rights to sustain that development. Or give them the equivalent of dollar amount. And you say, well, what's that mean? My own comparison. When I did my presentation to the county commission, I like to think there was a little bit of shock. They were talking about a development of 14,000 acres of land out by the sand dunes out on I-40, to kind of give you familiar where it's at. They were gonna have 90,000 people out there. It was gonna be self-sustaining, so you live, work, and play out there. Just imagine that, you never left home. There's no Tesla out there, there's no General Motors, there's no Intel. So where are they gonna get their jobs? What are people going to do? That was all, okay, emotional. I approached it from a different angle. When Mr. Mark Sanchez from the Utility Authority got up and disclosed the criteria from the Utility Authority, here is this developer, never said anything about their water rights. I knew their engineering firm, I've evaluated several of the reports before, and they said their 14,000 acre subdivision was gonna use approximately 14,000 acre feet of water. And you're thinking, that doesn't make sense. So I asked, okay, I have one vote, I have a question. Is that diversion amount of water or consumptive use amount of water? Yes. Well, that's not my answer. I want my answer. Is that 14,000 acre feet of water that's gone forever? Or is that 28,000 acre feet of water that I pumped 14,000 and the other 14,000 returned? Yes. I said, well, what does that mean? I said, okay, forget that. It's an emotional subject again. I said, let's talk dollars and cents. Current value in Albuquerque is about $12,000 an acre foot. So 14,000 acre feet times $12,000 an acre foot, it's $168 million of water rights. Just for the water that this developer would have to give to the utility authority to get service, before they got service. So that means that water flows uphill to money. Bottom line was, they never mentioned the water rights. They were never required to put the water rights up or the equivalent dollar amount. The level A plan was approved. So we got up again and said, in light of this, their lawyer didn't lie, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we used the word, he didn't commit fraud, he didn't lie. We found out that 2 days prior to that presentation, there were some articles in the People's Republic of China newspaper about their public relations strategy at the upcoming hearings. And you think, well, what do people in China know about a subdivision on Albuquerque? It's real. They're coming and they're buying. The big thing is, the next thing we did, and it wasn't accepted either, we suggested a surety bond. Put a surety bond up. If you're so confident in this subdivision and development and all these sales and all these people moving in, put a surety bond up for the equivalent amount of water. Put your money where your mouth is. The mineral rights were separate. And I think Jerome would know more about that than I didn't deal with the mineral rights at all. Pardon? It was, but it was part of they held them out under the.
Who took them away? Nobody's actually taken them away. The mineral rights, oil and gas, there's really not oil, but there's actually natural gas in the basin for the Jalisco. So we have a complicated situation in that we had a land grant of 83,000 acres in 1960. It was patented in 1905, went through the Court of Private Land Claims. We got a federal patent, I passed off copies of the patent signed by Pedro Roosevelt. And then in '67, the legislature allowed the land grant a corporate entity the misinterpretation of that is that it was misconstrued that the land grant converted to a corporation. Well, it turns out that after my research of 10 years ago, that I started with a land grant evaluation, being a land grant area that got stock out of the Weston Corporation that was created. My dad gave me 7 shares of stock, and so I got involved, and they wouldn't share any information. So the Development Corporation had 5/8 of the property, about 55,000 acres. That property came under hostile merger by SunCal Corporation in 2005. Our shareholders, which made up less than 10% of the heirs, voted to approve a merger between SunCal, and they lifted a stock restriction to allow them to purchase a stock. Because previously we had the term heir defined as lineal heir, blood relations to the original founders of the grant. So you couldn't hold stock unless you're original founder of the grant, or an heir of them. So that we lifted that restriction, they took control of the company. We pushed back so hard on them on the legislative stuff that they ended up going into bankruptcy. They tried to get a $500 million TIF passed, they couldn't get the development going, so it went into receivership without communicating to the land grant. Went on the Ferndale County auction block for the county district court. The Barclays came in, purchased their own loans that they had loaned the money to SunCal, and then they came under receivership. So in the original merger with the corporation, the board of directors transferred the mineral rights to a LLC, a foundation, and that foundation, we negotiated $1 million a year to go to a foundation. Well, the board of directors that put us up on the auction block passed them into the same foundation, so that money has gone into kind of a country club of 401k plans for them. So that mineral rights are under control by them, but it's only 5/8 of the property are under control. So the other 27,000 acres, which is 3/8 of our property, the heirs own that. The problem is that our board of trustees has been kind of lax in its jurisdiction over the property. And in 1971, when they actually transferred 5/8 of the property to the corporation, the land grant itself, the Merced and the Navajo, went dormant. And so the city of Albuquerque started to encroach into the community and incorporate, which is ironic because we actually won a federal lawsuit against the against the city of Albuquerque and the United States government in 1892, where we won a case that says Albuquerque has to go back across the river. So in 1892, the Ferguson law firm in Albuquerque recommended that we become a municipal corporation. So months after our winning our case against the federal government, the town of Atrisco became, instead of the Atrisco grant, the term town went in front of it. So we voted to incorporate, very similar to Silver City. So the town of Atrisco is actually a territorial community voted in by law, by the municipal vote of the people. So we actually have a municipal corporation, which could be something we leverage in the future. But the mineral rights are still there, they're just under control. So I always say that ownership, control, and jurisdiction are all mutually exclusive. So you have to really fight for all of your rights under all of those scenarios. So we are still working to take control of our assets and our property.
Mr. Esparza, what advice can you give us to take back to our land grant communities in terms of protection of our waters? What should we be doing right now?
Real quick, I know you were short on time, and I'll leave some cards, or if you want business cards, I can give them to you too. First of all, if you have, I'm going to assume, and Dr. Garcia mentioned it earlier, Jerome and I have had this conversation before. If you are a land grant association, a land grant organization, my first thought would be make sure that you have a board of trustees or board of directors. And the reason why is now you have an organized group. You have a consensus. You've possibly been either appointed or elected by the members. And I won't call them heirs, I'll call them members. So you have some kind of authority. You have a president, you have bylaws, etc. Identify, like Frank and I have talked about to Don Fernando, is identify what you have in your land rights, in your water rights. Mr. Padilla and I, or Jerome and I, have talked about banking the rights. So the acequias have been granted, the acequia association, or the acequias have been granted through the New Mexico legislature the ability to approve or reject any transfers of water rights out off their ditches. The land grants haven't been given that. But the land grants have basically jurisdiction over the acequias, because where do the acequias come from? They traverse the land grants. They weren't there first. And that's why we went, okay, let's not go head on, let's come around the corner. The grants can do a bank, enter into a memorandum of understanding with the acequias, and then have the acequias, also bank the rights with the land grant, because the information from the state engineer office, and I used to work for the state engineer office. Truthfully, if you go in and ask them a question, you better know the answer before you even ask the question, because you're not gonna get an answer. And even if they give the answer to you, they're not gonna believe the answer. And that's basically, so my first comment, what the suggestion is, if you're not organized, organize. Then, when, stay in contact with Jerome or I, and we can, once we get this thing, because we've tried different ideas, and we've talked to different people on how this might work, and get the banking, because eventually what we wanna do is have the land grants with the same, authority of the acequias, that you can't transfer the rights outside the grant.
One last question. We have a acequia congresos in my community. We had it. Now, two parts. Because we hold the oldest water rights in San Luis that predate the Colorado Constitution, there was a gentleman at that congreso who was the keynote speaker. He is someone from England who bought the Zapata Ranch, who's interested in conservation. So that we were leery right away about him. What he gave us a heads up at is, he said, probably at next year's election, there will be an amendment. They want to add an amendment to the Constitution that the state of Colorado will own all water rights. Having said that, here's my concern. My first comment was, you know what, I don't want that to happen, because that's the same thing that happened in New Mexico, and that's why they transferred that 174,000 acres of water from the top of the world. So, I'm leery about that. Would that, if that was to happen in Colorado, what rights would we have, because we have the oldest water rights that predate the Colorado Constitution, or would we have any rights if that was to happen?
And I can't remember my Colorado stuff much anymore, but Top of the World Farms, that used to be owned by Paragon Resources and PNM, whatever you wanna call them. They have the one issue, and as far as I know, no one's raised. Moving that water down to Santa Fe, essentially, they still have to worry about the Ottawa gauge.
About the what?
Ottawa gauge.
The one in the Rudo.
No, right there by
Guys, we really have to go.
by Espanola.
We got done in about 5 minutes.
Oh, we got 5 minutes? Okay.
And basically what that is, that gauging station apportions, divides the waters between Colorado, New Mexico, Texas, and the Republic of Mexico. So altering those flows takes approval of all those respective state legislatures or state entities, the US Congress, and the comparable organization in the Republic of Mexico. It's not to say, I'm gonna do it. No, if it alters that compact, that's where the compact is. There's a gauging station right there at Ottawa Gauge. It's OTOWI or something
You
like
can't
that.
go past that.
Pardon?
You can't go past that.
No, it's real difficult. It's been done one time.
And it's right, I think it's below where the Chama and the Rio Grande
Yes.
come together?
Yes.
So it's in the Pueblo, it's not Juan.
No, no Espanola.
Shirley, just stay in contact,
by
because we're working on very similar issues, I think we all have to work together to
But
come up with
yeah, look it up,
larger
Ottawa
strategy.
Gauge. Yeah, that's basically no man's land right there. Yes.
You guys take some rolls, I don't have to carry all that in the back.
Guys, let me go ahead and dismiss everybody because they want us out. But David is here if you want to ask him some personal questions. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
It's on YouTube. Sure. Live. I'll send you the link.
See,
You need to work together now.
I was telling him that, it's televised, so I'm gonna send you the link on YouTube. You can see it in its entirety.
What share was that one? Share was what?
No, oh, the Treaty Day. Yeah, there's a press conference and then speakers at the Watana, maybe a lunch. Search attendance. I wanted to tell everybody that, didn't get the chance.
I came around the corner, it was like, long hour and
Are you, is this yours? Yeah. Okay. Thank you so very much. Hey, thank her for us. Tell her that I really appreciate it.
Okay, I'm gonna give you this. I think this is the order. Okay, I didn't, I'll write one, but the other two I didn't write. But there's three in here. And you can down one, give it to me,
Now,
Thank you very much. Yes, yes. So you've been looking at our. Joe? We're gonna redraft in there, so. Thank you, appreciate it, thank you very much. No.